Uh, it's Huey just calls it the Dunning-Kruger types, but dude, basically it goes. They go statement, statement, ad hom, claim, claim, ad hom, statement, ad hom, claim, ad hom. For example,
Weird.
dude, it's super weird. I've the last like 5 people we spoke to all did it. They'd be like, what would they say? They just make a claim, right? Well, there's a gradient, you fucking moron. Whoa, dude. Like, oh, okay, there's a gradient. Yeah,
What?
that's why you guys are all idiots. It's like that's.
Yeah.
Have you noticed this? I don't
Sounds
know
like
if you guys have noticed
concerning
this too.
Professor Dave behavior, right?
Yeah.
I don't know where they picked it up from,
I actually did notice that just the other day when I came on. Yeah.
bro. It's like
Could be because they
okay,
ran out of
fine.
gimmicks and shit. There's no
That's
more
what other
gimmicks
people are
left.
saying.
They're like,
You dumb. Nobody's reacted like that. They were just like calm and collected. Think of AI. He does a good job of that. Oh, okay. So, oh, Jedi, you dealt with this the other day with that Bundy character. I think we were talking to.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? And just like we kept it cool. We let them stay. We let them talk as long as they wanted. But there was like at least 100 ad-homs in the span of like 20 minutes.
That guy
Just today.
that guy Cosmo was the same way.
So Nathan
Cosmo,
Oakley
yeah.
came over to the politics server today and ruined a couple Globers. And they were in on their main accounts. And after they got ruined in text chat, they were violating Discord TOS just to say things to Nathan to bother him. And we had to permanently remove them from the entire server and report them to Discord.
Yeah,
who were
They're
they?
willing to do this because they're so butthurt.
Who was it?
Embos.
Embo and Gamma Nohack.
Oh, I'm glad those two are gone. Oh, well, Embo's all right, but Gamma No Hack, I'm super glad he's not around.
I don't know the other guy, but
That
Embo's
guy-
a loser.
That guy he was awful at arguing. Embo No Hack. Super awful.
Yep. So I don't know where. To me, it feels like it came out of nowhere, and it's like overly common now. He's super
problem, right?
aggressive. They're like hyper aggressive and very minimal understanding. That is a nasty combo.
But they're not situationally aware, dude. Like, none of these guys
No.
are. At
Beta.
all.
I'll just put all you idiots on a rocket. It's like, dude, first of all, that's not even an argument.
Like we never heard that before. I mean,
Right.
all you have to do, guys, is get on a rocket. Like, really? And what would we learn from that? Yeah,
Yeah.
they can't tell us. It's funny how they bring up these claims, and then when we ask them to logically pair that with something that like makes sense or that correlates with something about the surface of Earth, that can't tell you, and then they just keep on going on, and then like that's what I heard the other day. They're like, but GPS, but radar,
Morons.
you dumb shits.
Yeah, man, it's bad. I mean, shout out to the good faith arguers or whatever. Maybe we're just. I've been saying for a while, like all the quote smart globetards became flat earthers. So who we're left with is just the bottom of the barrel. We're scraping the bottom at this point.
Like Jesse Path of Light?
Holy.
Oh no, not that guy.
Yeah, he's kind of still doing his song and dance with his spreadsheet and his 75-mile distant mountain to mountaintop like viewing distance with this
It's like that
theodolite.
guy that wakes up in the morning and forgets everything and has to learn his whole entire life all over again.
Oh,
And now
instant respawn, nice.
And now that APOC's in here, because APOC, like when he joins like the channel, like especially over there in politics, and he starts talking about his ironwork, people usually throw him under the and I told him too, I was like, everybody usually throws him under the bus because he's like did that 2.5 mile people mover. Yeah, he worked on that, and just because he did work with that, and he was depicting to the ballers like what it takes to build a structure that long, that it doesn't account for the curvature. And when people start talking to him about it, they just say that what was it, the last one, APOC? That you were just digging holes.
Yeah, I'm just
you just
I'm just a
you just
dirt digger, a hole
you're a
digger.
dirt digger, and then from the
Bruh.
dirt digger, you went from something. You did something else, I think he said.
Oh yeah, he went to a concrete layer.
Yeah.
He's naming all the trades except the trade I'm in. It was funny.
Oh, it was a Yakubianite, if you know him. Yakubianite, that guy.
Yep.
He goes by a lot of different names, but he talks like this every time he's talking. And
That was
you
scary.
guys don't know each other. Yeah, bunch of
He's
bullshit.
pretty cringe, that guy, man. Holy shit.
Fucking hate it. Don't ever do that again. Fucking PTSD. I hate that fucking voice.
Yeah,
every-
How does it go again? Like, how does it go again?
Yo,
You
get
see,
this,
Jedi,
guys. He says
you
he's
don't know
a
what you're
Boy
talking
Scout
about.
troop leader or something.
Oh my god,
What?
Yeah.
Boy Scout
That's-
troop leader.
that's not sus at all. Like at all.
Those are some high credentials, aren't they?
Oh yeah, he did say he's more qualified too than I am. He said he has all the credentials and degrees that are for what we were talking about at that point. And we were literally talking about building something, and he
Yeah.
somehow is more credentialed.
Yeah, he's basically telling APOC that, yeah, you're just a dirt digger. I have all the credentials. I know more than you. And it's like, bros never did anything in construction. For
Yo,
sure.
hold on. You've never seen how many merit badges he got from Boy Scout.
Holy mackerel.
Very true.
You know, there's got to be a Glober out there listening right now. You know who you are. So you have all these claims, and you're so for sure. I'm calling you out right now. Come on in here, bring the claim, because if you can do anything other than statement ad hom, we want to hear from you, right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Statement, ad hom, circle jerk, claim, circle
Yep.
jerk,
Yeah.
claim, circle jerk,
Fallacy,
claim,
fallacy.
fallacy, ad hom, circle jerk, circle
Yep.
jerk. It doesn't
I think
stop.
we ought to add the adjective to claim, empty claim.
Right.
Empty claim.
Or they have a memory of a goldfish. You know, you ask them, so this is what this is your claim, right? I never said that. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like, bro, you just said that shit like not only moments ago.
Oh
And
man, that's so
honestly,
painful.
that ticks me off the most, when they act like they don't even know what you're like. No, I never said that. Come on, bring up the VOD. I'm like, you piece of shit. I don't have to do that, man.
That's why anytime they say bring up the VOD, I'm like, well, there's gonna be stakes attached to this. If we go to the VOD all through this work and we find out you were lying, you're fucking out of here. Either
Yeah,
just
it's easy.
disconnected or whatever. So I love that. I hate when they do that. Or like you said, they'll have a fish brain. They'll be like, they'll say a claim, then you'll address the claim specifically and be like, wait, what? They'll just pretend to be confused, or I didn't say that, or I don't. What do you mean? Like, bro, can you pay attention, please?
Yeah, it's
What
I
the
would,
hell?
I would venture to say that we misunderstood them just like we misunderstand like Einstein and and all the rest. We don't understand. We need a Glober translator to tell us what they meant. Like
but you know,
Neil deGrasse Tyson telling us, you can't see that from here. You know, or we misunderstood him. We need someone else to interpret it for us.
do you know what we need right now, right? We need a hold my beer globe earther, because they're listening on the YouTube and they're just like, all right, let me get in there. Let me throw a few jabs at these guys. They don't know what they're talking about. We got a dirt digger. We got CB. He's just somebody that's on a voice call. We got Jedi. What does he know? You know, and we need those guys. You know, honey, hold my beer. Globers.
They throw me under the bus like they do their boy Tyson, bro. They just throw me under the bus.
They 2.5 miles. That's not even enough to see the curve. Come on, man. You just
Right.
I like it because they bring the Varus Narrows Bridge or whatever the fuck it's called, and that's a 1 mile distance right between the two ends, and they're using that as the evidence that the Earth is a globe and there's curvature. Or numbnuts, what is it? What's his name with the curvature of the Earth seen on Pontchartrain.
Oh, Soundly.
Yeah, so they'll bring his thing. It was not even that the distance from like the observer to the horizon was not even that far away. So anyway, they're making it sound like on the one hand you can see the curved surface of the Earth, but it's too you couldn't measure it like if you were trying to do like a people mover or something like what APOC worked on.
Yeah. Then they're like, "Oh no, you wouldn't even like notice it. That 2.5 miles isn't long enough to. It's so minuscule. Like, oh my god, bro! But you want to
What were
stay?
they talking about? LIGO. Well, there's two for you guys to remember. Like if they're gonna bring this up, they talked about LIGO being the construction because that's how we got into this discussion when APOC jumped in. It was LIGO that they were talking about I don't know if it was a blueprint or not about the construction of LIGO and or the CERN. CERN and LIGO.
Yeah.
So both buildings, and then one of them was, of course, underground. The other was above ground. I think LIGO's above ground, isn't it? Then we got
I
CERN,
think
which is
so.
below ground.
Yeah, pretty sure.
So we're talking about construction of buildings and how one of them was needed to account for the curvature. LIGO, I think it was. LIGO's blueprint construction was needed. They needed to account for the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, it's crazy. And what they fail to understand is the whole point of transferring a horizontal. Like I've said before, if you take 1,000,000 6-foot spirit levels and kept them horizontal, you will never get the one end that you started with to touch the other side of the end of the last
Because
level.
you'd be off if that was the case. Like if there was a curvature of the Earth, the spirit level at the end wouldn't be level with the one at the very beginning.
Exactly. Well, the
It's just,
second that you start to tilt away, that you're going to be, you know, tilting a mile away if it's 8 inch per mile square,
Hmm.
right? A mile away, that last one's going to be so tilted, you're going to be like, wait, what the fuck? Like, we're no longer horizontal.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
if you're building something horizontal, transfer line, keep the elevation, Okay, this is the straight. Even if you change elevation, you're still transferring that line to be parallel to that horizontal. So it's horizontal, as long as you're building. So when they say, they build LIGO at, what's that, 1,800 miles or whatever? Bro,
Yeah, you know what that means? That the endpoints have to be tilted inward towards each other.
yep.
exactly. And
Yeah.
that's what
So
they
they're
don't
not
get.
plumb, right? So they're not plumb. So did they measure how not plumb they are? I don't think they have any device that is capable of measuring that, let alone constructing that tilt.
Yeah, but hold on, Ego. You got to remember they say that plumb bobs they diverge. At what was the distance at divergence from plumb bobs? Do you guys remember?
Yeah,
What
I
was this?
forgot with the tamarack lines or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
What was that? We could find out. Like,
Oh
listen,
gosh.
because I'm talking about putting that against the building. Because if you have a divergence that's closer than the building's construction, then you could pit that against that, and then what would they say then? Right? Because it's
Good
like
point.
because you'd have plumb bobs diverging at a distance before they would need to account for them to be diverging, and I think it's a lot sooner than what they account for. But I just don't know if you guys heard of that. But plumb bobs diverging, that's what they say. They're all over the place, man. I'm telling you. When it comes to
Yeah,
like,
they used a datum. So they fixed all the control points to a model of Latin long coordinate systems. They said, "Hey, it worked. So Earth must be a globe." And they applied all the geodetic corrections and everything, which flattens it back out again.
the guy told me the other day that I was talking to on politics or here, I can't remember. But he said that there is a scientific model of the Earth being a globe. Oh, it was politics.
A scientific
So
Whoa.
model.
yeah, of the Earth being a globe. And I said, go ahead and post it. It's like I don't have to. I can just tell you. The scientific model of the Earth being a globe is that I think he used. I don't know if it was a sunset He might have used Sunset or something.
Oh, I remember that guy.
You
Real
guys
quick,
remember Ego?
real
Like, it
quick.
was like a couple days
Yeah,
ago.
so he linked
Real
us to a Wikipedia page on Earth and said, there it is.
Yeah,
quick,
it
guys.
was it was
Real quick.
it was con something
Cosmic.
KAN. No,
Here goes your newcomers. CB's trying to talk to the new guys, and you guys.
Yeah,
just-
real quick, guys. I just pinged a bunch of people, so we got a lot of people who just joined. Gardov, Justin, welcome to the panel. You've been unmuted, Gardov and Justin. Sorry to interrupt, guys.
Oh, you're fine.
No worries.
Justin 9017, you are up.
Welcome
to the panel, and he's gone. Oh, maybe he just dropped out and rejoined.
Oh.
Gardov is well, bottom of the panel. Am I saying that right? Yeah, Gardov.
Gardov. And gone.
Justin said he's shy. I didn't know if I have to talk. He's shy, guys.
You don't know he had to talk? Is that what he's saying?
It's okay, guys. We're nice if you're honest.
Gardov is still here.
Jedi's like, yeah, be dishonest. I dare you. I double dare you.
It's interesting that you guys were talking about this person who said that they had the scientific model. Somebody came into the politics server when Nathan was doing his show today and said that he had the model of the Earth. And he started with trying to give us flight paths. And when he presented the two models, he had a Mercator square projection map and an AE as a Muffle equidistant map, both which are globe projections. So it's just nowhere near a scientific model, and they're just maps, and both of them were flat. I don't understand what these people are trying to do.
Cool. We might have one join here in just a second. Flurf Herder. Keep an eye out for the name.
He says he got smoke. He's bringing the smoke.
What do we want to get smoked on? Anything. Join VCA.
As long as he's not Jesse Path of Light, I wouldn't want to hear that argument again. Stupid argument.
Path of Lies, you mean?
Ooh.
Jesse Path of Darkness.
Or darkness, yeah.
Yeah, he chuckled the other day when I was calling his ass out about that. And he was acting like he was going to go to sleep. Oh, it's getting late. I'm tired. I'm going to go to sleep.
Oh,
no,
classic.
You're not tired, dude. You just want to be in here catching the new people off guard that haven't heard your dumb argument. That's all.
Isn't that funny? Like, literally, oh, look at the time. So funny.
Good.
That happens way more than I would expect.
Just to answer you from earlier, Miggy, that it said that after 1,000 feet, they would have diverged about 10 degrees or 176 feet. That's what they say.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was mentioning it. So just remember that whenever they talk about buildings and then bring that point up, APOC, because I think that's another claim that they make. So you can pit both of their claims against each other so they can cancel themselves. At least something to think about for those guys. Well, what about plumb bobs? How far do they diverge? Because they're done at that point, because they can't have a building that barely takes a negligible amount of curvature into account and then have plumb bobs that diverge at a sooner distance.
Yeah.
So show them that.
By 176 feet.
Just compare levels with their supposed diverging plumb bobs. Like, let's just compare that.
Yeah.
It'd be so simple to debunk their idiotic idea about these plumb bob.
You know what's weird though? I've literally gone to a deep conversation with one of these surveyor dudes, and it's weird because what they are counting for divergence is literally just the optical drop of something in the distance. So because it's shorter, instead of saying, oh, it's on a, it's because optically it's just getting smaller as it gets away from me, they say no, it's actually diverging away, so it's like tilting away from me. So like putting a stick, in front of you, then tilting it back, it's now lower. Like that's what they say it is, even though they can't prove that. And it's like, dude, they're like hijacking reality, because the reality is it's not that it's tilting away from you, it's just shorter optically, and when you're fixating on that point, like it's going to be lower to you optically. It's really weird though. I don't know how they like miss it. It's really weird.
It's just a high perspective, like you said.
Yeah, like with the Earth curvature calculator, it doesn't take into effect perspective and angular resolution loss. So you could basically replace curvature with both of those.
Yeah, that's
The reason why things go down is because of the curved surface they're on.
It's a really good point. It's a really good point because they have to forget about perspective altogether. Like even in their refraction, they completely ignore things getting smaller with distance. They ignore.
Correct.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
Yeah.
So case in points are Jesse's orthographic MS Paint depictions of what he's surveying, right? He doesn't scale anything down.
Yeah, one time I got an argument with Jesse before. I'm like, dude, you know that mountain isn't that height 57 miles away from you. Like, he keeps it like, okay, this is the height, this is where I'm at, this is high mountain, and he just like stretches like, okay, and he keeps the mountain at the same elevation and says, this is my angle to it. I'm like, dude, no, like that is not the way it works. Like the farther it gets, the lower, the smaller it's going to look, compressing to, it's just an optical phenomenon. I'm like, obviously it's not like shrinking in size, but it's an optical thing. So when you fixate on it, it's going to be lower, but just optically. And so he's like, you want me to change it? I'm like, yeah, change it. And then do your math. Yeah, he never did that.
Yeah, they do the same thing with the black swan. They're like, clearly you see it's lower. Like they want to look at the oil rig instead of like the water leading up to the horizon. And they do the same thing. I noticed that with the Blackpool Tower, same thing.
Yeah. It's a tactic, I think. That's why I post this video all the time. I'll post it again. It's one of my favorite videos. When they say, there's not one surveyor that thinks the earth is flat. Oh, really? Okay. There you go.
I'm going to step out for a bit. Anyways, catch you guys after a while.
Take it easy.
Take care.
Later,
Good morning. These people have talked to every single surveyor out there and queried them if they measure curvature.
That's what they think. That's their logic. They talk to one guy or two guys and say, no, it's a globe. And they met them in a globe or Discord server. So then they assumed, oh, then all surveyors think like that. Even though I've brought two surveyors to the table, one retired of 35 years, and this gentleman here that I met when we did Hollywood Retail Park next to the SoFi Stadium. And I asked him too, hey, how many times do you count for curvature? He's like, as many times as I've been to the moon.
I bet it's the young guys, right? The young guys are like, but my total station has the curvature correction, and so I have to use it, and it's only there because all the smart scientists put it there.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I explained to him, no, that's just a lazy way of doing your job, and it does the math for you. That's all you're doing. That's why you use that button. But the reason why it has a feature to be turned off is because you might be in conditions where you're not worried about the refraction. And that's actually what it's for. It's the atmospheric refraction adjustment, but they throw in Earth curve to it. It's like, dude, come on, bro. Who are you kidding? You are hijacking perspective.
Yeah, and let's be honest too, the curvature that they claim is present and that it calculates for is probably going to be statistically insignificant over the distances they use it for.
Yeah, they even admit that.
Yeah, it makes them feel good.
Yeah, they even say, oh, we don't even have to account for curvature because it's so small. When you're measuring with a theodolite at 300 yards away, it's negatable. Okay, so then
Negligible. Yeah, I love that when they do that.
so when you go, okay, so then when you keep going every 300 yards for half a mile, and then to a mile, and then to 2 miles, like, where are you including curve if you're not including it the whole time? Like, wake up, bro. It's either that the earth is so big that if it was this humongous ball, and then you're like, there's no way you could even measure it like that. Okay, well then stop saying that you have this math down then, because it just doesn't make sense logically. Like when you do the math, it's not it's not calculating. The math isn't mathing. There's no curve in that math in reality, unless there's a different math or a different reality. I don't know. I don't know who's wrong here. There's no way it makes sense though, as to what they're saying. You can't say, oh, it's, you know, this and this and that and that. But then people that are going and doing it and measuring it, like, no, we actually don't find that. You know, the black swan comes up. Hey, we're seeing horizon that's beyond 10 miles. How does that make sense in their world? I think they need to go back to the drawing board and recreate their math, their world. Maybe that's why they're like always asking flat earthers for a model, because they want to then take that and then adjust their model to it. So it makes sense to them.
Yeah, they still don't have a model. Anybody out there listening on YouTube, you have a globe model, bring it in here. We want to see it. There's a first time for everything.
And not the ones that say not for educational purposes on it.
Really?
Yeah, it's the same nonsense as the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, where they said the towers were designed to be 41 millimeters apart. Except, how do you build such a thing when the towers are 211,000 millimeters tall?
Yeah, a lot of times those guys don't understand like why we build bridges in certain ways. There's something called can't, and I like that word because they can't simply Google it. It takes a little bit more effort to figure out what can't means, and it's so I like that because they don't know that. So only like engineers would know that, but most of them aren't engineers. Then you learn, oh, okay, so they're adding a can't to it to help with the bridge not falling in on itself. So gotcha.
Yeah, except when that bridge was being built, they could only take the engineering measurements at nighttime when the temperatures were stable. Because when they took them during the daytime, they were getting a whole bunch of mess of different measurements.
Yep, you're always going to because that's why you only take shots early in the morning when there's no heat. Once you add the heat, that's it. You might as well just call it a day and go home. You're not going to get any good measurements. You're going to have to come back anyways because you're going to be hot.
Yeah, that bridge itself can, just from the heat alone, those cables will stretch way long, like more than 10 feet.
Yeah. On the San Francisco Bridge, they sway more than 30 feet. There's this guy on TikTok. He's like a surveyor and he's like a globe earther. Like, oh, you flat earthers are all wrong. He always would go out and set up his theodolite and take live measurements. And one time, like, in the comments, I'm like, dude, why are you doing it like in the high noon, bro? Like, that just lets me know you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Trying to get measurements in the high noon, and he's trying to see like a mile away across a lake. I'm like, dude, are you kidding me right now? He's like, oh, just as I predicted, I calculated it. I added the refraction. I'm like, oh my god. Okay, now do it in 2 hours. See if you get the same number, you idiot.
You know, sometimes you don't have to wait 2 hours. You can get a difference in 10 minutes.
That's very true. And that's why, like, when they take 5 or 10 shots and they do a medium of it, like, that's why, because they know, like, it can change minute to minute. You're absolutely right.
Because I took videos across Lake Ontario to the Toronto skyline, and the skyline was perfectly visible, and then 10 minutes later it disappeared. It was invisible.
Right. Yeah, even with a simple like gust of wind, it can change your measurement.
Yep.
But these guys don't know that. Oh, they do know that, but they don't tell their audience that, because they're selling them a lie.
I've taken time lapse photographs. That's the only way to get enough sensitivity to get like the darker, more colors and all that to show up, and you can just see certain shapes just warp, from picture to picture. So just in a matter of a minute apart, there's a different warping of the image caused by the wind.
Jeez.
What's going on in here?
That Radwin?
Yes.
Very distinct voice. What's up, buddy?
Looking for where all the Globers went to.
They found their new safe spot, their circle jerk echo chamber it's called Globe Gangsters. They all hang out over there now. They're safe.
Do they argue with each other on which globe they're going to use?
I don't know what they do. Guys are knuckleheads over there. Hey, pretty much think of it this way: everybody that's been banned from the politics 24/7, they're all over there. Scott's over there. You got all the usual suspects over there. Scott, NASA Shill, all of them.
Weird how they all find each other.
Mic check. Is it dead air in here?
Dead air in here, yes.
Someone in the VC check in one. I'm going to move them in. Cap Herder, welcome to the panel. Glad you could be here. I heard you got smoke for the flat earthers. Go ahead.
Can't wait. I'm on the edge of my seat right now.
I got smoke for Plant Blazer. Fuck that motherfucker.
Pardon me? What was that?
Plant Blazer. Fuck that motherfucker.
He sounds already angry.
Now I'm a little bit drunk.
Gotta be to believe in the globe.
What do you got to be believe in the globe? I missed it. Sorry.
Drunk.
You have to be delusional to believe in flat Earth.
Oh, different. Okay.
That must mean you have some globe proof for us.
How about star rotation, counterclockwise?
We're talking about the surface of Earth,
That's out.
and you're looking up at the stars. We're talking about the surface of Earth.
He said, "How about
Alright,
that?" And I just told him, "No, that one's out."
What flat Earth measurements do you make by looking at the surface?
Dude, listen before you ask another thing. You asked about star rotations. I said, "Nope, that's out." So pick something else Earth related.
Yeah, I know that you
I got a
know
question.
that. Now I'm trying to ask about the Earth. Are you listening?
I got a quick question.
Do you want to address my question?
You were talking to someone else.
We're still waiting for your globe proof.
You just waved away it immediately. I couldn't even present it. It was just nope.
That's not proof of a globe. That's proof of a sky. That's proof of lights above you.
Okay, I have a question about that.
How do you detect that you're moving?
Yeah, once again, why don't you start with how the Earth
Can you
is
answer
a
that
sphere.
question real quick? Just real
How
quick.
the Earth is a
Don't
sphere.
detect
We'll
it.
start with
Don't
how
detect
Earth
that
is
you're
a sphere.
moving.
Well, I have a
Don't
quick
detect that
question.
you're
Compare
moving.
your position to know that you're moving.
Now you want to change the subject. We're talking about
It's
how
the same
Earth is
question.
a
It's the
sphere.
same question.
No, you're changing the subject. Let's start with how Earth is a sphere.
We were
Start
talking
there.
about my proof, but then you didn't want us. Now I'm asking a different
Yeah,
question.
because
Now
we're
you're
talking about
changing the
Earth being
subject.
we're talking about Earth being a sphere, and
See,
that's
this
the
is
proof
why I
we're
don't
waiting
believe
for.
you.
So why don't you show the
You
proof that Earth is a
You
sphere?
deflect and you change the topic.
Can I ask a quick question, please?
I
So,
thought we
do
were
you
doing
think?
cap. We're going
What,
to.
Donald?
What's Donald doing here? All right, we
What,
got a
Donald?
2-for-1 special.
I'm
So,
gonna
do
give
you
you
think
3
that it's
seconds. What,
possible?
Donald?
Do you think it's possible for me to take a room in a house and measure the ceiling and find out what the floor looks like?
Maybe is your room square or is it like a
It
rhombus?
depends. Not all ceilings are created
It
equal.
does not matter.
All four corners.
It doesn't matter. It actually
What if
doesn't
you have a
matter at
recessed
all.
ceiling and steps on your floor?
That's fucking retarded.
Well, I mean, do you think that
Corners
it's
are 90
possible
degree
for me
angles
to
and it's
take?
straight up to the ceiling.
Do you think it's possible for me to take the?
It's a perfect
Do you,
square, basically.
It's not what
Hey,
we're
that's
asking
what we're talking
for
about. He's talking to you.
anyway.
so I just want to know: do you think it's possible for me
Donald,
to
shut
take?
up.
You can tell the shape of the room, right?
Donald, be quiet for a second. We're talking to Cap Herder. We've already dealt with you, Donald. We'll come back to you later. And that's a stupid thing to ask anyway, because we're talking about measuring the ground. So anyway, you just had Flat Earthers Cappy right there. We'll get back to you in a second, Donnie boy, in 1 second. So Cap Herder, we're talking to him, guys. Go ahead.
Can I ask my question about the stars now?
You said you had smoke, so bring us the smoke.
Yeah, here's your star answer.
You don't want to hear the smoke.
Yes, I'm gonna answer your star
You just said,
question,
"Nuh-uh."
dude.
I said, "Here's the smoke." You're like,
You said stars
Where's the
rotate.
smoke?
Yep. Okay, so how does that prove that you live on a ball?
in 2 different hemispheres.
Okay, that's not smoke.
All right, well, how does that work on flat Earth? How is that not smoke?
That's not smoke either.
An explanation, dude.
All right, so
you
the
don't
top
need
of
an
your dome
explanation
spins.
for it.
How's that work?
Bro, how does X work on flat Earth is not an argument. That's not bringing smoke for the flat Earthers. What else you got?
Yeah, you're supposed to be bringing.
Saying nuh-uh isn't fucking denying.
That's not nuh-uh.
You're supposed to be bringing proof of the sphere Earth, but you haven't done so yet.
Bringing up points and you're just deflecting and saying.
You keep looking at the
Those are not
sky.
points.
That's why I interrupt you. Now you need to bring proof of the sphere Earth, the ball Earth.
Denying reality doesn't make the reality go away. It just makes you delusional.
Redirect. We're talking about the ball Earth. That's the proof you're supposed to be bringing. The ball Earth.
Yep, and I'm trying to do that by establishing the sky.
You're looking at the sky. It's not
establish
the
the
ball.
sky.
It's not the
Dude.
surface of Earth. You need to redirect
Dude.
because that's not the surface of Earth, which
All
is
right,
what
so
we're
you
talking
don't
about.
want this.
Hey, look, I'm in a helicopter, right? I'm
Nonsense.
inside the helicopter and I look up and I see the rotors rotating really, really fast. That must mean I'm rotating really, really fast.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Why not? It's the same analogy.
It's not the same analogy because
It's
the
exactly
rotators
the same, bro. I don't know what
one
world
direction,
you live
not
on.
two directions in different. You don't go on one side of the fucking helicopter blades and they rotate one way, and then you go on the other
Wait,
side and they rotate the
I
other
thought
way.
I thought the
Not
sky.
like
I thought
fucking
the
what's
No,
it said.
that
hold
is
on, Johnny boy.
wrong.
Johnny,
You
we'll get
are
to you in a second.
wrong.
Perception. That's perception. They're,
Oh,
they're
you
not
think that
literally.
you can go on the other
And
side
it's
of the
not just,
helicopter
it's
and
just
they
not
rotate the
true.
other direction now?
Who are you talking to, Donnie? The hell?
It sounds like
Also,
a crazy shit show when they do that.
yeah, they got to hold each other's hands, I guess. Cap, I heard that the sun rises east to west. Is there a place on Earth where that doesn't happen?
I heard if you walk on the other side of the room and you look at the ceiling fan,
Can't
it
answer
suddenly
you.
spins in the
So,
other
can you answer the question, Cappy boy? You said something about two directions. I heard that they go east to west. Is there a place that doesn't happen?
Yeah, they go east to west, but when you're upside
Okay, so that
down,
sounds like one direction.
Let me finish what I'm fucking saying.
Hold on. That sounds like one direction.
The other side of the Earth, you're upside down now. They look like they're going the opposite direction.
So you turned
They look
around.
like they're going from west to east.
No,
is
you
what
They
went
go in
you're
the
saying.
same
upside down.
They look
absolute
You
like
didn't
they're
direction.
turn
going.
around. You went upside down.
They go in
So
the
they
same
look like they're
absolute
going from
direction,
west
kid.
to east now.
No, they're not going the same direction.
Yeah, they
What?
are.
Wow. It's an
So
Oreo
because you're upside
cookie.
down, they're not going east to west anymore?
No, yeah, they're going east, west in space. I'm talking about flat Earth.
Oh,
No, you're not.
so they're still going east to west, so they haven't
I'm
changed
talking about
direction.
your
You just change
example.
your perspective. I got it.
That's what I said earlier.
On your example, the bottom of the dome, they have to spin the opposite direction from the
Hold
top. Of the
on. What example where you provided a flat Earth model for you to start trying to debunk?
Do you have a dome? All right, let me hear.
Exactly.
What,
So you
what
don't
flat
have
Earth do you
exactly,
subscribe to?
exactly,
Which flat Earth model do you subscribe to?
exactly.
Yeah,
You
no,
don't
isn't any.
stop imposing a straw man on us, kid.
There's no straw man. You have different models for different flat earthers. Which
No, we
No,
haven't offered you
straw man?
anything.
No, that's totally true. What fucking flat earth model do you subscribe to?
There
Well,
is
what
no
model were
flat
you
Earth
just talking
model.
about? You were just saying, I'm talking about your flat Earth where X, Y, and Z happens. And I asked you, well, what flat Earth? You're like, well, I don't know. Which one should... That's my point. We haven't offered you any
I'm
model
talking
to
about the
debunk.
flat earth
You're
model
debunk-
with a dome.
There isn't one.
Flat and
After
motionless.
dome.
Flat and motionless. There you go. Flat and motionless. That's all I got for you so far. Sorry.
There's no
Like
model
confirm.
for you, bud.
Subscribe to the most popular flat earth model?
There's no model.
There is no such thing.
Oh, there is no model now.
Correct. So you're debunking a
all the
ghost.
people that keep presenting me a model that there is no model.
Oh, where?
I got
Can
a
I see
good
it?
question for Cap Herder here. Hey, Cap Herder, do you benchmark reality to a model?
What the fuck kind of question is
Got
that?
him.
Retarded.
Yeah. Do you benchmark reality to a model?
If the model supports reality.
What?
Well, that's backwards. You're supposed to benchmark a model to reality, you ding dong.
The model.
where you getting your information from? It's not from
adding the
reality.
word fuck. It's not a real fucking model, is it?
Hey, so does adding the word fuck like make you feel better? Does it like help get your logic across better?
Yep.
What is it that does for you?
No point across, but if you don't like it, if you're a sensitive snowflake, then fucking close your ears. I don't know.
Okay, bro.
Yeah,
There's just no model. Like
you don't have a globe
probably-
model.
You can't deny the logic. You can't beat the logic. So now you're just saying there
You
is.
haven't offered you a model. So what model are you referring to? Can you post it
Apparently,
in the
there
chat?
isn't one. You don't have a model. There is no
Oh,
model.
so if that's the case, then what was it that you were trying to debunk 30 seconds ago? We're
Nothing,
on the
because
flat
there's
Earth
no
model.
flat Earth.
Nothing.
We've established that there is no flat Earth model. Flat Earth doesn't exist. There is no model.
No, there's no model. The Earth outside is the flat Earth.
There's no
So
flat Earth model. Flat
we're
Earth doesn't
sorry.
exist.
Correct. The Earth is the flat Earth.
To say that the Earth is flat, that's a model of a flat Earth.
No, it's just the Earth outside that we live on, which isn't a model. It's just the reality we live and exist within. It's not a
Stating
model.
how the Earth is shaped and what it's.
We didn't state anything.
Model.
We're
Not
just
a shape,
observing
dude.
and measuring the Earth to be
Not
flat.
round.
We
You're
didn't say
establishing
anything.
parameters. That's a model.
So you're saying that flat is a shape, correct?
No, I'm saying you're establishing parameters, and that's a model.
So
No, we're
why
not.
did you just say that we're claiming a shape?
You're claiming the opposite of a shape. You're claiming it's not a shape. You're claiming it's not round.
There is no claim of a shape. Tell me
Yeah.
Tell me what shape is flat.
I claim
Flat.
it is a shape. I claim it's
Flat
regular.
is not a shape. Flat is not a shape.
I didn't say it was a shape.
Yeah,
So
you
you
just
just told us that we're claiming a shape.
A model supersedes reality, my friend.
You just fucking did it.
No, you're trying to twist my words and say that I said something. I never
No,
You
said
said a
said
model
it a minute
supersedes
ago.
reality. You told me a model supersedes reality, and you said it with a straight face.
No, I said a model has to adapt to reality, or it's not a fucking model
Adapt.
that's accurate.
So now you're going back on what you said.
No, that's exactly what I fucking
You're confused.
said. No, you're trying to twist my fucking words. You're confused.
Hey, CB, go back to the replay.
Yeah, rewind the tape.
Rewind the tape.
Dude, where are you getting the information from upon which to build your model?
Common fucking sense that I've learned my entire life.
No, it comes from outside reality.
Where are you getting the fucking common sense to
From
build
the
your model?
Earth.
From the Earth? Let me see.
Directly, yeah, where the oceans
From where?
are
From
flat.
where?
Yeah,
No, they're not
lakes,
flat.
oceans.
How do they block
okay,
you from view?
Are they convex or concave?
Concave.
Or neither?
Convex.
Okay, guys, I'm done. I rest my case. This guy's retarded.
It depends which
You told
fisheye
me
lens that you're using to try and
Creation
make
Bear
the Earth.
lied to me. Creation Bear lied to me. He told me you were going to come in here with some smoke, and you came in here just dancing around and
Depends
spinning around
which
in your
fisheye
dress,
lens that
twirling
you
in a
use to try
circle.
and make the Earth flat.
No. I'm not. That's not what I asked you.
No.
I said, are the lakes convex or concave? You said they're concave. You fucking retard.
It depends on which fisheye lens that you use to make it that way.
And no, I'm not saying looking at it. Just what is the surface doing? I'm not saying put a GoPro on and then what does it look like? I don't even know where you got that from. The lake, the water, the surface of the water can either be convex, concave, or neither. We're saying it's neither, and you just said it was concave. Fuck.
I could be a fucking hollow earther. It doesn't matter either way. You're wrong.
Why would the water be concave though?
Why would it be flat?
Because it's claimed to be convex. Like, are you good?
It's flat because it's claimed to be convex. How the fuck?
No. Listen better. Listen better, sir. The water, the oceans. Hold on, bud. Just relax. Just relax a second.
Oh, now I gotta relax.
Yeah, because you're saying the water's concave. Maybe we could teach you what concave and convex means. The Earth is claimed to be a globe. Hold on, bud. Just relax. Take a deep breath.
We're gonna ignore what you said and focus on what I said.
If you don't want to be muted, just take a breath. Take a breath. The oceans.
I see
the
how
lakes. Bro, shut the hell up for a second. Holy smokes. The oceans and the lakes are claimed to be. By God, dude.
Stop
Just get
talking and
muted.
interrupting.
Just get muted. My Jesus Christ. So, the Earth is claimed to be a globe. The water on this globe is claimed to be convex. You just called it concave. You absolute retard.
Whiskey, and I'm not thinking about technical terms right now.
Oh, so I just didn't know the word.
You benchmark reality to a model, so you're like, I don't know,
I
dyslexic.
never said I benchmark reality to a model.
Yeah,
I
at
said
first
a
you
model
did.
has to adapt to reality.
You were quite bold at first when you said the opposite of what you meant.
No, I did not. Replay it. Rewind it back right fucking now.
Should we do this? Like, go for a ban? Like, if he's telling the truth, he stays. If he's lying, he goes for a ban.
Do it.
So you don't have smoke for us. Got it.
He already said that. He already said that Flat was a model.
Fucking do it. If I'm wrong, ban me.
Hold on, shut up. He said
If
Flat
I'm
was
right,
a
you have
model.
to fucking admit that you were.
Shut the fuck
Chill
up.
your pants, man. Holy shit.
He said Flat was a model. Then a minute later, he said, "No, I didn't say that."
No, we're going to the other point that you were talking about.
So that's three things he got backward.
With the concave water, or
prove it. Where's the evidence? It's a lot of claims that you're making here in this flat Earth group with no evidence.
What
I
claims
thought you guys were all about the truth here and seeking
Flat
the truth.
water, mate. Flat water.
Got smoke, all right, but he's trying to blow it up everyone's ass.
The evidence for all these claims you're making against me here now.
what claim? Name one claim. Because you claimed we had a model. Then
You made a bunch of
You're
them.
like, well, there is no model.
Dunning-Kruger.
You said that there's no model.
Correct.
There is
When
a
you
model.
brought up that we had a model that you were attempting to debunk. So we never
I'm
made
talking
any
about
claims.
the most common flat Earth model with just a simplified flat Earth.
So there is no one. There's no model.
Nobody presented a flat Earth model
Nobody
to you,
thinks
dude.
that the Earth is flat and there's a dome over it. Nobody.
Can you
Flat is
post a
not
model?
No one here claimed a dome. Flat is not
I think he's a
model.
secret David Weiss app user.
How about Shane's flat Earth model that he stole from fucking what's his face, Walter Bislin?
Why would it be that?
You don't like that model, or is that?
So
I
we
don't.
need
It's
to
a
use the
model.
Globe. You want us to use the
Is it a
Glober's
model?
website
Yeah,
now?
Walter who?
Dude,
Anybody use that model?
dude,
Do you agree it's a fucking model?
dude. Do you want us to use a Glober's website? Is that what you want us to use?
No, I just want to fucking know what model you subscribe to, so I know
We don't.
what I'm arguing. All right, so you don't believe the Earth is flat?
Oh my god.
Picture of our model in here. I don't have her. The one
No, we do use reality, dude. We don't use models to test reality. We use reality to test reality.
Facts.
And he just said
Anyone
that flat
give
was
you
the model.
instructions on how to breathe, dude? Come on, for fuck's sake.
He just said flat was a model again.
He must think reality's a model.
Model that you subscribe to.
I got a model. I got a model. Model's reality. I got a model. It's real.
We could expose you really quickly
You don't
just by
have any
asking you
fucking
for a
model.
model of the Earth. We could just ask you for a model and you wouldn't have one. There is no model, bro, of the Earth or of the entirety of reality.
I can tell you
Okay,
the
put it in the chat.
I can tell you the
Put it in the
fucking
chat.
radius. You know
Put
all
it in the
this.
chat. Put it in the chat.
You know all this.
I want to know
Put it
what
in
it's
the chat.
called. Like, does it have a name like VSOP 87 or what?
I don't know the fucking radius, like 6,000 something kilometers.
Okay, put the model in the chat.
That's not a model.
Those are things that you know that you can test, like the size and shape of the fucking.
Can't.
You
No,
cannot
you can't test the size and shape.
do.
There's two types of smoke, bro. It's the one where you bring this intensity to the situation, and then there's one that you blow up everybody's ass. Which one do you think you are right now?
Both.
He's just blowing smoke up people. You know what? There's another one too. It's like
I don't
steam,
hear
I
anything
guess.
but
When you put
deflections,
fire out with water,
use
he's
that,
got
you
that
can't
kind.
use this. You just fucking crying about all the smoke I'm bringing. That's all you're doing.
Let him get it out, guys. Let him get it out.
What are you doing?
Get it all out. Tell us
Let
about
you
this
get it
model
out,
that we
dude.
didn't claim. Just go ahead. Whatever you got. Just spill.
I want to know, what are you doing to stop this smoke right here? Like, you're just gonna
What
ignore it?
What
wave it away?
smoke? That you don't
I
have
haven't
a
got-
globe model? That's smoke?
It's cold in here. Is that snow?
It's not smoke. It's a
Ignore
fusel.
all of it.
I think it's
wave it
snowing,
away,
though.
say, nuh-uh, not going to address any single point. Not going to present a model for me to even attack or debate. Nothing.
Well, you double
Try reality instead of a model.
Discord full of a bunch of people that don't know anything about Earth.
Try attacking claims of reality.
Is that what this is?
You double spoke and you backpedaled 3 times already. What do you want us to
Prove
do
it.
with that?
That's what you claim. Prove it.
It's in
I
the
posted
report.
the globe model. Can
Prove
you
it.
go ahead and tell me where a volcano works on there? 12 minutes after the hour.
I didn't hear anything about a fucking volcano. Do you know how earthquakes work? How is
Yeah, show me how earthquakes work. Yeah, show me how earthquakes work on that globe model I just posted, please. Go ahead.
I want to know how they work on flat Earth. How is the Earth stationary, but it also quakes and there's sinkholes? Where does the Earth go when there's a sinkhole? What happens there?
You got to stop drinking, dude.
You never thought about that, did you? What happens?
No, hey, have you ever? Okay,
on flat Earth? Where does the Earth go on flat Earth? Does it
Okay,
go
okay.
into the
So
water?
if you, okay, so if there's a football field,
to fall into the beyond.
okay, okay. If there's a, okay, if there's a football field,
what
right?
happened? What
Okay,
happened?
You're debunking a ghost that you created.
What did you create? What? Tell
There's
me.
nowhere but Earth. There's no
Sinkholes exist,
place.
right? Sinkholes exist, right?
You're asking if the Earth crumbles and falls into space. No one thinks.
I'm
that
asking
the Earth,
what happens.
bro. Can I address what
I
you're
was-
saying, or are you just gonna keep yappuccino right now? Just shut
I was
up.
I'm trying to stay on
You
top.
can address what you're talking. You asked about sinkholes. You said, "Where does the Earth go?" Well, there's nowhere else to go. There's no outer place. There's no outer space.
I'll tell
If
you
the
this,
Earth
Cody.
crumbles, it's just falling back into itself. The Earth. There's
It
nowhere
falls,
else.
it falls downward.
Done. Next question.
In a sinkhole,
It
in a
collapses.
sinkhole, the Earth goes downward from the horizontal. Thank
Much
you.
sense.
Hey, let me
Sinkholes
answer you, Cap.
like crush and like compact. Right?
Hey,
That's
Cap,
why.
let me answer you, because clearly you don't understand even what a sinkhole is. Usually, like in a city, well, let's say they dug out a tunnel or something, or there was for some reason there's an
Sinkholes aren't dug
empty.
out. They
Okay, are
fall.
you gonna listen, Cap? Are you gonna listen, Cap?
Not if
Or
you're
you
going to
shouldn't
keep
be
calling me
talking
cat.
if you're gonna listen. You shouldn't be
My name
talking
is
if you're gonna
Cliff
listen.
Herder.
Okay, so if there's a hole, right? Meaning
Okay, if you can't call me Fliff Herder, then I'm not going
okay,
to listen to you.
are you gonna listen to the answer, bro? Are you a man or you're a boy, bro?
Can you call me Fliff Herder?
Aw, do
Okay.
you have pronouns?
Okay, so
No, that's my
when there's
name. That's called a name.
okay, Cap.
Aw.
So when there's a
Do you not
hole,
know the
right?
difference between a name and a pronoun?
Cap,
Is
We
your name
prefer
your
pronouns.
pronoun?
look
Are
how
you
you're avoiding the whole look how you're avoiding the answer, bro. And then you're demanding
how
answers, but you're avoiding them. Okay, you ready to listen? Okay,
I'm
when
listening.
there's an absence of dirt, right? For whatever reason, let's say water was coming below the surface. So for some reason, there's earth that's being removed. Okay, and then when you remove dirt from underneath the surface, the top or the surface will collapse into that void of where there's now no more dirt for whatever reason. Usually
Collapses
caused
where?
and this is usually caused, by the way, because usually though, like in a city, like let's say water is leaking somewhere and slowly it starts pushing out the dirt and the mud and then it keeps dripping and like it grows more and more and more, and before you know it, a sinkhole happens because that surface collapses in on all the underneath the surface, all that dirt that's been removed, creating a hole for which they call a sinkhole because then it falls into it. You understand now, kid?
No, I don't fucking understand that. That's
Yeah,
retarded.
you're retarded.
Yeah,
I got
water
you, bro. I
So
erodes
got
the
you
you.
got
dirt
this
underneath.
stationary
That's the
Yeah, I
simple
landmass.
got you, bro.
answer.
Stupid.
The simple answer.
Landmass. Are you like young
The
creation? Like
simple answer. You
millions
fucking
years old,
nutcase,
million,
keeping
hundreds of
talking through
thousands?
everybody.
I'm just
I'm just
asking
gonna mute
questions.
you when I'm talking. Jesus Christ. Simple answer is the water erodes the dirt away and you get a sinkhole.
By all means, mute the smoke to show that you can't handle it.
Oh my god, what a
Bro,
moron.
just put the Yappuccino down.
Bitch.
Your question involves an outer space disk where the dirt falls into the
Oh, my
space.
question
Like, it's a
involves fucking
ridiculous question. It's
sinkholes, you
not
goddamn
smoke.
retard. Have you been listening
It
to
was
me the
just
entire time?
addressed. You asked where it fell into a void, and we answered you twice.
No, you didn't answer me. I'm
Okay.
elaborating on the fucking answer.
This
You
is
said
why
it collapsed
you're not
into
even listening,
nothing.
bro. You're not. I
I'm not
answered you,
listening.
and then
Yeah,
Radwin
yes,
gave
I
you
am
the
not
short
listening. I am
answer.
listening. I'm trying to fucking answer or ask questions about the shit that you just told me, and you're not letting me do that.
What's the question?
Oh, poor baby.
Yeah, you just told me some shit, and I want to ask about it, and you won't let me.
What's the question? Go ahead.
The question is, your flat stationary Earth has been fucking stationary for how long, and it's all been settled for how long?
The whole
You don't even
time.
know.
The whole time. There's that
Yeah,
answer.
the whole time,
Next
exactly.
question.
Whatever. 6,000, 6
Next
million,
question.
whatever. It's all settled and everything, right? So how does this fucking just
Yes.
collapse in on itself even further and just open up pockets and holes?
Okay, so
Where does
Water.
that go?
Water erodes and moves underneath the soil.
Erodes it to where?
Especially in Florida.
Do you not understand?
Where?
Do you not
So
understand?
you got a sinkhole in the middle of a continent with no
Fucking
water
just
underneath
fucking
it.
told you how
That
it
earth mass
works,
somehow,
dude.
that earth mass somehow like eroded.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Cap,
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I just got done telling him how it works, and he's going to ask me, how does it work?
No, you didn't explain it well enough. Clearly,
Water erodes the dirt from underneath the
dude.
surface, and then it collapses.
It is settled. It is a continent landmass.
Cap, do you know that there's water underneath the surface? Yes or no? Let's start there. Let's talk to you like you're in kindergarten. Do you know that there's water underneath the surface? Yes or no?
No shit.
Okay. Sometimes that water, it starts to move for whatever reason, and it starts for whatever reason it starts to move. But usually in a city, it's usually hold on, just listen. Usually in a city, it's because man will build a pipe underground.
So what happens with the sinkholes that's not in the city?
Okay, you're not listening. when man builds a pipe that's going to transfer water through and throughout the city, what happens is sometimes that pipe breaks. And when that pipe breaks, the water starts to erode the dirt that was around the pipe.
And it causes a sinkhole in a farmland in Turkey.
It could be the same thing, the same concept. It's water underneath the surface that for whatever reason, it starts eroding the dirt of which it was, which it was in or around.
That one part.
Let that be suffice, guys. Let that be suffice. We don't need to further entertain how does sinkholes work on a flat Earth. This is retarded.
Yeah, you're right.
We don't need to figure out how sinkholes work on flat Earth. We don't need to figure out anything.
I told you how they work.
We just put blind faith in the flat Earth.
This Glober is denying sinkholes now. Like denying sinkholes.
Crazy.
What a nerd.
We haven't offered you any beliefs.
The amount of coping and cognizance.
You just believe that water erodes one singular pocket by itself, and all this landmass, water erodes that little bit and nothing else. And that's how
exactly.
And then that landmass somehow just makes its way somewhere imaginary.
Let me explain to you. Let me explain it to you so that you understand. There's not clay everywhere. Okay? If you got clay, you got a good border. Water doesn't really get through that too much. But if you got rocks and clay, water seeps through that as much. That's why they line ponds with clay.
Clay is holding up everything else but those sinkholes, right?
No, you moron. Oh my God, bro. This is the problem with you Globers. You can't use your own brain. You have to be told what is, which is really weird because you would have been told what is.
Try and make a coherent fucking logic, but I can't do it because it doesn't have any.
On a globe, a sinkhole is what? The gravity pulls the dirt to the core and it pulls everything down to the center of the Earth. Is that what you're telling us?
I didn't say anything about globe Earth. I'm asking about.
Oh, then we're not going to talk about fucking sinkholes anymore. That's the end of the conversation.
Oh, so you don't want the smoke? All right.
What smoke?
Sinkhole, star trails, none of it. You don't want any of this smoke.
That's not smoke, bro. That's not talking about the globe at all.
Oh, that's not smoke. That's not smoke. I'm gonna pretend it's
okay.
Smoke.
We're waiting for the smoke, please.
I just brought a bunch of
sinkholes does not equal to. All you're doing essentially is debunking a flat Earth you come up with in your head, and you're talking over me again.
No, it's not.
All we're trying to do. Okay.
No.
Yes, correct. The flat Earth that you've created, yes, we're going to say not onto because that's not our position. We're talking about the Earth outside that has sinkholes, etc. If you want to address our position, we'd be happy to help you with that. But you said you had smoke, which means you would have globe proof, which we would like to get to. So if you have it, please. We're tired of dealing with your false assumptions of what you think flat Earth is.
I tried to bring up the stars. You don't want to talk about the stars.
That's not the Earth, is it?
Proof, not star proof.
Yeah, we need the ground.
That from the Earth.
Globe proof, not star
How do you observe that the
proof.
Earth is flat from the fucking ground?
Measure it.
Thing. Well, it sounds like according to you, you can't. So I guess that might be game over right there.
According to you, you can't.
Got him.
Dude, I bet you.
According to you can by looking at the fucking stars, but you won't let me do that.
That's not measuring the ground.
Dude, you just said you measure the ground by looking at the stars.
That's retarded.
Yeah, by looking the wrong way. That is retarded.
It's like if I want to measure your foot, I'm like, well, hold on, let me just start staring up. Like, why would you do
let me check the light in the ceiling. Get your
How do you measure your face?
Shoe size.
By measuring it directly.
Getting worse and worse. You guys sound like fucking retards. Every day you're getting worse and worse.
How do you look at the ruler up next to your face? You fucking don't. You look in a goddamn mirror. You look in something else.
Globers are getting worse for sure.
No, you don't measure the mirror. You measure your actual head.
You use directly the mirror to measure back.
What?
Bro, you mirrors to measure things.
That's retarded. You just measure directly the thing itself. You want to measure your foot? You measure the foot. You want to measure your head? You need a hat? You measure your head. You don't, dude, relax for a second. Relax. You don't use, you use the thing directly to measure. You want to measure how big your head is, you measure your head. Okay? You go to the hat store, that's what they do. You want to measure your foot? They measure your foot. you don't look in other directions to measure the thing directly. That's retarded.
I think he said if you go to the hat store, you stand in front of a mirror, and that gives you your hat measurement.
That's retarded.
You brought up
Either way, are you saying it's possible to measure the ground?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything about fucking.
Okay, well, why don't you say how you measure the ground?
Stop
please?
gaslighting me and answer my fucking
Okay,
question.
well, just say how you measure the ground. Thanks.
No, answer my fucking questions. I'm
It's
asking
not
about
a question.
flat
I'm
Earth.
telling you what to do. How do you?
You already know everything about the
ground
globe.
is
You have it
measured.
all nailed down. You know how it's all wrong. I'm asking about flat Earth.
Yeah, we know it's all wrong. So then what smoke do you have then?
Yeah. I know. You know it all about the fucking globe.
I hope you don't go talk to other flat earthers in real life.
And you're not going to accept any evidence, and you're not going to accept any smoke.
I hope you don't think you're crushing it.
Now tell me about flat Earth.
I hope you don't think you're crushing it when you're talking to other people in real world, bro. Because you're way off of everything so
I
far.
hope you don't think you're getting anywhere by saying nuh-uh.
Yeah, we're definitely not going anywhere because you're not giving us any globe proof. So we're definitely not going anywhere.
You're not giving me any flat Earth proof or answers about fucking flat Earth. You don't even have
We can talk about the flat Earth as soon as you give us the globe proof. Because once you prove it's a globe, we're going to shut the server off.
Keep bringing up stars. If you're not going to fucking address stars, then there's nothing to talk about.
You don't know what stars are. We're talking about the ground.
You don't live on a fucking star, you
know what stars are. You think they're
fucking
weird glowing
dumbass.
things in the waters above the firmament or some shit.
Again, more flat Earth ideas you've come up with that no one has provided to you, and you say, "Well, I am bringing the smoke." No, you're not. Why don't we talk about the ground, the globe, which you said is possible?
Flat Earthers gave me that shit.
You know, you realize you've just been talking while unmuted. So we'd like the smoke in terms of measuring the globe from the globe. Can you measure the ground?
We like the smoke. The smoke's right there. We're not going to address the smoke. There's the smoke. We're not going to address the smoke, but we want the smoke.
Where was the smoke?
Yeah.
Just to hear a bunch of generalization fallacies, straw manning, just a bunch of BS. Didn't hear any smoke.
He don't even have a fucking lighter. He doesn't even have a lighter or sticks or anything to make
How do you
smoke
steel
with.
man something that does not exist? You don't have a model. You don't have
Okay, so all right, good concession. You can't steel man us. Great.
That's a really good point. So why don't we talk about the globe then?
It is impossible to steel man flat Earth because there is no goddamn position.
Okay, so
the biggest smoke I heard you bring was like the star trail rotations.
Well, do you have any direct measurements of
I'm trying to get to
ground?
that. You won't even address.
Do you have any direct measurements of the ground? That's what we're hoping for. Some direct measurement of the globe in question.
You the smoke. You're telling me no. I have to present what you tell me.
Okay.
Yes, you'll do what you're told. Facts.
Yeah.
Kiss my ass.
Yeah, you're just melting
I came
down.
here to bring you the smoke.
He's empty-handed. I guess we have no proof today.
Womp womp.
You'll do what you're told. So we need the globe smoke. Since you can't steal my bro. You can't steal my.
You gotta talk about what I want to talk about. You gotta talk about the globe. You gotta talk
No,
about
you
this.
won't.
You gotta talk about that. You can't talk about what you want to talk about.
Yeah,
because
guess whose server this is, not yours.
who wants the smoke? Who wants
Can we just get the direct measurement, please? That's all we need.
I don't want the smoke. I don't.
But you said it couldn't be measured, right? So I guess there isn't one. So there is no smoke. There's no proof. There's no fact, globe fact, like your profile says. So I mean, what now?
Wait, your profile says globe facts? Where's all the globe facts?
You don't want to hear them. You're afraid of them.
We're begging at this point, basically.
I've been trying to tell you. You're like, no.
You're trying.
Dude, you barely knew what Earth's claimed globe radius was earlier. What facts do you have?
You have no facts at all whatsoever. I got more than you on any fucking anything at all on my model. I have more facts than you.
Okay,
that makes you win, right?
Why don't we start with one fact?
One fact is more than zero on every single topic about my.
So what? You win by the number of facts you bring. Like the more you can steamroll your what you think are facts, you win.
Yeah.
Well, give us one fact.
You have nothing. Yeah. All right. One fact: the stars spin in different rotations.
We already covered this. You said they go one direction. We already covered this.
No, they spin counterclockwise in the North
East
Pole.
to west.
You're looking from that perspective, looking up, and when you go around upside down to the bottom half, because you go upside down when you go halfway around
That's a claim.
the sphere.
Oh my god!
Direction.
Your globe.
You turned around, dude. No wonder they look like they're going the other way.
You can only go.
Yo, you turned around, so it looks like they're going the other way, but they're going east to west.
You turn around, you go upside. You don't know the fucking difference between turning around and being upside down?
Yeah, look. Hey, take your arms and do like the butterfly stroke, like swimmers in the Olympics. If you look at your right arm, it's going counterclockwise. You look at your left arm, it's going clockwise. But they're going the same direction.
Turn on your fucking ceiling fan right now and look at it from one side of the room, cross the other side of the room, look at it again, tell me it's moving the other direction. I dare you.
You have to go on top of the
Son, you
ceiling
just
fan and move
proved that
down.
all
You
the
have
idiot.
to go on top of the ceiling fan. So you have to go above Polaris to see it move the other direction?
Dude, you just proved the stars all go from east to west
You
with your
just proved
ceiling
that you have to
fan.
go on the other side of the fucking dome to see them move the other direction.
So you always think like when you go to the equator,
have to
right?
go
And you look
above
up,
the
you
fan.
look up at the stars at the equator. That you see the stars going one way and the other stars going the other way.
You have to go above the.
Is that what you think? Like when you look at the equator and you're at the equator looking up at the sky, that it's like looking at traffic going two different directions of
You
stars?
just told me if you go above the goddamn ceiling fan, you can
Not
see
what
it
he
in the
said.
other direction. The ceiling fan represents Polaris. Are you going above fucking Polaris? You don't even know where the goddamn dome is. How are you
Yeah,
going?
look, I asked you a question. If you're at the equator and you look at the stars, do you think on the right side they're going one direction, on the left side they're going another direction, split down the middle?
You just fucking told me you go
Split down the
above
middle,
ceiling
right?
fan. You just said go above the ceiling fan. Did you not?
Oh,
Yeah, I did, because the ceiling fan's turning in one direction, just like the stars are turning in one direction.
How do you get above the dome?
How
do you get above the ceiling fan?
Holy cow, you're an idiot.
To look down.
Let me ask you, Cap. You're
the one that goddamn said this shit.
All right, Cappy,
yeah,
one
hold
second.
on. We're
We got
gonna
some new
let
guests.
Mick
Go ahead,
get
Mike.
in on here.
Yeah, let me just ask a quick question, Cap. So when you make the claim that the stars go in the opposite direction, all right, let's break that down for a second. Okay, so let's say we're in the north, right? You're in Florida or something. You look up. What direction are you actually facing before you actually look up?
What do you mean? What direction are you facing? It depends. Are you looking left, right?
Well, what's left, right? If I'm facing north, my left is west. If I'm facing south, my left is east. Right? So that's not very descriptive enough. Right? So let's say we say we face south. Okay?
We're talking about facing the poles.
North or south?
You'll be looking south if you're facing the so-called south one. Duh.
Okay, yeah. Let's stand
the
in
south celestial pole unless you're on the south.
Doesn't matter. It's going to be apparently
Yes, it does
clockwise if
matter.
you're facing south, no matter where you do it from.
This is what-
You have a. Do you believe in it? Can we get
This
that?
is what I want.
Do you believe in a
This
dome?
is what-
Is there a dome?
Hang
Is there
on.
a
Yeah,
He's afraid of this. He is afraid.
Stop splitting.
I want to know
Cap, you
your
want-
goddamn model
Cap,
so I don't
Cap,
get something wrong.
Cap,
So you can't
Cap,
just
one-
come to me.
Cap, one at a time. One at a time. Slow down. Breathe. Okay.
Do
So
you
we're in-
have a half sphere dome over your flat?
And
Irrelevant.
you shut your
No, it's not
fucking mouth.
fucking irrelevant.
No, we don't claim a shape for a container. Now, shut up. We're trying to make another point right now.
You don't have to try and divine our thoughts or anything. You don't know where I'm
Is there
going with
a
this.
full celestial sphere or a half celestial sphere? And how does
Bro. Guys, I'm trying, man.
All right, so you
But
have,
this guy's
you have no
like-
fucking idea.
Okay, well, maybe.
No, you don't even know how. You don't have an idea. You can't even answer a fucking question or follow a train of thought. You're all over the fucking place, man. No wonder everyone's pissed off at you. Fuck, I tried. Never mind.
Keep going. Keep going.
Let's
You
hear
sure?
your flat Earth question.
Captain, it wasn't a flat Earth question. It's a observation question. Let's say I'm a fucking dummy, okay, and I want to figure some shit out. Right? I'm standing in Florida. I'm looking up. I see little dots moving around. I want to figure out where they're going. So if I face south, I see them go from my left to right. Right? And it turns out to be that's from east to west. Right? So that's one quote-unquote direction. Right? You follow?
Yeah. Do you hear my question?
Well, I'm
You
not.
don't get a question in the middle of what he's doing.
Yeah,
there.
come on, right? So now let's say I travel south. I pass the equator. I'm in Brazil. Okay. If I turn around, right, like you kind of alluded to earlier, now instead of facing south, I'm facing north from the south, and I look up. Now all of a sudden I see the stars going from my right to left. Oh, they're going in different directions. Well, they're still going east to west. I just turned around. But the perception that they changed direction is misleading. Because it's not a different direction. It's the same direction.
All right, I got you.
Flat.
All right, I got you. Right.
You follow?
All right,
So there's something.
Now let me continue that a little bit.
Hang on. So my question, right?
The side of the globe.
No, hang on. This was a preamble for the question, right? Which is, do you see how that the assertion being made, that you elucidated earlier, we've heard probably 100 times in here, is malformed given the lack of this sort of detail?
Is he listening?
Nah, he's bricked. Fuck this guy.
I don't think he does that.
Are you listening? Are you listening? I listen to everything you just said. You walk to the equator looking one way, you turned around at the equator, you look the other way, they're moving the different direction now, right?
No.
So
they're going the same direction.
He's just waiting to speak.
Turn around again.
You got it wrong, dude. You got it wrong. They're always going the same direction. It just
That's the fourth thing you got backwards.
That when you turn around, it changes directions because it's perspective.
Yeah, it appears to be from your left to your right, or your right to your left, depending on your orientation, which way you're facing. That's all. Same direction either way. But
I posted a video and tagged you to it.
And you're walking towards the equator, and they're going one way. And when you get to the equator and turn around and face the pole again, and turn around, they're going the other way, right?
Right.
No, they're going the same way.
Right. All right. We established that.
Now are they changing direction? Are they going west to east if you turn around?
Hemisphere, and you turn around again. What happens?
Optically. Just watch the video, Cap. Just learn something.
Doesn't matter where you are. It's going to appear to be from your left to your right if you're facing south, or your right to your left if you're facing north. It doesn't matter where you are.
Yeah, and this is what's weird about the argument, because the terms left and right versus left is what throws everyone off and disorients everybody. No pun intended. Right? It's the same direction, east to west. It's just, if I'm upside down, it flips the other, like literally upside down. If I'm fucking hanging from my ankles and I look up, like you know what I mean? Like the same direction, east to west is east to west. It doesn't matter your relative, position or orientation. It's the same real direction, different relative directions, if you want to put it that way. But it's the same real direction.
So you keep walking that way backwards to the other hemisphere, and then you turn around again, and you look at the other celestial pole.
Yeah, you turned around.
This is the thing, right? Let's say I'm in Florida and I continue to face north. Okay, I see the things going east to west or right to left. If I walk backwards, continuously facing north, now I'm in the southern hemisphere. They're still going
right
now
to left. In the southern hemisphere,
but they're still going right to left, east to west.
Until keep going south.
Until you turn around.
There's no until. I didn't turn around. I'm still facing north.
Yeah, you could be at the Antarctic Circle looking north, and they still go right to left or east to west.
No, until you get to the South Pole, and then you cross the South Pole, and you get to the other side.
They go west to east.
What is that? Like, do you have evidence for that, or is that like a theoretical statement based off of the model?
Yeah, there's lots of evidence to the South Pole, like the South Celestial fucking pole star.
Hold on. I didn't say evidence to that. I asked evidence to what you just said, where you literally cross the South Pole and then see things in the sky, stars flip directions. Is that a theoretical concept based on, derived from your predisposed model, or is that actually, we've seen this, therefore our model is more accurate, or it's evidence to support our model? Sounds like the former, which you want to be careful of in this room, because people will scrutinize you for it. Okay, think about that.
Think about it. I'm not in the right frame of mind to think about it.
All right.
Facts.
Anyway,
Facts.
let's
take a deep breath together. All right, Cap. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Deep breath in. Okay, breathe in the gas pressure. Requires a container, by the way. And deep breath out. Instead. All right, cool. So now we're all calm. We're all on the same page. So you got some globe smoke for us? No, because the stars are not really indicative of what the ground is doing. We'd like to go and directly see if the ground is curved. Like you said, it was concave as well earlier. We can maybe investigate that further. But we'd like to talk about the ground being potentially curved. Can you help us with that?
How about things disappearing behind the curve?
Okay, let's talk about it. So you're referring to the horizon.
Yes, the horizon and how things vanish behind it.
Great. So if we're looking at a ship on water, that means the water can either be, you're claiming now that the water is convex, correct? Like a hill of water. The boat has gone over the hump of water.
Concave
It's
is the
disappeared.
hollow earth and convex is the round earth. Yeah, convex.
Convex. Okay. So we've got curved water is causing the boat to disappear. Am I following so far?
When it gets behind the curve, yeah.
Okay. Is this so this would be a geometric claim. So at what distance does this happen? Can you give us some numbers?
It depends on so many different things.
Okay, let's say we're at 1 foot off the ground, or maybe even just however tall you are. Let's say we're 6 feet off the ground. What would be the distance to this curvature? Are you familiar with some of these numbers, or can we go? Do you want to go over it together?
Yeah, no, 6 feet's like what, 3 miles, and that's with no
Yeah.
refraction whatsoever.
Okay. Cool. So when they say the boat goes over the curve, was anything else factored in, like refraction, or is it just boat disappeared, therefore curve? No other factors involved?
It might depend. If you really want to get into specifics, you're going to need to account for refraction.
Okay. So if I'm familiar with the flat earthers claiming that there are lots of things going on, whether it be how high off the ground you are, the weather that day,
I'll give you
perhaps
the most
refractive
plausible one for wind.
conditions, or go ahead.
The most
Bro, you
plausible,
got the floor to speak. It doesn't necessarily have to be when I'm speaking, but what did you want to say?
the most plausible flat Earth explanation for me for refraction is that the somehow refraction curves light and makes the ground optically rise above eye level to block things from view, but it doesn't raise the building or the object that you're looking at somehow.
You're saying flat earthers have said this? Because I haven't heard that.
Yeah, TM said that somehow. What did he say? Bottom up
TM.
refraction is only possible on a flat Earth.
Who is
Bottom up
TM?
refraction. He's a fucking level head. I don't know. I know there's different little like circles of flat Earth and shit, and I don't know who you're affiliated with, but I see Indio in here, and he's a level head, so I assume you know who the fuck TM is.
Okay, got you. So, well, the claim on the table is that the boat has disappeared over a physical curvature of the Earth on the water specifically. Maybe we could talk about that. I'm sure the panel here would love to address that claim. Guys, what do you got? Or I can post some images, or I can go from here. Nobody want to talk about the black swan? Or... All right, I can do it. So, if you can see the chat, I'm going to post an image here. Are you able to see the live stream voice text? Guys, you can hear me loud and clear?
Yep.
All right, cool. Yeah, cool. So, Cap, can you see the chat? You were in the lobby earlier. We're in the live stream voice text. I keep trying to tag you to join this correct channel. Click on that link there, live stream voice text. Click that. It'll bring you to where we're at. Let me know when you see an image. It says, "Where is the horizon?" It's got a multiple choice question. Bear with us, folks. He's just figuring out Discord today. And we also have Gardov as rejoin as well. Welcome back, Gardo. Tree is in the panel. Honorable Shlomo Moonbuggy.
Right, how do I post shit?
Sorry?
How do I post something?
Don't worry about that. Just let me know when you can see the image right at 42
I
minutes
see
past
the
the hour.
image, and I have a counter image that directly addresses the
Okay,
same.
we'll get to that in a moment. It's just let's just go through this one at a time. So the question is, where is the horizon? We've got A, B, C, or D.
I would say A. I don't know.
A, you don't know. Final answer? Is it A your final answer?
It's hard to tell. It's really grainy, but yeah, that's the highest line I see.
I don't think it's hard to tell, but very nice. The correct answer is A. Very nice. Okay, now let's take a look at the image here. We've got two platforms. You understand these platforms are not moving, so they're rooted into the earth.
Right.
Okay, so we've got the first one at 6.21 miles away from the observer, and the second one at 9.41 miles away. Do you have any issue with these numbers so far?
Nope.
Okay, so the horizon, if it's at A, then safely we can assume that the horizon is beyond at least 9.4 miles. So if you were saying earlier that for a 6-foot observer, the horizon would be 3 miles, this observer height is at 1 foot, making the horizon claim about 1.2 miles away from the observer. So if we're seeing the horizon past 9.41 miles, then maybe what you said about the horizon being the physical curve of the Earth, which happens at a predicted rate, maybe that claim is not true. So let me give you image perms. You do have image perms. So go ahead and post whatever it is you need to post. We can take a look. Cool. Let's take a look here. So further view, high distortion, refraction, less visible. Okay, so the question would be, is the argument about the horizon or something else?
My argument's about refraction.
No, I'm sorry. Our presentation, the image that I posted for you, was the argument about the horizon or something else?
I thought it was about the horizon, unless I misunderstood.
Correct. So if you're like, well, look, the image is distorted and the rigs look funny, well, that's no problem. The rigs are only there for helping us understand how far away we're looking.
Right,
If we just go to the ocean and look out with yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I don't know what flat Earth model or whatever.
Here we go.
Sunset. How does the sun set? The most plausible explanation that I've heard.
Whoa.
Can I ask the
We're not going to move on yet. So we're not going to move on
I'm just
that
asking
quickly.
about the atmosphere. This is directly related.
Okay.
The sun gets too far away to see because the atmosphere blocks it, right? It gets too thick. That's the general consensus.
There's probably a lot of variables involved, but
all right.
What's your question?
How about would you agree that the further distance goes on, the more atmosphere there is, and the more it distorts things?
Sure.
All right. So is it not plausible that since the horizon is further away behind everything, it is more distorted than everything?
Well, you realize just saying itself, because the horizon is X, Y, and Z, that's already an L for the globe Earth. It's claimed to be right where you said it was claimed to be, right? For a 6-foot observer, 3 miles.
Yeah, but
This
you're
is
looking
what
at it
we both
visually
agreed on that
through
earlier.
refraction.
Okay, but
And we've
again,
agreed that refraction gets thicker the further it goes.
That's not what
And
I
the
said.
horizon is the furthest point, so it's subject to the most atmospheric refraction. So it's going to be the most distorted thing in the image. Right?
It doesn't matter if it's distorted. It's distanced from the observer is the issue.
Distorted.
Okay, no. First of all, it's about the distance from the observer.
Yes, and the
Not
horizon
about
is the furthest thing, right?
your apparent junction between the sky and the earth, which is you're claiming is a physical location, which is where the curve is claimed to be.
It would be where the farthest location you can see that touches like where the earth meets the sky. From your perspective, where you can see it.
Right, which we just agreed on. So there's a physical claim here on the table, like you said, 6-foot observer, 3 miles.
With perfect atmospheric conditions, is what I said.
Which is when is that? What's that?
No atmosphere.
That's not a
Does
thing.
not exist. Exactly.
So that's not an argument.
Exactly, but flat earthers make it all
That
the
was
time.
your argument. No, hold on. That was
My argument was that you have
We
to.
never argued for a no Atmo day. That's you.
I always argued in that you have to account for refraction.
That's our argument. If you maybe you're a bit late to the party, I'll explain.
Single
Hold
time
on.
that I brought this up, you tried to
I'll
trick
explain.
me with your usual flat Earth tactics that I'm familiar with at this point. I've been doing this for like 8 months.
Such as
I'm still a noob. You're fucking deflect
How
and then
come-
try and corner you into a little position where you question them with
Just
one
get it all out, bro.
thing that you hope that they don't know.
Just get it all out. You said 8
I've been
months.
through the usual ones. There's probably some more that you have that I don't know about yet that you could probably
Try 8 years. When we first got started with this whole flat
I'm
Earth
sure
global
you're
thing, there were
well
relax.
attuned to how to.
I'm trying to do it right now. You're
experiment.
cock blocking.
I know you're trying to do it right now.
Yeah.
Hang
So
on.
basically,
If I may,
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry, I have to chime in on this. Cap, did you say that one of the tactics in this room is to deflect? Is that what I heard?
Not recording?
What?
I could have got that.
Some of us aren't
I
sitting
said-
there listening to the YouTube live stream, you dork.
What I asked was,
YouTube?
what I asked was one of the things that you claim that is a tactic in this room is that we deflect. I'll take that as a yes. Okay. I've been in this room. Yeah, I'm talking to you, man.
Yeah, my name's not Cap. I don't know who the fuck you're talking to. My name is Flirter.
It says Cap Herder here.
I don't know who the fuck named me, but my name is
Okay.
Flirter.
Well,
So
okay. Well, you. Okay.
you're talking to Cap.
Fine.
I'm thinking you're talking to somebody else that's like established.
No, okay, no problem. No problem. On my screen it says Cap Herder. So sorry about that. But yeah, so right. So you heard my question, right? Is one of the things that you're saying is a tactic in this room is that we deflect?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I've been sitting here
addressed-
listening to you
did
guys
you
talk
address this
about a
guy
half hour.
that I brought
I've been
up?
sitting here. I've been sitting in here listening to you guys speak for about half an hour or so, and all I heard were questions being asked, and then non-answers or attempt of answers, but then new questions popping up mid-conversation from your part. So is that what you mean by deflection when you say deflect?
No, I mean, when I walked into this room, the first thing I saw was who wants to smoke? And I said, I want to smoke. And then I got on the mic and I brought the smoke, and they're like, we don't want your smoke. We don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. Let's think about this. Let's think about that. Let's ask questions about this Black Swan event. Let's do this. Let's do that. So we've addressed so many different things that I never brought up that you guys brought up. My point was the fucking stars that I've never been allowed to address in the first place.
Okay, so you know that the reasons why I think some of these questions are brought up and prioritized are because they are pretty much, no pun intended, down to earth, direct questions about the topic matter, subject matter, right? And I think that when you try to point to the stars as being worthwhile considering in this, it's a step or two away from the topic at hand. So
do you agree that there are two circular star trails on where in the sky?
I make no claim about that, and that's besides the point. Because even if there are, this is akin to, like we said before, people measuring
one that goes one way, there's one that turns the other way.
This
From
is the same thing where we already talked about that. But
I know we talked about it. I'm just trying to establish, do you agree that there's two of them? And
that's
they're both
fine.
circular. I'm just.
I mean,
even if
so
they
I've
both
understood
spin the same way. Even if they both spin the same way, it doesn't matter what way they spin.
So and that's okay. You know, I don't make any claims about it because I haven't looked into it.
Deflection.
Right? but even if it was, even if it was, my point being that this is a step or two away from the subject matter, right? It's akin to, like it was said before, measuring
a very long question that I've been trying to ask this entire time.
And do you understand why it's not a pertinent question?
You don't understand why it could be if you don't let me ask
I've heard it asked many, many times, and the reason why it's not pertinent. I don't have to be muted, Mick. Heretic, I'll shut up there. I just wanted to get this.
It's a variation on the same question. It's not about the difference with like clockwise and counterclockwise. It's just the fact that there are two circular patterns on this.
Well, I'll let someone else address it. I just had to bring that up.
Over flat Earth. However the sky is formed, if it's a dome or a full sphere around a disk in the middle or a whatever, who the fuck knows? There are two circular points that stars rotate around, right?
If that was to me, I yield. I'm already done.
Just anybody. If anybody wants to answer that, there's two circular points where the stars circulate, go around.
False.
There's not two of them. There's not a south celestial
pole. No, there's
a
north celestial pole. Polaris.
And there's
pinpoint, and then there's nothingness where you imagine something goes around it.
Do you observe, when you look at the sky at the south celestial pole, a circular star trail pattern?
I do not. I live in Ohio.
Well, of course you fucking do, because you're ignorant. Do you know anybody in the southern hemisphere that might be able to be trustworthy enough that you can say, all right, I agree with you?
You can ask if there's any people
they
from
can
Australia
take a video for you and show you and be like, all right, I don't.
You can ask in the room itself. You don't have to keep talking. You can just ask.
Can you answer?
I don't see anybody that I know from the southern hemisphere in here.
Do you agree that there are 2 points on the sky somewhere on this flat Earth, two separate points where there's a circular star trail around these 2 points?
And that's a necessary antecedent to the surface of the Earth being a geometric.
You want to know the answer?
Geometric properties. How?
Can you just answer the question?
Yeah, the descriptions that you're giving us are of an axial rotation that requires the Earth to be a flat plane.
Do you accept that?
Excuse me. You're describing an axial rotation over a flat plane. So yes,
I am asking if there are 2 points that stars circle around on the sky.
Yes, according to a flat plane. Yes, that's what you're describing. Thank you. What's your point?
Well, it doesn't fucking matter. There are 2 points that stars circle around.
Who cares?
There's one, there's 2, right?
Who cares?
So there's not one point in the center, right?
Well, the only one that we actually measure from is at a center point. There is no center point in the south.
All right, so there's another point and one in the center?
No, there's only one in the north. We call it Polaris. That's where the latitude is measured from.
I just want to establish, is there 1 or 2 points? That's all I want to know. 1 or 2?
1 point they measure from.
All right. Do you accept that it is observed that there are 2? Whether it's
no,
or
not, there's not 2.
That it is observed that there are 2.
Oh, okay. Did you observe this?
I've observed it through video, through countless sources.
Okay, and what are you trying to get to? It's like, you got to get to the point, bro. You're wasting everybody's time.
The fact that it is observed that there are 2 in the world.
Who cares? Get to the point.
The point is, if one is real, what makes the other one false? And how do you know that the one that you claim is real is the real one, and the other one isn't the false one?
Who said one is false and the other one isn't?
Who said that? So what if there is? Like, Why?
Two of them, right?
Do you think that there's some sort of necessary antecedent relationship involved?
So there's 2 points.
Dude, stop talking for a moment.
There's 2
if
points.
You are the one, dude. Won't say it again. If you think that there is some sort of necessary antecedent relationship between the surface and what the stars appear to do in the sky, then go ahead and make your claim and support it with evidence. Otherwise, shut the fuck up about it.
All right, I posted my point. You see it?
Yeah.
You see my point?
Yeah. So
which one's the real one? Which one's the fake one?
We don't
Which
know.
one's the real pole star? North or south?
Dude, there's no pole star in the south. Shut the fuck up about
No,
it.
there's 2 pole stars. There's 2 pole stars. Which one's the real one? Which one's the real one and which one's the fake one?
They're all fake. How about that?
Oh, they're both fake. They're both warped by perspective. So there's
Yeah,
there's no half sphere dome. It's like a.
Just want to sit here and chant, don't you? That's weird. Go on, carry on. Get it.
Which one is real? Which one's fake?
I don't know, and I'd
you have no clue. So you don't know if the North Pole Star is the center of the dome.
Excuse me. Thank you. So I'd suggest that those points of light might not actually be in physical locations.
What's that have to do with the fact that they're moving in the
Who
shape?
knows? We're talking about.
Oh, God.
In the sky. I was going to ask you to talk about things to the sky, and at the moment I'm trying to figure out how it's relating to the floor.
This is your sky too. This is a flat Earth sky too.
What are you talking about, bro?
It's a flat sky.
Whatever model you believe in, this is your fucking sky too.
What are you talking about? Is there a point that at some point? Oh my gosh! What is the point that you're trying to make? First of all, did anybody here claim that one point was fake and the other one wasn't? I'm asking you a very specific question. Did anybody say one was fake and the other one wasn't? Or was that a straw man that you created? Wow. Wow. I'm asking you a very specific question. How come you don't want to answer it?
Claim one motherfucking
thing. So now it's about, do I have to mute? Well, thank you, somebody. Okay. Very specific question. Number one, who said one was real and one was fake? Number two, what is the point that you're actually trying to make, Princess?
Let's see you claim something. Claim one thing.
I'm asking you a question. How come you don't want to answer it?
Say one flat Earth fact that is true that you all agree on. Say one thing. It's not round.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
So I asked a guy a question about his diatribe, the thing that we all went through together with him, and he won't answer the question. Why is that?
Why
Water
have you
flat
been
level.
answering
Yeah.
every single one of my questions all goddamn night?
I just answered.
Okay, no problem.
Why should I respect you with an answer when you can't answer?
You just had 2 answers. Oh my gosh. You just had 2 answers. Jedi said that the Earth is measured flat, and Radwin said that water lays flat and is measured that way as well. Do you have any response for these 2 claims?
They're both wrong.
Okay, can you show us curvy water?
Yeah, give me
just not. Teardrops at 5, 4, 3. My goodness me.
So to you YouTubers out there, just try not to use these kind of arguments. They're not going to work when you come in here.
Oh, we're showing us a horizon and we can't see the bottom of boats. Whoa.
All right, now go and debunk it or whatever you do. Cry about it and say, nuh-uh.
You're making a claim that the horizon that we see is the sagittal of the Earth at 1.225.
I'm making the claim that you cannot see the Toronto Sky Dome from about 30 miles away, about 1 meter above the shore. It is blocked by the curvature of Earth.
There you go.
There's the claim.
You are making the claim that we can't see the bottom of the object because the physical Earth curve is in the way.
No, you can see the entire object. Which
but we
is
can't see.
200
Right, I'm going to lose my patience with you very quickly if you keep jumping in and say I'm saying the wrong thing. Where if you just shut the fuck up, you'd understand what I was saying. Now you are making this claim that we can't see, and I said this before, and I'll fucking say it again: the bottom of that object because the physical curve of the Earth is in the way. Like I tried to say the first time, at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height,
280-something feet.
oh, he's still chanting. Fuck me. Fluff herder, or harder, or whatever your fucking name is, calm down. Trying to address your claim, help you understand that I understand your claim, and then go through it. Is that hard for you? That's a question. Pin time wasters.
Sorry, I wasn't listening to you because you said something condescending.
Then fuck off. Then fuck off. Yeah, I'm not going to stick around for your fucking attitude, sunshine. I'm giving you my time. I'm trying to explain the answer to you, trying to paraphrase your argument back to you so you know that I understand. So we can continue. You're obviously a dickhead. You can prove me wrong.
Discord just reposted some picture and said, this is this far away with no fucking proof of any kind and said, trust me, bro.
What, you're not even addressing what I fucking said. You're an idiot.
Like I said, I didn't hear what the fuck you said.
Yeah, because you wasn't paying attention. I've been paying attention.
Exactly. We've established that. I told you that. I wasn't fucking paying attention.
And you don't need
to. Why are you here?
And you can fuck
to
off.
give you the goddamn smoke that you don't want.
No, I want to
together, have like a normal conversation. This is all you guys do. You should.
Shut up.
And they're just hot tonight.
That was great. This fish talking.
The incredible Mr. Limpet. Oh, never mind. You guys, that's an age spoiler.
So, Cap Herder, can you give me the pedigree of this particular observation? Can you give me the observer height? And then can you give me the geometric location of the water, the sagitta that you're claiming?
I'm not going to give you shit until you call me Flurf Herder.
So you're not going to prove your claim? This is your claim. Don't you want to prove your claim that this is Earth Earth?
I have asked, somewhat kindly, at least once in this entire time, to say my fucking name the right way. Do it or fuck.
Okay. So douchebagger. Douchebagger, can you tell me what the observer height of the particular observer is at?
Up the cap.
Try again.
Okay, Garden Hoser. Can you tell me what the observer height is? Is it motherfucker? Is it that? No, that's not that.
Barber. No, it's Flurf Herder. You guys are. I'm the herder.
Beta.
I'm reading Cat Herder right now.
I know you can't say it. It hurts you too much.
We have about 3 times.
Like it's like a stab in the soul. It's probably really offensive that I even come in here with my name.
No one cares.
Change it. That's why you have to change it. You can't even look at it.
Yeah, no one cares.
What does FLERF stand for?
I don't fucking know. What does it stand for?
I have no idea.
You said the letter's like an acronym. What does it stand for?
Yes, what I don't understand what that word is. Never heard of it.
You asked what it stands for. You didn't ask what it spells. You asked what's it stand for, like a fucking acronym.
What's it spell?
It spells Flurf. It doesn't spell. It's not an acronym.
What does that mean?
It doesn't stand for anything. It means flat
What
earther.
does Flurf mean?
It's like a derogatory term for
Where
a fucking
is the
moron.
F in flat earther? Besides at the beginning, there's not a second F. There's not a second F in there.
How they pronounce Earth?
There's not a second F in that. When you say flat earther, there's not a second F.
Said the Earth is flat. That's pretty funny.
spell it wrong.
Fucking hilarious, actually.
Is there no one else?
It should be Flirth. PH, you dum-dum.
No, it's Flurf.
He doesn't even know how to spell.
Flurfers, Flurfies. I like to call y'all fluffers, but some of you get mad.
This guy's hilarious.
Sure you would. You sound like you would like to.
Especially that robot polisher guy. He's like a fluffer. Like, you guys are flurfers. He's a fluffer. He's a fluffer.
Are you alright, mate? Are you okay?
Oh, that shit was funny.
Yeah.
So you ready to address my picture there?
Try to. You wasn't listening.
So how's the Toronto Sky Dome that's like almost 300 feet above
tried
water?
to. You weren't listening. You weren't listening when he tried to.
Yeah, we've established that. No, I'm trying
So
to
you're
listen.
not getting an answer now.
So you don't want to smoke. That's all right. That's all
Dude,
right.
go lay down. You're drunk.
He thinks he dictates terms around here. We tried to engage. You wasn't listening.
You're the dictator. So
you don't deserve to speak here anymore.
So I don't get to speak. I don't get to bring out the smoke.
You don't get to engage when we tried to, and you wasn't listening. Why should we continue trying to engage with you when we don't think you're going to listen?
You don't want to listen when I try to engage. I try to engage with the fucking stars, and you try to make me change the topic. So I had to bring up 3 other ones until I found one that you were comfortable addressing. And then you fucking were rude and condescending and told me to like shut up while I was trying to establish something. So yeah, fuck ignored you.
This isn't a 24/7 fuck me what the stars doing server.
It's literally called 24/7 fuck me what the stars doing server.
No, it's not literally called that. You're an idiot.
Garden Hoser, we asked you about the stars. You wouldn't help us, man. Like, so what is your point with the stars again? What was your point? I guess you don't want none of that smoke, do you?
Still fucking dying.
Nope.
That's what I'm gonna call this Discord server from now on. Is the fucking 24/7 fuck me what are the stars.
Dude, you're having a hard time today.
Kill myself.
Well, please don't do that.
There they go. There he goes. Jedi, were you here when sinkholes was the other globe proof? So far, it's sinkholes and stars.
Sinkholes. Oh no. Unfortunately,
Yep, that's what he said. Sinkholes are the reason that it's not a ball. I mean, that it's not flat.
That's fucking awesome.
Don't forget the Toronto Sky Dome.
Yeah, you're making a claim of physical Earth curvature that was debunked 4 years ago.
Don't forget you didn't answer a single one of my questions, and you didn't establish a single point about flat Earth. You didn't tell me anything about flat Earth. I didn't learn anything about flat Earth.
If you wasn't paying attention, I tried to go back to your Toronto skyline again, but you were more interested in what you were saying and not listening to me. Tried to do that.
To be fair, whatever I was saying was probably a lot more interesting.
You said we would fail to address your Toronto skyline, and I tried to, and you just carried on talking. Again, not listening.
There was also the question about, what claims do we want to make? Jedi said the Earth is measured flat, and then Red One said water lays flat and level, and you didn't ask any more questions about that. In fact, you kind of skated around it. How come?
No, I don't want your smoke. I got my own smoke. I'm smoking something.
But you asked us to make a flat Earth claim, and we did, and then you didn't want to respond to it. You don't want that smoke?
That wasn't your question. Your question was, who has the smoke?
You asked the flat earthers about a flat Earth claim. They made one, and then you ran away.
Your smoke is bunk. You probably smoked some garbage.
So do you want to address Jedi saying that the Earth is measured flat? Do you want to ask any more questions about that, or should we just let that stay and we'll call that the facts?
No, it's not. Land surveyors don't do that.
Oh, so they don't measure rise over run? They don't use a horizontal plane of reference?
They got to calculate for curvature or shit doesn't work right.
No, they don't. They actually measure rise over run.
No, they actually calculate for curvature.
Okay, so show me
Things like a
that
theodolite
citation.
instead of a laser test.
Yeah, give me the citation where they don't measure rise over run, they measure curve, and then everything, according to that curve.
Rise over run, but I'll give you a citation real quick.
Oh boy, I can't wait for this.
I like the new name, you guys. That's awesome. Cry harder.
I like the way that we measure a flat Earth, and then because we're on the ball, we have to apply the measurements to a ball. That's all we're going to be doing. Measure a flat Earth first.
The citation that's coming is going to be Flat Earth bolstering.
I do not have permission to view the message history of livestream 2-voice text dot.
Stupid. So go in the right voice text, dummy. Not 2.
Which fucking one is it? Why
One.
you got
Right
moving
above.
up?
Stop drinking. Slow down.
Just one click away.
Why is your list so goddamn long?
He passed out.
Passed out from crying. Arena, I got live stream 2. That's it.
Live stream 2. We're not in live stream 2. We're in live stream 1.
Where is live stream 1?
The one just above this voice channel.
It's got a red number, and the bottom line says "Cry Harder." That's your name. You should be able to see that when you click in it. Live stream voice text.
If this dude can't Discord, how's he going to glurf?
He's probably clicking on the bubble, the text bubble that's on the live stream, like
No, I'm looking on the goddamn side. There's live stream 2, and then there's fucking arena.
and go up to 1.
We're in the wrong. Oh, damn.
Yikes.
You don't
I don't
work
find
with
even live
computers for a
stream 2.
living.
Where's he at, bro?
You don't work with computers for a living, do you?
Oh, there it is. Yeah, I do have to scroll a lot.
He doesn't even know where he's located. Oh, I know why. Because he was moved in here from the lobby or from voice
There's only
verification
1.
room.
I don't see a 1. It's not there.
Scroll up.
He doesn't have perms to see it.
He probably put himself in detention when he see. Or someone put him in, I guess. All right, try now.
I see it, but I can't post.
You're trolling, bro.
He already posted in live stream voice chat.
Oh
He should
yeah,
have
dummy. Yeah, so there you go. He's already posted in here, just like you said, and now he's doing it again like it's his first time.
I told you I don't use this shit.
If you're gonna post in the other stream, the unlive stream.
Thanks.
Watch your mouth, R2D2.
So who's going to address this screenshot, guys?
I posted a link too. You can go to the link.
So the constant for refraction is 6 meters per 1 kilometer. Is that curvature?
Was that Plumbob who was roboting?
Am I roboting?
Who?
You were roboting.
Says who? Says who roboting? My bad.
No, you're fine.
So is six,
Yes? Okay.
so is 6 centimeters per 1 kilometer, is that the curvature rate of the Earth? Yes or no?
I don't fucking know.
Well, why did you bring up this citation?
What's 9 plus 10?
You asked for a citation.
You stupid.
That they asked for fucking.
Yeah, obviously it has nothing to do with what I asked you for, but you brought a citation and now I'm asking you the citation. Is this commensurate? There you go. This is about the time the triggered retards start flipping out. So is 6 centimeters per 1 kilometer, is that the curvature rate of the Earth? Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I can ask this question one more time uninterrupted. Yeah, why don't you freak out some more? So is 6 centimeters per 1 kilometer, is that the curvature rate of the Earth? So you don't know.
No, I don't know. The land surveyors fucking know. That's why I
Okay,
gave you their
so
fucking
what is the point of this? What is the point of your citation, by the way?
You fucking asked for it. You said that there isn't
Yeah,
one. I said that
this is not what I was asking for. So they're not compensating for the curvature of the Earth? Is that what you're telling me?
They are. There's a curvature of the Earth correction.
Oh, okay.
Right fucking there. You're looking.
Right, so 6 centimeters per 1 kilometer is the curvature rate of the Earth, yes? Total silence.
I think he
You have
only
no
needs to
idea.
read it, actually. I think it's highlighted, and I think he only has to read it to say yes or
1
no.
kilometer distance. It says right there.
How come you don't know anything about your citation?
It says right there on the guide. I'm reading it off the.
What does it say?
The offset.
What does it say?
About 8 centimeters at 1 kilometer distance.
Uh-huh. And then what?
That's not 6 centimeters at a mile or whatever the fuck you said.
But don't they talk about refraction and then they go, oh, you got to compensate for that. So then 6 centimeters per 1 kilometer. Is that the curvature rate of the Earth? Yes or no?
I don't know. That's after refraction, apparently.
Okay, get me a citation that's 6 centimeters per 1 kilometer. Why don't you freak out? Maybe you should freak out. Why don't you get me a citation that says 6 centimeters per 1 kilometer is the curvature rate of the Earth? Go ahead.
Maybe you should accept the fact that I just gave you what you asked for and not change.
No, that's not what I asked for at all. So you're telling me the citation that you provided does not match the curvature rate of the Earth. This is your claim, by the way.
For a fucking surveyor shit that.
Bro, why are you freaking out? You good?
You told me you're trying to fucking gaslight me right now and tell me that you didn't.
Bro, you don't even know what gaslighting means. This is not gaslighting. I'm asking you questions. Why are you flipping out?
Make me think something else that didn't happen that just fucking happened.
No, okay, no, I am asking you questions about the curvature rate that you claimed that apparently the surveyors are measuring. Am I going to have to mute you because you're obviously like losing your cool? And luckily this is on YouTube, so everybody can hear, right?
I don't care.
Only slightly triggered.
Go fuck yourself. You're not addressing the topic.
So the topic is, what is the curvature rate of the Earth that the surveyors are measuring? Wow, I do have to mute you. This is sad. Like, I have to mute you because you won't actually listen to the question. So, the curvature rate of the Earth, is it 6 centimeters per 1 kilometer? Can you get that for me? Nothing?
Oh, am I unmuted now? Can I talk?
He wasn't muted.
Yeah, I just need the citation that tells me that 6 centimeters per 1 kilometer is the curvature rate of the Earth.
Yeah, I just gave it to you. That's where you got that shit from a second ago.
So that is the curvature rate of the Earth.
That's what that says. I'm not a land surveyor.
Okay.
You asked
So,
for that. You asked for that. You didn't ask.
Can you give me the... Okay. So you're going to give me the math that I guess we'll call it 6 centimeters per kilometer squared is correct. Does that sound about right? I guess that ends up being at 6,300 and some change, right? So that means that every distance to horizon would be no more than, well, let's move it back over to empirical units, imperial. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Does that sound right to you?
We're going to not address that.
Great. So I can hear that you're not addressing the point. So that would mean that the horizon, the sagitta, you know that observation of the sky dome or whatever that's being obstructed by Earth curve would be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Is that right?
Fuck yourself.
What's the matter, bro? What's the problem?
You can't answer the questions is the fucking problem.
No, I'm
Why?
He's trying to answer your question. He's repeating you back to you. He's going through all of this because this is what you said earlier. This is relevant, you fucking idiot.
This is 50% more refraction than Andrew Thomas Young says, by the way.
Oh, man.
It's, 25% instead of 16.
Yeah, apparently it's a spiral that is happening over the jet of distance.
So, the flat earther claims that it's the hijacking of the perspective effects that we observe every day that is taken and named as Earth curve. And so I'm just curious if this is going to hold up. So if you're claiming that we have a sagitta at 1.22 miles at a 1 foot observer height, will that be consistent across the board, blocking the Seattle Sky Dome or whatever the hell it is that you posted us? Is that going to be consistent, yes or no?
I don't know. I wasn't listening to you. I was typing to your fucking.
There we go. Do we have any other ricked retards that believe in a globe that would like to talk other than this guy? I guess I'll unmute him if anybody else wants to talk to him, because he doesn't want to go ahead and address the claim that he made.
It's the second time someone has tried to speak to him about his claims, and he wasn't listening.
Bullshit. They did not.
Yeah, hold on. First time was me. Second time was just a moment ago. What the fuck? Twice. 2 people.
Say it again. I didn't hear it. I wasn't listening.
That's the second. My fucking God. Third time now. Say it again. Wasn't hearing it. You're trolling, aren't you? Trying to engage with you. 2 times, not listening. 3 times. Yeah, go on. Say you're not listening again. Go on.
I am trolling. I'm kind of trying not to, but I'm.
It's either you leave or I'll remove you.
You want me to leave? Well, go fuck yourself. I'll leave then.
All right.
Really, nigga?
You're not listening, so what's the point
If you want me to leave, I'll leave. I don't give a fuck.
Bye.
I don't need to fucking be here.
Go on then, don't be.
All right, see ya.
I'm missing my already. Some guys have all the luck. I was born with glass bones and paper skin.
Next time, maybe he'll cry harder.
I just saw that name change. That's hilarious. Finally left.
Didn't deserve our time.
Holy.
Did he run victory laps before he did?
No.
Who was the who was the one that was like speaking up and then Jedi's like, shut up? Who was that?
That was Lynn. I think it was the wrong person, okay. But I could be wrong.
But you guys proved the previous point we were talking about. all these Glovers have. It's empty claim, ad hom.
Do you
Statement,
believe?
statement, ad hom.
Oh my gosh, you're right, Sonny. You were just
We
talking
know.
about that.
We know. Do you believe?
It was a perfect example of what these Glovers are doing. It's a common trend right now.
They got the new software update from Starlink.
Oh yeah, I wonder if it's those UFO aliens
Yeah.
where Bob Lazar knows what the material is, but he won't tell nobody. And then so all the materials of all the UFOs, they're still called UFOs, but Bob Lazar knows.
The material is called UFO.
Yeah, unidentified objects. It's not. They don't tell you what material it is. They don't tell you what gas, what pressure, what reading, what gradient, like what center, what's the core of the UFO. Like how does it? Like what material is it? Like what's it made out of? You know what I mean? What kind of living forms are in it? Because like if they can point uh their ignoramuscope at anything, and they use their ignoramuscope to just make up stuff like this planet's so dense it's raining diamonds, and the core is this, and the atmosphere is made of this, and the chemical compound is this, and it's made of this many protons and neutrons and electrons. Like if they know all that, why don't they know the inner workings of every UFO?
Because
They're here on Earth.
it's unobtainium.
Yeah, good.
Is that what it's made out of?
And check this out. The
It's either
moon is in our atmosphere.
either unobtainium or non-obtainium.
The moon is in our atmosphere. So that means horizontally that way, the moon's not going past the earth dirt or the air. So the moon is still in the earth's air. What that exactly means could be a lot of different things. I mean, it's not speculation, babe, but just saying. The moon is in the atmosphere of
I
Earth.
saw a guy on Discover that said the piece of aluminum he found was from a UFO, and it was almost 100% aluminum. It was a special kind of aluminum, space aluminum.
Stop the cap.
They must be mining for bauxite on the moon.
They've been mining bullshit for about 60 years.
I was saying earlier that the report came out where a week ago where they said that the Chinese back in 2020 landed on the moon, got some moon dirt, and last week they learned how to make water from the dirt.
What's the moon dirt?
Oh wow!
I'm waiting to find out what material that is still.
Apparently, you can make water out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like alchemy to me, making gold out of nothing.
It takes 4
remember
years
when
to
Finn
thaw
McCool?
out.
Remember when the old giant had to face the other giant, and he took a rock and he squeezed water out of it, kind of like that. Old Finn McCool. Yeah, they did something and like made something like a rock, and they made it look like a rock, and he squeezed it, and the liquid came out. And the dude grabbed another rock and said, "Well, I can do that," and he couldn't, And they were like, "Yeah, well, if you can't do that," because they said this is Finn McCool's baby, and he said that's just his baby, and he's squeezing a stone to make water. Yeah, isn't that funny? Same story.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was regular sized people. So the regular sized people brought this baby. The baby was actually a big dude, a grown dude, big dude, and they made it like it was a baby. And when the other big ass dude came, they were like, "Where's Finn McCool, the other giant?" They were like, "Oh, he's gone, but his baby's right here." And he's like, "Oh, well, I'm gonna wait and challenge him or whatever." They was like, "Oh, you don't want to be here when he gets back," And they made up the thing. They thought of something real quick. They were like, "I know, have him crush something that he thinks is like shouldn't be possible." And then, you know, he was like, shit, if this baby can do that, I don't want to meet him, you know.
That's funny. They're just prophesizing the moon dirt coming into water.
Yeah, but they can't do it on Earth.
Chinese said they were growing potatoes on the moon some years back too.
That's another thing. To grow all this shit from Earth to another planet, what do you have to do? You have to bring that stuff from Earth. You have to bring Earth stuff. So why are aliens supposedly whatever garbage? What I don't believe it. I'm just saying, why would they come here and not bring their own stuff? Why would they not have their own little ships, their own little things, their own little vehicles, their own little drones? Like, this is fucking ridiculous to me that they wouldn't fly a drone out and like have it like looking straight at your face and fly away. You're not going to catch it.
Yeah, I mean, like how much toilet paper do they need to bring from their home?
Right. How many plants? How many vegetables? How much soil? Like, what material? Like, they need to bring material if they're going to come here and sustain this place with their shit. And how do we even know? How do they know if they're a billion light years away what gases they can breathe or eat or do what with? How the fuck do they know?
Here's the trick. They only have little slits for mouth, apparently, so they live on their own saliva. They're self-regenerating.
From what?
Yeah, good question. Well, they'll make up another story for that part. You know how they do.
Yeah. And then why are they all naked? They don't even bring clothes to a planet that's got a wintertime and a summertime that'll bake them like a worm on the sidewalk?
Maybe that's why they came here, because we have wool. So they're coming here to gather wool.
Starting to sound like Hitchhiker's Guide.
Well, I'm just saying they don't have breathing masks.
They're going to make wool sweaters. They're making wool sweaters. That's why they're here.
If the Earth is mostly all water in a ball, you'd know they'd land in water. They would think, hey, man, we're going to go hit this water planet and dive in the water. We're going to go to the water. That's what I would think if I was on another
Scientists
planet.
are digging through the Roswell wreckage and they're like, what the fuck, a sewing kit?
Right. Like, oh, look at this. It's a snorkel. It makes air. Look at this. Look at this miniature air making snorkel. What the hell? You know, you just like some advanced shit, like, because they could go in water. They could need to go in water to get something done. Like, you're on a new planet. Like, you should be prepared.
They came here because they were after our sheep, but all they found was sheeple.
But
they wanted the wool.
You sure got that.
And then the atmosphere is supposed to be around the moon. So, like, how the fuck is the Earth like? So, when does the moon ever go where the dirt and water aren't underneath it? Where's that happen at?
Nowhere that I know.
So, Ron Paul?
Listening past.
No, he's unmuted. Listen, guys, just a quick update. If you see the listening pass, typically what I'm doing is pinging people, like everyone, and then those who join, I'll hook them up with a listening pass for responding to the ping, and then I'll unmute them. So that's typically been my process lately. Just a heads up.
All right, cool. I haven't been in this VC since 1987.
You're graduated. Dying.
Yeah.
It's just we didn't used to do that. It's just something I've been doing on a personal type of thing. But yeah, just a heads up.
All right, cool. Pond Raw.
On Raw.
When can we look? When can we look exactly from the horizon, from the curve of Earth, horizontally forward like we do anyway for hundreds of miles or however far we do. Like, when can we stand at that one beautiful magic spot and for 100 miles not see Earth in front of us? Because if Earth is in front of us for hundreds of miles horizontally, how the fuck can anything go around or below the curve? If the
That
curve's
reminds
only
me,
like,
Dummock, were you there in the politics server when this one guy was like, the proof of Earth curvature is the moon horizon?
maybe I've heard it before.
He's like, yeah, you can see the horizon of the moon. It's curved, just like Earth.
Oh fuck yeah! Just like inside of a well, you're not gonna see curved shadows. It's a fucking circle. It's a tube. You're looking through it. The tube is gonna show the attribute of itself, regardless.
Yeah.
E24, folks.
Well, I mean, technically, you shouldn't. Well, no. On the moon, yeah, you should see a curve horizon, right? An edge.
Well, don't you see a perfect horizontal line?
I don't know. On the moon?
Yeah, there's a perfect horizontal line too. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I think the quality of globers has really gone down this year. We all speculated about that in the beginning of the year. It was like, what's 2024 going to be like?
Man, I need to get a damn a windmill up on the damn property. It's so damn windy in Arizona. Could be making electricity all night.
Watch out for the Coriolis of your windmill.
Dude, it's blowing around like crazy out here. Freaking like can't even keep the van in the same lane. Holy moly.
Where'd everybody go?
They heard you coming, Chief.
We're just in utter shock at the devolvement of these folks. Gotten so much worse, the Amish, haven't they? You're right. We were wondering where 2024 was going to take us. I didn't think it would take us down this road.
Yeah,
I know where everyone is. Everyone's subscribing to Rumble, getting that Rumble pass.
Oh.
Let's get ready to rumble!
What ended up happening with him? I had to jump out, but did he go on his own or did he get assisted?
It sounded like he couldn't tell the difference between refracted curvature and curvature rates.
I think he finally lost his mind and left. The frickin'
He admitted he was trolling the entire time.
Yeah, he spiraled and left.
Yeah, I could tell he was trolling. I just wondered how long you guys would keep it up for.
Typically, you look to level up in life, right? So we're going against all these globers, and it's like leveling down.
Yep, that's they're on the way down. So the more we talk to them, the more down they're going to keep going, and the more they talk to us, the higher and higher we're going to be going. So it's we're we're never going to meet in the middle. All right, back to mowing I go, guys.
Later.
Okay. Is it just me or is it dead air?
Dead air, man.
Dead air.
Holy moly. All right, so Pawn Raw, did you guys talk to him?
Not yet.
He's unmuted. We can hear you breathing. Go ahead.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
Yeah, so Pawn Raw, just if you're having issues, drop at, rejoin. Otherwise, we've got Shaggy, Psyop, Neil, Evil Camper. You guys talk to Evil Camper?
No.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
Evil Camper.
I want to hear about the frickin' electrical system in the camper. You got solar? Get in here and tell me about frickin' flat Earth.
I'm just wondering what makes it evil. We got Miggy, Black Goo, Dubs, Amish, Creed K. What's happening, folks? Let's cook. Joined by Gary Clampton. Welcome. I'm gonna clamp down on Gary Clampton. Pause.
Where's your brother Ike?
All right. So, what are the reports from politics server? Anyone want to report?
Things have been just as crazy there as they've been here the past few days. The same formula that Sonny and others pointed out.
Oh, the super ad hom attackers.
Yeah, it's been totally unreal.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure. I'm sure I'll come up with a counter for that, but I don't have it just yet. Because you can't match the energy. I don't think that's the solution. But also, just
Maybe
being
just
the
ought to
nice
laugh at
guy,
them.
turning the other. Yeah, yeah, perhaps. I don't think turning the other cheek is going to help either. So we'll figure that out. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, it has to be the high road no matter what, but yeah, if we can make it funny or interesting. How about just
Yeah,
say
I mean,
your
just
mom?
right. Just tie anchors to any claims they've made and weigh them down off of, you know, make them stand on that. It's usually what we try to do in general, but I'm not sure. We'll figure out what to do. It's not like we've had a tough time dealing with them. It's new-ish kind of, and a little bit of a surprise, I guess. So
Yeah, and they're like grown men and they're acting like kids. It's kind of weird.
that too, that too. So
The
shout out to
sad
everyone that's
thing,
dealt with this already. Go ahead.
the sad thing for me is that they think they can just make these claims without even trying to understand their own positions. It's quite funny. We had one in lobby earlier, making claims and just kept asking for things, kept providing things, and yeah, so it's kind of interesting, this new tact. But it just goes to show their lack of evidence, because if they had any, they would be presenting it, and they keep using these tactics because they don't have evidence.
I'm really curious to know where they got it from or where it came from.
Yeah, there must be like an anti-flat earther influencer, something like that behind the scenes.
That's what I think too. Somebody influencer with a microphone. It's learned behavior. But I'm
Yeah,
curious, like why they think it's effective. You know, I think it's if you're going to claim it's effective, it's only really effective in terms of clip farming. If you're going to take 5 seconds of a clip and put it somewhere with you just making statement ad hom and then clip that part out and drop it somewhere else. But other than that, it's not very effective. They're not forming arguments. There's no logic there. It's claims and attacks. That's it.
I don't know. I've been scoping out the Twitter sphere lately, and the flat Earth community there is kind of terrible. I can easily see where these tactics would work on those flat earthers.
Bro, I'm
You ain't
telling you,
lying
we
there, man.
need
They
to get
really
over
are.
there. How do
Sorry.
you, Aethagris? Facts.
Yeah, I'm with.
I know you're on a lag there, AG, but no, I think we should definitely move over to Twitter and like in a heartbeat, like right now. I
Yeah,
mean,
24/7 Twitter space. Let's do it. You know,
who has a premium Twitter?
not
Pretty
it.
sure Sheepdog does. I don't. But I think you need a premium account to make a community. So we need someone to make the 247 community. That way we have a hub over there. So
That can be arranged.
you got okay. Do you have premium Twitter, AG?
It's only like what, $5 a month?
I think so. I'm not too familiar with that, but someone told me that you need to have a premium account to make a community, which we definitely need to do.
For sure. And
I
if
don't know how
somebody,
many.
if nobody has one, I'll talk to my wife. Probably. I don't mind doing it.
Let
How about
me.
getting up
I'll
a
check
streaming action going on so we can live stream to YouTube and Rumble?
Yep.
that as well. Well, I was hoping to get if it's not too much to ask for the what is it the tech team to make us a Rumble or like an Xbot that streams to a Twitter space or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if that's a lot because I know it was a lot to ask for the Rumble bot, and that came to fruition. Shout out to Republicus, but I don't know if asking for a Twitter bot is too much. But if it can be done, we should definitely do it. 'Cause-
We should be able to use a if this then that type format because there's a website that does that, and it can connect right to Twitter and post it into Discord.
Okay. So I want
Where
to.
there's a will, there's a way. We got this, bro. We'll just have to talk about it more later.
True. Yeah. Well, definitely. I'm gonna keep plugging the idea. I don't know. I'm not super versatile with Twitter, but I know they have the spaces over there. It would be cool to use the spaces, but I'm not sure how that would. We'd have to figure out the logistics of combining the Discord with the space.
My thought is there's a lot of Twitters out there that are used as a company representative for the company, like it's their front end. So we can get one of those accounts and share it so trusted people have access to be able to moderate it, monitor it, administrate it, whatever.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, like with the community thing, like who would be in charge, and then do we share that and all that stuff. So
That's what I'm saying. If I were to pay for it, I'd just give you access and whoever else we can trust. Let's go.
right. I know Indio's over there, Clipcord's over there, Sheepdog's over there, Amish is over there.
Oh, well, one of them might already have a premium.
Sheepdog does. I need to go over there and see if he responded
Yeah,
to my
I think
message.
he's hosted spaces before. He's definitely one of the guys to talk to.
Mhm.
But yeah, the
There you
behavior
go.
we're talking about earlier is definitely more prevalent on Twitter too, amongst the anti-flat earthers. They try those tactics, and it's basically all they do, and they seem to think they have some success with it. I think, and then they run into people like us, right, and it doesn't work. So we can go over there and have a big impact. It's not as censored. Like hell, I had Elon Musk retweet a tweet of mine, of all things. I felt like I won the internet that day.
What the F? Picture it didn't happen. Let me see that shit. That sounds awesome as hell. And how did I not know about man, I need to stay out of the hospital. I can keep up with what's going on. I really like the direction that the server's going, though, interconnecting everything through all of these different social media networks. Bullseye. That's exactly what we need to do.
You can use the Twitter Spaces as like a Friday night promo. CB can announce it and build it up like here on Discord, and then when we do like have a Twitter Space opened up, we'd have people lined up waiting to go in, and you could just say like these are the speakers we're gonna have, so on and so forth. So it can be like all gassed up by the time we get there, and it'll be like a promotion. So
hell yeah,
you know what I mean?
Verito. Exactly.
Promote ladies' night too. You know, all that separate shit.
He said, okay, well, Sheepdog might not be able to do it. He said he was thinking about just downgrading or cutting it out. So, also, they're going to do their Friday show here soon, right? Or we could actually test out a collab like tonight. Are you guys familiar with Crypto Keys and Sheepdog's Friday shows over there on Twitter?
Yeah, somewhat.
I'm gonna go check out and try if I can grab a link. But there's a potential we could join that panel later. Give some people a taste of what this Twitter spaces are like.
Yeah, it's kind of fresh over there. Not gonna lie, it feels like how this used to be a few years ago.
So I don't know the details of their show or what time they start and all that stuff, but we should definitely check that out. I'll grab a link.
I was thinking about having a fresh look for the 24/7 brand, because if we have like a channel that's dedicated to what we do, then it would be like specifically for us. So instead of kind of, because everybody has their own thing going. Like I think that Keys person that comes in here, like he's got his own stuff going on.
That's
But
the
if
Friday show I
24/7,
was talking about.
yeah, if we can go there as a promotion for what we're gonna do, and then just
Yeah.
just say like, hey, you know what, this is a 24/7 group or whatever. Then we kind of
Yeah.
just talk about it. Just mainly talk about this, what our plans are. And then just start promoting it in this channel, in politics, and everywhere.
Yep. This is like, I mean, I've been trying to yell it off the rooftops for the last maybe week or so. So like, if you have a Twitter account, drop the link so we can follow you. We can all start linking up. But we need someone with a premium account to make a community called 247, and then we group up there and move as a unit in that space. So yeah. So I'm definitely going to try to make that happen. And then on top of that, an X bot or a Twitter bot that goes to this Twitter Spaces. Again, that might be a lot to ask for, but if anyone is excited about the idea or wants to try it out, I would love to make that happen. So I'll keep talking about it for sure.
I mean, really, from their perspective, the last thing they want is to see us break out of our shells and go out into the world, like what Nathan Oakley's doing with the Omi TV, just chatting with randos, recording it to YouTube. He's flat smacking the public this way. He's getting all kinds of new views and everything. Like they can't control him now.
Got to break out of the box of Discord.
Exactly. And speaking of which, we have Blah Legend White Fox. Welcome. Go ahead. We hear you breathing. Go ahead.
Now I got to get my.
Did anyone catch that? I didn't catch that.
He's getting his mic sorted.
Oh, okay.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was gonna stop me from hearing you? Yes. No. You got a mic.
Chris in the chat, FL Dub says I could probably turn YouTube bot 2 into a Twitter bot. That could maybe work. I think the backup stream. I do like the backup streams, but hey, if we just want to rebrand that one, change it to Xbot or Twitter bot, and put a little X logo on it. Boom, we're done. But we still have to figure out how to like fix it so that it goes with the Twitter Spaces. I'm not exactly sure how that will work because I think someone has to manage bringing up speakers as opposed to listeners in the space. So we'll have like a panel here, and then there'll be a Twitter space where one microphone represents this whole panel, kind of how like Oakley does it when he goes into, like I think he's done that Omegle stream with like the guys in the back, right? And that comes through one microphone. So we'll have to figure that out, but someone will have to be on the Twitter, like bringing up speakers and stuff like that. So
yeah, I
I'm
think
still fairly new.
You can have like an open panel there because I've did spaces before. You can have an open panel, but you only have so many speakers. I'm not sure if it's capped out like at about maybe 12 speakers at the max, but you can still have everybody else as a listener. And then what happens is they give a little hand icon where they raise their hand like they want to speak, and then you can switch off one of the speakers with one of the listeners, and that's how you just like rotate. Yep. So we could have a panel of us against whoever's coming in or out, and one of us can, like, if there's too much of us, then one of us can go back to the audience while the others come up, like any Glober wants to come up. So the ratio, there has to be like a moderated ratio for us who are in there, because not all of us will fit. Because like this panel here, like how much people there are, like somebody's gonna have to just sit and listen while the others are talking. So, yeah, like the people that are on the mic I would say the ones that are predominantly speaking. You get what I'm saying?
Well, actually,
Yeah,
my
it
vision
could be
was slightly
connected with one
different.
unified back chat for everything too. So you have the forward deployed moderators over there talking to the Discord mods here.
So you're thinking because originally I didn't want to have people jump off of Discord to jump onto Twitter. I mean, I'm personally okay with that, but I don't want to force other people to like use a different platform. So I still would want people to have their voice go through the Discord call, like right here, into the space. But someone like the guests and the listeners and the speakers over there would be Twitter users, the way I was seeing it. But I mean, there's lots of different ways we can make this happen. I just don't want to force people to leave Discord for that, even though there's going to be several of us that would be willing to do that, like Indio and myself, and I'm sure Miggy and a lot of you guys. But I don't want to force everyone to like, oh, you got to leave the call, guys. You know what I mean? So there's a soundboard too. Wow, I didn't know that. This is custom feature up to 11 speakers, no cap on listeners, and the stream gets rendered out and left on, in your community. So kind of, even though I love the Rumble thing, we're still trying to work out getting it all recorded. So with the Twitter Spaces, everything gets recorded. Whatever, when we're finished, it just renders and it stays right there. So that's great too. Clipcord, is there an indefinite? There's no time limit either, is there? Pretty sure there's no time limit, whether it's the 247 type of thing or not. It's like TBD. It doesn't necessarily have to be 24/7.
I was thinking that 24/7 can be branded out with a specific logo and everything. I mean, if you think about it,
I've been
the
saying this
community,
for the longest time, gang.
the community can start talking about like what we want to see as a logo, what we want to see as like the speakers, because there's predominantly so many speakers that are in this chat that can carry an argument. So the panel of 24/7 speakers are the ones that are going to be like 24/7 as a brand. But everybody that made the brand is everybody that's contributing, like all of you guys. But the speakers would be something a little different. Those would have to be like hand selected ones that were available to carry, because it's going to be the front face for 24/7, the ones that are going to be talking. And you don't want like somebody that's not really equipped to have a conversation in the front lines, you know. I mean, it's
What's
just
wrong with
it's just
Lo-Fi
the way
guy?
it is.
You don't want Lo-Fi to speak on there?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. He just came.
we
He's
can't have
popping.
it. But
I mean,
you
I
know,
would if you wanted me to. I know what you mean, though.
yeah, the type of individuals that we're going to be dealing with off the internet is so random and vast that you have to be equipped for almost every conversation. And I think the most experienced speakers have already had like years of like experience, so we'd be able to negotiate those conversations a little bit easier.
FE definitely strengthened my mentality when it comes to insults and arguing and having patience, for sure. That's one quality that I can definitely say I have for the debates, if you guys ever do have them. This is mostly just insults, and then explaining to them that they're not asking the right questions.
And dropping logos in the chat. I have been talking about making a logo for the longest time,
Yeah,
probably
dude.
last year.
Oh, hey, CB, I just had an idea though. Why don't we have a server-wide competition type thing for a logo design thing, and a bunch of people could submit stuff, and then we vote on
We
it.
already, yeah, I agree. I agree. Like,
I
it'll have to be
might
like,
have missed it when somebody said that already. If they did,
no, it's cool. That's a good idea. I mean, this would be like round two. All the suggestions that were created are I saved away in my server. So I put a bunch of them in the chat. You can see some of the ones that were submitted already. If you look at like the Rumble, for example, it's using one of the logos somebody created. So yeah, I think we should do another round where people submit their ideas for a logo. Yeah, there you go. FL Dub. That's the logo we've been using over there.
heck yeah.
So
And the winner wins a franchise to Spacies on Uranus.
The winner of what?
great. The logo submission contest.
Oh, for a logo?
Yep.
For what?
247.
And
Since
also,
it,
for what it's worth, there, if I can throw in there, if you guys need some assistance in the tech related stuff, hit me up. It's what I do, and I think I'm sure it's already covered there, but just even brainstorming or whatever, I think I got some stuff that could maybe help.
real
But
Good stuff.
awesome, dude.
Definitely will keep that in mind.
Oh, and real quick, I just want to mention with all these things, a lot of them allow for animated logos, like the Discord does. So that should be encouraged to have some kind of animation with it.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. Even this, I've talked about maybe upgrading the logo on Discord here to something else, and didn't quite get a lot of progress with that. But it's also animated, so if there is a really good animated one, we can use that in multiple places.
What if you had like a floating black swan in like the ocean or something, and it's like subtle, but it's like blue and colorful and cool? I think that black swan in the ocean is brilliant. I think it's a great color. The black swan's a powerful statement. And then if you wanted to, the oil rigs was a nice touch too, because it explains how we can see the horizon for over 10 miles. I mean, change is always for the better. You can't have the same profile picture for 10 years or whatever. Like, you gotta change it up a little bit here. Refresh. I mean, refresh. Can't, it's like, are you gonna wear the same outfit every day? Like, no. You gotta change it up a little bit.
Well, if you're good with art, tech, also Mint. I see Mint is joined. Welcome, Mint.
Hello.
How's it going? Welcome. Is
Hello.
this your first time here, or your repeat customer?
No, I've been there before.
Okay, welcome back.
Thank you.
Just give us a quick reaction to the topic. What are your thoughts on the topic?
I don't know what it is.
The name of the Discord.
Oh. Nah, I got nothing.
Just give us your reaction to like what are your thoughts on the topic in general? You rock with it, you're trying to debunk it, like what's your
Oh
what are your
no, I
thoughts?
believe in it.
Okay. How long? Recently, a couple months ago, a couple years ago?
2 years, I'm not sure.
Sure. Okay. All right. Why do you believe it?
I'm too high to get into it, man.
We'll just hold it together. Dubs, you want to say something? Go ahead.
I was going to say that's the best answer so far.
Yeah, sorry, I'm kind of a
Okay.
bit non-verbal currently.
The vegetative state. Okay. Are you moving right now?
Huh?
Are you in a building currently?
Oh no, sorry. Is there lots of noise coming through?
Are you on the Earth?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Are you in a building?
Yes.
Is the building attached to the earth?
Yes.
Okay. Is the building moving?
No.
Okay. Is the ground moving?
No.
Okay. All right. Just checking. All right. I have a question for you. Can you think of an example where you can have gas pressure without a container?
No.
Okay. Very nice. All right. Matthew Learns, do you have any questions for Mint?
I just got here, so I don't know what you're talking about. I can think of examples with gas pressure without a container.
Stop the cap.
Do they involve the air in question?
Yes, because air is
That's
gas.
the issue. Okay, but you realize that's the issue, right? The air in question, the sky, that's in contention about what's happening. So we can't really use the thing in contention as the proof for the thing that's being contended. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I would say
Okay.
there can be differential pressure. How about that?
I know, but that's still the air that we breathe is the thing in question. So you can't keep pointing at the thing in question and say, well, that is self. That in itself is the proof. You see, that's the problem. That's why we're asking for an actual demonstration without using the sky, because the sky
Yeah.
is the thing being challenged.
Yeah, my examples would involve the atmosphere, like sailboats moving across the ocean due to gas pressure.
You see the problem with that, don't you? Clearly, I mean, surely you see the issue with that.
I understand your problem with it. Yes.
It's not a personal beef. It's just that it's like you can't use the thing you're trying to prove as the proof. That's I feel like I've been saying that for a long time. But what I find is that people tend to just use the thing in question. When we ask for examples, they're like, well, turn on a fan, blow on your hand, go to a mountain. It's like, well, that is still the error that we're looking to either validate that is not contained or prove that it is. So that's my stance on that.
Yeah, all the examples I would give, because we live in in a medium of the atmosphere. I don't know if I could give any examples without the atmosphere.
Plus, the question was a bit off because it's supposed to be gas pressure without physical containment next to a vacuum.
Yeah, he said that was a sailboat, Aethergrass. He
But
used
the
a sailboat
vacuum
for the
part,
example.
well, a
I
sailboat's
don't
not a
know.
vacuum.
Well, the
I didn't
sailboat,
add the vacuum part. You're right.
the sails that get filled with the air, that the gas pressure is pressure on the sails. That's what his example of gas pressure without a container. There you go.
Yeah. And I was just pointing out that I think the vacuum part was left out. So when you add that in, now what's holding it all together? Gravity.
I'm sure Matthew can tell you. He thought about this answer for quite some time, so he'll tell you.
I promise you it's going to be gravity.
No, I'm just saying that the necessary antecedents for gas pressure is gas and pressure, and so I wasn't talking about anything with any kind of vacuum or anything like that.
A bit like saying the antecedent for a steak is steak. Like, no, the antecedent for steak is a cow. The antecedent for gas pressure is a container, not itself. The antecedent can't be X. Isn't the antecedent for X? It's delta X, right? So, yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm fine with the weight or seriousness of a person, place, or thing holding things down, but how do you hold something down while it's also flying at like hundreds of thousands of miles an hour through a cosmic void?
Yeah, but the answer to the question still hasn't been given. So Matthew still has to figure out how sails were the answer to gas pressure without containment next to a vacuum.
Sure,
So,
there's
I don't know if
pressure.
everybody. Yeah, go on, Matthew.
Yeah, there's pressure on one side of the sail and not on the other side, and there's no container between the front of the sail and the back of the sail. So that's an example of gas pressure on one side versus the other. I mean, you could call it differential pressure if you want, but there is pressure differential on the front and back of the sail.
And this example, does it have gas pressure sustained?
Yeah, it's in the atmosphere.
Really? So what happens when the wind stops blowing?
Then you're becalmed and you Have to
What
drink
happened to the
salt
gas
water.
pressure though on the sails though? What happened to the gas pressure on the sails?
It equalized on both sides, left and right.
Was it the same pressure as before?
No, before there was slightly more on one side of the sail than the other, and then when you're becalmed, it's the same on both sides.
So what happened to the gas pressure, the pressure that was built up on the sail while it was pushing on the sail? What happened to that?
When the wind stopped, the movement of the air stopped causing a pressure differential.
So on the surface, we have about the same air pressure that we do mostly everywhere on the surface of Earth. It's basically about the same.
Yeah.
So if we were to say it fluctuates to where there isn't that pressure anymore, do we have an example of that?
Yeah, it fluctuates a bit.
When there is no pressure to where there is.
Oh, from zero to, from 1 to 0? No, it's just slight differences.
Yeah, basically. No, slight differences. What do you mean? No, we're talking about when the wind was blowing on that sail, there's quite a bit of pressure pushed on that sail to make it move, right? The boat. But then when the pressure stopped, what is the value of that pressure when it's not moving the sail any longer?
The pressure differential is 0 from the front and the back.
Right, right. So now we're looking for that same difference in the air on the surface. Do we have that? An example of that?
The same difference of 0? I'm sorry, what are you asking?
Yeah. So if you're saying that the air pressure on the sail is gas pressure, well, to be sustained like it is on the surface, then we'd have to have, just like the sail, it to be at 0 at some point, but it never is that, right? It's always sustained at 14 psi, right around there somewhere on the surface.
Yeah, 14.7 on the
so
front.
it's sustained. It's sustained, right?
Right.
On the surface, it's sustained because we're all breathing. We're not dead. So the thing is, if it's not sustained on the sail, then how can you say you have gas pressure without containment? And an example of it is the sail, because it's not sustained on the sail, and it is sustained on the surface.
Yeah, you're right. I should have said an example. The example of gas pressure without a container is a sail with a boat in motion, not one becalmed. So you're right. If there's no, if there's no wind, then there is no gas pressure differential.
Correct. So back to square one. Oh, globies. Don't worry, the night's still young. We'll get some more that come in here.
Looks like we got a couple dumbasses at politics. I'll take a look.
You want us to migrate over there?
No, it's cool. We get to keep a panel here too. Whatever you guys want.
Yeah, branding out the 24/7 and just like advertising it, I think that would be great. You get a lot of eyes on the brand, on the people that support the brand. Everyone, all of us, everyone has a part to play. By the way, APOC's a dirt digger. I'm gonna see if it unmutes.
Proud of it.
So how many holes have you dug? Like just only digging holes because that's all you do anyway, right? Just dig holes.
Oddly enough, no, we never dug a hole on the job site. The holes are already there. Usually it's the concrete guys that will come in and make their embedments because they have to do the foundations for the concrete around it for the columns. It's the land dudes, the dirt guys that are gonna move any of the earth around. I don't know. I don't know who else would do holes.
Maybe Akubi and I can tell us since he's got all the degrees.
Is he here?
No, he's probably listening though.
Oh, yeah. Well, at least he got me using a tool. Scott McCackey. He said I pick up trash.
Well, Scott says you pick up trash.
Yeah, Scott said you just walk around picking up trash. That's what he said I did.
That's funny.
Yeah, he goes, you just pick up trash. I'm like, nice. Wish that's all I did for sure.
Were you on the side of the road supervised too?
Yeah. Yeah. Chained.
Frickin' Mackie. What a dick.
Yeah. He tried to discredit because I was telling him, dude, because they were arguing about something that was 1 mile long and saying we have to account for curvature, and I'm like, dude, we did 2.5, never accounted for curvature. He's like, you didn't do nothing. You just picked up trash.
What was Scott Mackey's Hercules proof of the Earth being a globe? Well, sunsets.
Right. That's a joke.
We have sunsets, and they go below 0 degrees. I'm like, no, Mackie, 0 degrees is the surface of the Earth. That's 0 degrees. Well, not if you use what do you say? An imaginary line that goes off into with a theodolite. You can see the sun go below 0 degrees. Ah.
Yeah. Never set up a
Mackie,
theodolite in his life.
Mackie says if I'm on the top of a mountain, right? 0 degrees is not the surface of the Earth; it's where I am on the mountain. Wasn't that it?
Oh shit!
That's why he says it goes below his eye level, which is below 0. That's why he said it that way. But did you see that paper? You guys know who Lion is? Some guy Lion of Yah.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Like, I'll post the papers.
Yeah, I know who Lion is. He's cool.
Yeah, check this out. I'll put it in voice text. He posted these, and he was like, read up on that, and like it's some pretty good stuff. It's these guys way back. They realized that when they did these observations, like little, like a little experiment, something here, they're like, or observations, they realized that when they looked through a glass, it gave a reading or lens. It lowered the object in the lens, and then when they looked through just like a tube with the crosshair, like then it didn't lower. And what year was this? Back in the 1800s or early 1900s? I forgot where. I forgot the date. In 1862. And there's these guys that were like taking these observations and stuff. I don't know the full
What
story.
was
He
the
knows it.
conclusion?
Well, he was saying that they realized that every time that they look through a lens or something with the
Objects go a
lens,
little lower or something.
everything lowers just naturally because that's what the lens does in comparison to just looking at something through like a tube with a crosshair, like just using your eye. So
I wonder if it does that with a
naturally,
binocular too.
Right. Anything with the lens, it's
I'm
gonna
wondering if it
lower.
does.
And like, so he was just bringing out like they actually like observations. He said like they went really high up in the horizon. They realized that when they looked out using a lens, the horizon would drop, but when they looked through the tube, it would stay eye level, like to their position. Like, wow. And they did it on the surface, and then on when they went really high up. And then so the argument would be like, yeah, you're always going, if you're looking through a lens, like through optics, it's always going to drop because that's just what the optics does naturally. Or I don't know, I don't know if they're made that way. I don't know. But it was really interesting. That's why I grabbed the papers. I was like, oh, that's cool. So I kept them. Yeah, lens distortions, exactly. So whenever they're like, "Oh, it's dropping below my eye level," yeah, that's what the lens is gonna do. So that's a cool little thing there.
What if you turn the whole thing upside down?
Good question. Does it do it upside down? Let me see. Let me read through it.
Shout out to Jenny. Shout out to Evil Camper, Mike, Ripcord, Ethergris. Shout out to Pokerfon. Shout out to the whole panel.
What's it?
Round of applause, everyone.
So what's the latest? I know Pokerfon, you've been over at politics. Jenny, I don't even know where you've been in the kitchen. Where you been?
She's cooking it up. That's what she's doing.
Yeah, well, I got some plans cooking up. I do, but they're really just about to happen, and you don't want to spill the beans before things happen. So I might have something really
true.
cool.
Okay.
Yep.
To be continued.
Yes. So soon after the holiday. Yep.
Nice.
Anybody? What about? Oh, right. Sorry, I hate it when people do that kind of thing. Oh, I have something to tell you, but I can't tell you. I hate that. I hate that. I do. It's like, man, you didn't even have to say that.
Sounds like it'll be a nice surprise when we get the find out. But,
Oh yeah,
what's
fun
good? You got
times.
any new arguments? You've been butting heads with any goofballs?
No, man. I might though here soon. I might. So it sure would be nice to do a real observation. I am like 45 minutes southwest of Chicago, and it's been too long since I've been to Gurnee. I wonder if you can see anything near there across the lake. But yeah.
Nice.
Okay. W Lakes.
I live close to the Mirage when I was living in Elk Grove Village. Yep, a lot closer to Chicago. But anyway, what's the new lingo? Keep me up to date, please. I'm not a boomer, I'm a Gen Xer who hasn't been on in forever.
I don't know, man. These kids got a lot of things to say, but no, it's nothing
Oh,
serious.
yeah.
Sometimes if you hear somebody say
Oh,
W, it means you're winning. That's good.
wow. You know what I'm sad for? The one, where we say, yeah, I'm dead ass serious. They don't even say serious anymore. They just say dead ass. Like, what? How does that
Yep.
make any sense?
Yeah, they really
And I
shortened
thought,
it.
That's bullshit.
yeah, and I thought it was just some internet thing, and then I heard somebody in real life do it. And I'm like, what? So, yeah, they do all
You're
kinds of weird stuff that none of us Gen Xers and above can understand. I don't know if millennials understand them, the newest
you're
generation.
you're a Gen Xer, man.
But yeah, I mean, Gibbity toilet riz, is that really a thing?
It sure is.
Oh my
What?
god. That's just cray cray, yo. I mean, that's not how we used to talk. Maybe not the cray cray, that was more the 90s, but the yo. I remember saying dude when I was younger, like all the time.
Yeah. I
It still
remember
slips
saying
out.
stoked. I'm stoked. I'm stoked.
That was like
That was kind of a
a
California
surfer
thing, though.
thing.
Yeah.
If you,
Well, I used to skate,
hmm
so yeah. We used
Yeah,
to just call
skater.
everybody.
Yeah.
We used to call everybody fags. That's all we used to do. Oh
I
shit!
know
I'm
we
not supposed to use
used to
that word
call
here.
each other retard.
Yeah.
Remember
Uh,
when we used to be able to call each other retard for fun? Now people get all bent. It's sad. Can't have anything fun.
yeah.
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
I know, right? Everybody gets offended. Who
Can't even
started
make
the
fun.
getting offended? It had to have been the millennials, right? The younger millennials?
The Marxist.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
well,
gotta. You gotta start using the first letters of names. You know, like C
that I did
word,
not know.
N word.
Oh.
Yeah, C word, N word, the
Oh,
C word, the
yeah,
C
'cause
word. Yeah, they don't want you using Caucasian. That's bad, bad word. C word.
oh, I thought you meant the see you next Tuesday word. I don't really like hearing that word.
Ah, no, my girlfriend hates it. I've learned to hate it because she hates it. It's pretty nasty. It's a filthy freaking word.
Yeah,
It
but I'm not
applies.
gonna go.
Yeah, my girlfriend's just
Mm.
like, if she hears it, she just like, because I told her I was gonna sell CUNT tea, because I'm a coffee. I sell coffee, and I was joking. I said I'm gonna sell CUNT tea, like tea, because people want tea too. But I was joking. She was like, "I'll break up with you if you freaking sell CUNT tea," and I'm just like,
I think
"Holy
people
crap, that's funny."
in the I think some of the like gay guys and stuff they call each other cunty.
It's gay.
So you might
It's
not want to
super
do
gay.
that, dude. You might not want. I would highly advise against it.
No,
I mean,
dude,
you
I
could
don't
go into
sell
that
tea.
market, but
Yeah, no,
that's
I don't
probably
even
not what you're
sell
wanting to
tea.
do.
There's a whole thing with the Bears and Gary and Terry. So Gary and Terry's, it was just a joke, but I never was gonna sell tea.
Yeah.
Tea's for freaking weird. Where's our Aussies and our Englishmen? I know they're in here. Cup of tea and some biscuits. Freaking weirdos. They call cookies biscuits. What the hell's wrong with them?
Yeah, that is pretty weird, man. I'd have to agree with you. Yeah. Tea and biscuits.
I'm gonna
Of
have
course,
some
American food's all
crisps.
messed up, so we shouldn't be criticizing them. I'm just gonna
This
say
is
that though.
true, but dude, come on, I'm gonna have some crisps. I'm gonna have some crisps. Dude, you know what's funny? When I was little, I'd go out to Utah, and my cousins would be like, "You want a bottle of pop?" And I'd be like, "What the frick are you talking
Here in
about?"
Illinois, we call it pop. What's your problem, bro?
Do you? East Coast is soda. Oh,
And then
damn!
when
Look
you
at that
go over
ditch.
to
Nice.
Missouri, they call it sody.
Oh no.
Or down
Pop.
south or something, I guess. I don't know. I've never been that much down south. I mean, I've been to Florida, but not passing through.
I've been to Miami once. I got off a plane to go to a pizza convention with my boss, and I was like
Okay,
literally
get
thinking,
this.
this is hell. I'm pretty sure I just arrived in hell because this wall of heat hit
So
me. It was so freaking
I
hot and humid. Holy crap.
a question for you since you're from Florida. What's where the airport is and then like the
I'm
NASA
not from
center
Florida.
is
I
there?
said I got off. The one time I went
Oh.
to Florida, I thought I
Anyway,
arrived
I
in
went to
hell.
Florida to visit my uncle and the NASA station was right there, museum or whatever. Yeah,
I
and
didn't notice that.
my mom knows I'm a flat earther, and I told her I wanted to go, and she kind of got, straightened up her back and kind of got a little defensive. I'm like, I just want to hear the other side of the information.
Oh no, I
So
want to
yeah,
go because it's Comedy Central, man. I'd be
I'm
laughing
trying
out
to think. The
loud.
Kennedy Space Center,
Yeah,
is it?
probably. It's probably near crap. What the hell is the name of the airport? I don't know. I got off
I
in
do not
Miami though.
know.
That's
I
all
didn't
I
have to
know.
pay attention. Wasn't my department.
Orlando Airport, I believe, is closest to the Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
wanted to go,
probably. Well, maybe I
man.
didn't get off in Miami then. Wait a minute. Maybe
I
I
might be
wasn't in
able to
Miami.
talk her into it next year, maybe. Um, when do they do their launches? Usually in the spring.
They don't do any anymore. People got freaking too good of cameras. They see the balloon.
Well,
They see
when
the
do they
balloon
always
trick.
say they're going to do their launches in the spring?
When they have the least amount of freaking wind because everybody pops their balloon trick. They're like, we can't launch
Right.
unless it's under
Yeah.
3 freaking miles per hour wind. Because it'd be so funny to watch the thing blowing sideways. Wouldn't that be great if a big gust of wind came up as soon as they launched? And it was like flying sideways, like, 8 million pounds of thrust taking 13 million pounds of
I have a
science to
question.
space.
Has anybody in here ever been there to the Kennedy Space Center?
Yep.
I have. Yeah.
Nope.
Was it like before Flat Earth or since?
2011, so kind of. I had heard of Flat Earth before that, but
Oh, nice. Okay, nice. Because in my opinion, your subconscious would have to help you along on, that type of thing. I don't know, man. That's interesting. But so what was your opinion when you went, if you knew about the topic?
well, I just went there to take a look at the sites. Can't say I'm like, oh, this is proof of a globe kind of deal, right?
Right.
It's the only reason I went there is that was the second last shuttle launch. That's basically it. Because I was there for the Daytona 500, and for the rest of the week, I did the usual tourist stuff in the area.
Because sometimes I can't take that shit. Like when the indoctrination gets too ridiculous, it makes me mad, and then I gotta go do something else.
Well, I already knew that the moon landings were faked, so I just kind of laughed when I saw the Saturn V rocket there.
Okay, and then what'd you think?
I went like, look at all these suckers thinking this is real.
Wow. That must have been like a little bit surreal at one moment. It's like, what is going on? I don't know.
Just
That would
laugh
be weird.
hysterically the whole time.
Oh, yeah. If I did that with my mom, it'd make her mad. She still thinks we went to the moon. She's a boomer. She can't help it.
Did you hear it on the radio?
No, she saw it live on TV.
Mm.
Mhm.
Yeah, because the TV never lies, right?
Dude, man, I don't get it. I do not get it.
Have you ever watched it? You ever watched like a shuttle launched? I was like looking like, why are they watching it so long? Why are we watching this so long? Because you think about like, you ever seen like the Blue Angels? They fly over. You see like a F-15 come flying down real low, and he goes, and he's like gone in like seconds. Like they're supposed to be pushing like what, like Mach 3 by the time they're like whatever on their way to what do their nonsense. But dude, like the cameras are on them for a while, man. Like
I mean, they don't
I don't
fly
know.
in any Mach speed above the
That's what
ground.
I'm saying. They're freaking
Because it
going
would
way
blow your
slower.
eardrum out, you know.
Well, right. You don't hear a sonic boom. Does anybody notice that they're not pushing over 750 because you don't hear a sonic boom? Like, and I know they tell you that by the time they're what 10,000 feet in the air, they're pushing Mach freaking some nonsense. I don't know for sure, but you would think, if they got to eventually do the slingshot at 17,000 miles per hour. What a bunch of horseshit
That's
crappy.
a good point. I never thought about that when we used to do the launches. I used to go with my uncle for Vandenberg base up north, and all we do,
The boom.
we were in our Earth station just sending the signal to like Australia and Japan, and there was a third one I forget all the time. But you know what? You're right. I don't remember ever hearing a sonic boom.
Well, I wish somebody would do like a frame by frame. Can't you tell how fast they're going? Like from the camera, kinda. If you're in reference to something, I don't know. Maybe you should be able to, because it seems like to me, first they rise way too slow. It's obvious because it's they're literally lifting off like a balloon. So, then they stay in the air way too long. That's what my theory is. Like, if you timed it and to what they say they're doing to what you're seeing, and
Well,
for
the
how
thing is
long.
with sonic booms, once you bypass the line and it becomes a sonic boom, once you go any further than that, then you don't hear it anymore, because it's only a crossing line. It's because of the waves that basically shake through the air,
Interesting. The
and because it
only
gets interwoven with the motion, or the motion is too high then to bypass this. Otherwise, if they would keep the speed, you would hear it constantly. You would hear like a loud hum the whole time if we could keep it perfectly, but it doesn't.
forward, not backwards.
Say again. You mumbled a bit.
You said it goes forward, and you don't hear it behind. Is that what you're saying?
No, once the
When the
speed
boom
is
happens.
reached and the
Yeah,
sonic
it's
boom
one boom.
happens.
It's not like it.
Yeah.
Right.
And once you go any faster than this, then you basically break the pattern for it to form this break line.
It'd be cool if it would boom every time you doubled it, like Mach 2, boom, boom. Mach 3, boom, boom, boom. Like 3 booms.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how exactly the second boom would happen. I mean,
I don't think it would, but
yeah, because you have to reach double the speed of the first one. So this is already ridiculous.
Yeah.
So you would hear the first boom, then you would hear nothing, and then you hear the same boom again, because they took the second stage basically.
Yeah, I've never heard of there's no like when you hit Mach 2, there's not a second one or anything. Not that I know of.
No.
I'm sure we would have heard about it. But we used to hear them outside when we were on the fishing boats in Ocean City. Once you get like 20 miles off the coast, then they don't mind. I guess if they're allowed to break the sound barrier out off the coast a certain amount of certain distance. I don't know what it is, but it seemed like it had to be at least 20, 30 miles off the coast before you'd start hearing the booms. The ocean.
Yeah, they basically just don't want the sonic booms over
Okay.
civilian populations because that causes damages to houses and stuff.
So what does that mean to flat Earth, you guys? I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to be rude to you. I'm really being serious. No. Or I mean, I was
Well,
listening,
it's
guys.
because of no problem. It's because of the pressure wave that it would cause because of it breaking the sound barrier.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, they have to make distance for this. Otherwise,
Yeah, there's no
glass would shatter and
sonic boom
everything.
thing. I can tell you, this has nothing to do with sonic booms, but my grandmother said she would see flashes from the nuclear tests in Nevada, and they were in Santa Clara, which is right outside of St. George, Utah. So they would see the big TNT tests, right? And you would see a flash. That's like, dude, like Nevada's like 3 hours. Well, I'm sorry, Las Vegas is like 3 hours away from St. George. So like, you should be like, you shouldn't be able to see any flashes from any testing in Nevada if the Earth were a ball, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
true that.
it's the same thing with the Tunguska event in 1908. It was said that it was so bright that you could read a newspaper at nighttime in London. And that would be impossible on a ball.
Yeah, telling you, man. Nonsense. Grandmother proved flat Earth.
So I'm reading this document, of which was called out by one of those papers that I'd posted earlier. And it's weird because if you do a find on page and just type curvature, like the first 6 or 7 times or 5 or 6 times that they mention it out of its like 206 page book, everything that says about curvature is having to do with the lens. Like the lens is causing this curvature optically. The lens is doing this. This type of lens is doing this, but it's causing curvature. And then they get to this one point where then they say, so I'll read it exactly. While at the same time the line of collimation is set with the end at the object glass slightly depressed instead of exactly horizontal, so as to remove or nearly so the errors arising from the curvature of the earth and the horizontal refraction. So like for the like then that's at page 108, but 5 or 6 times before this throughout the book they keep talking about the curvature of the glass only. And then finally they get to a point where it talks about the instrument will now be in complete practical adjustment for level, curvature, and horizontal refraction. And then the distance not to be exceeding 10 chains, the maximum error being only 1/1000th of a foot. So it's very interesting that they talk about the lens being curved, it causing the refraction or the image to be distorted. And then they get into the curvature of the earth, and then they get into how far you can go, which is about 200 yards like the maximum that they'll use the equipment for before it starts messing up even more optically. So this is very interesting.
Yeah,
I'll
this
post.
is basically this is what you see when they make NASA footage and so live footage and such. This is why they cut before a certain height and unless the object or the rocket has reached its horizontal line again, or to a certain degree, unless it's 45 degrees, so that it stays at this angle they want to have, Otherwise, it would look totally distorted and, unreal, basically, noticeably.
I posted a link for the book. It's a Google book. It's that book though. It's quoted from the other post that I posted. It's like where they pulled that out from. But it's called a treatise on mathematical instruments, testing, adjusting, and using them. And that's where they're talking about that they cause a curve, or they cause the horizon to drop. Really, really interesting if you guys want to look into it.
Real quick, I just want to welcome Forest Spirit to the chat. Spam W's for Forest Spirit, guys. Welcome to the panel. How are you?
Hi, I'm listening. Carry on.
Excellent, excellent. Welcome. I'm going to give you the VC verified role, and I'll give you perms to kind of come and go with your mic perms. But if you have any questions, feel free to let us know. This also gives you access to a chat that we're in, and we are live on Rumble and YouTube. So welcome to the panel. Glad to have you. And yeah, shout out to all the listeners out there. And welcome, guys. Sorry to interrupt.
It's all good.
No listening. You hear me?
Just took a quick look when you joined the server a couple days ago. Awesome. If you feel like it, love to get a quick reaction to the topic. But if you're in listening mode, that's not a problem, guys. We'll continue as the show is rolling. It looks like there's also Bizan Tony. Welcome, Bizan Tony, or however you say that. Welcome. You've been unmuted. I'll give you a listening pass for now. If you want to chime in. Oh, okay. Hey, how are you? Cool, man. Let's see. How long have you been here? Couple months, looks like. Back in July.
I was in here for a while before, and my account got banned on Discord, so this is just a newer account.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, welcome back.
Thanks.
Are you a flat earther, globe earther? Where are you at?
I'm definitely not a globetard. I'm more so. I would probably say I'm convinced of flat Earth, but I haven't gone too deep down the rabbit hole yet. So I'm here
Okay.
for the resources.
Cool. Awesome.
It's high noon.
Sweet. Well, yeah, there's a lot of people here that can definitely help you with that. No doubt. What do you think, Apocryphon?
I was just going to say, I posted a few things. If you are looking for some resources, maybe just read over that, see what you think. It's in regards to when they say they're looking through an instrument and the horizon is below their eye level, so they think it's Earth curve, but it's just the instrument itself, and that's kind of the purpose of posting those papers that I shared.
Where did you post those? Oh, right there, 53 past the hour. Got it.
Yeah.
Do you guys know of anyone who has like some kind of archive of all these links, like outside of Discord?
Chat. Anybody? What do you think, Ripcord?
I don't have any sources basically.
There might be. I mean, I'm sure maybe.
that's something I'm working on myself, because I think we should. I'm just a strong proponent of not trusting these platforms that we're borrowing the server space on too much, because we've seen what happens on YouTube and everything. So I'm working on building an index, like an archive of all these links that are, on YouTube especially, that are all shadow banned and stuff. So,
well, if you look, I don't know if you have access, but if you just scroll towards the bottom of the server here, you'll see like additional information, and it's alphabetized, and you could just click on any one of them, and you usually find really good stuff on that particular topic that's highlighted.
Yeah, that's pretty much how I'm going to be cataloging it too, by tags. So it'll be in a searchable archive online.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, so I could use help on it too. I'm trying to open source it.
W. That sounds like a great idea. We'd love to help you with that in any way we can. I know there's some other guys that are talking about doing projects like that, but offline, like physical copies of stuff, which is like both of those projects are big,
Oh
but
yeah.
might be worth it.
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of preserving knowledge that is very difficult to find, because I think that, especially with flat Earth, this is going to get exponentially more difficult to find information about. I meet people all the time. They ask me for resources on flat Earth, and like they don't know where to look. It's like you can't just like Google search for this stuff, and they don't know that servers like this exist. They don't know where to go for a library of information on this. So I'm just big on archiving and preservation of knowledge.
I have a
That's
link for you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to cut
Yeah.
you off. I'll post it right now. That actually has a lot of good stuff too. I posted a link for you. Um, it just it's just check it out, bro. It has a lot of good stuff, all related to the topic.
Okay, cool.
For sure, for sure.
Facts. Also, welcome Methuselah back in the panel. Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm here for the first time. Just checking out just got on Discord a couple months ago, so seeing how it's going.
Glad to have you. And yeah, let us know if you have any questions. We're talking cataloging flat Earth information off of different platforms like this that we don't own. It's a very base take there from Visa and Tony, if I'm saying that correctly. Yeah, I agree. This is good stuff. I mean, hey, listen, we all have different roles to play. Homie's playing his role, so we love to see that.
Thank you, thank you. I don't know what you were talking about, but I'm just listening.
Yeah, this is a no listening panel.
No listening.
Yeah.
You hear me?
Oh, I thought I was on the listening freaking channel. Dagnabbit.
Just joking. Yeah, glad to have everybody here. This is a great panel. 28 deep. Let's keep cooking.
I'm just kind of waiting for Flat Earth Fridays for Proud and Crypto to head on up there. And it's hard listening to both, but here we are.
And we are here indeed. Dubs is here. We got Rayleigh, Criterion, and Ripcord. Whole bunch of people here, guys. So we shall prevail onward and forward. We talked earlier about how we've noticed that Glovers have a new tactic. They're on some weird level type shit right now. It's crazy. Has anyone noticed this or what?
What
They're just
specific?
they're
How
just
they?
moving different. They're just moving different now, guys. Like the last, I mean, I, we probably spoke to 3 in a row. Not yesterday, maybe 2 days ago. Uh, they had the same tactic. It's just an insane amount of ad hom attacks mixed with a very low level of understanding. So they'll just make a claim plus an ad hom. They'll make a statement plus an ad hom. It's for an
Yeah, what
example,
the?
they'll just be like,
So
"There's Coriolis, you bunch of nerds.
the
What you
valedictorian
guys
of
don't?
the class.
You guys clearly don't believe in gravity because you're all idiots."
I
It's
don't
like
know.
we're not really
What if I
making an
told you?
argument.
What if I told you that this has to do with the psyche that they have developed, basically as a society together? That they don't know even what they are doing, but they're doing it anyway. Everyone
Wow.
for what suits him best, or he thinks, or she, he or she is good at.
I don't know if I mean there probably is some truth to that, but it does feel forced
Yeah,
a lot of
it's a
times.
repeating pattern, and we see it sometimes in every one of them. So the fact that we can see it, and when we out them, they get angry or whatever their state is at the moment, and how well they can grasp the situation of the moment, then they get usually very unhinged, and they cannot follow
Um,
anymore.
yeah, they definitely have lost the plot. But I'm just trying to figure out how to combat it, really. I think we've done a fair job. But it's like, what is the kryptonite to that style? We stay very calm, talk to them in a calm voice, but they don't, they just keep going. You turn the other cheek, they just keep going. You fight back with the same energy, they just get turned up even more. So what's the solution to those
Yeah, I mean, basically,
things?
we have to find a different analogy instead of the topic we are talking about, and making the analogy to their situation, or bring them into a situation, and then try to logically dissect it together, or we hear them dissect those analogy we presented to them, um, to actually explain what is going on, and then maybe we can figure out what is actually going on. It's like
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we got to deprogram them from their heliosexual cult.
Yeah, I agree, but they're so weaselly, right? They hop, skip, and jump from topic to topic. They swing monkey branch over to this thing, over to that thing. They never really allow themselves to get nailed down because they're not really making claims. They're just they're not like what I mean. They're not making arguments. They're just saying stuff and jumping around,
yeah,
galloping, etc.
yeah, depending on what they know, usually they just make stuff up on the spot, and that is an
That
indication
too.
for that they don't know what they are talking about, but they don't want to admit it. They still want to sound smart and just go ahead continuously, and once you ask them again and clarify things, then they stumble and try to redo the loop again. Then they ask counter questions and have you. And this is a whole loop they go on. It's like they're sitting in a glass house and jumping from one wall to another, like a ping pong ball. They don't want to stay in one place.
So I don't know what their kryptonite is. You can hit them with. You just got to be maybe more. I don't know. Well, I guess time will tell. Again, we've dealt with them just fine. It's not like we were confused. It didn't know what to do. It's just I don't know how to slice through them like butter yet. But I guess we'll figure that out. And- Or maybe I'm just baiting them to come in. The world may never know. Ethergris just popped in, I think. Welcome, Ethergris and Critical Primal King. Yeah, Mike and Dulce, Flatsy, Apocryphon. We talked about going on Twitter X. We got any Twitter X users out there?
Who isn't a Twitter X user?
You said you do or you don't?
Yeah, everybody should. Except the paranoid people.
Hold on a second. Sorry, mic check. I welcome Ziggy Spaz. Hello, Bertha. Welcome to the panel.
UAV entering the AO.
And whoever just slid in as well, welcome. KC. Looks like KC is here. VC verified. Feel free to chime in anytime. And Matthew's back.
Hello. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. So you have the VC verified role, and you've been in the server since today. You joined today. Awesome, man. How did you find us? How did you get a link to this place?
I was in the 24/7, and I think it was T-Bone or something. His name was. He sent me the link.
Cool, awesome.
Yeah, I didn't know this existed, so it's good to find something new.
Yeah, this is home base. I see you're in politics, and you're over at the Flat Earth Debate channel. So are you somewhat familiar with the guys over at politics or the guys over at Flat Earth Debate, like Quantum Eraser, Nathan Oakley?
Yeah, I've been studying this for like 8 years now.
Oh, damn. Okay. Very nice, man. Well, glad to have you here.
Okay, was that the sound effects?
Yeah. We want a live show over here, so a little bit spice it up with some entertainment every now and then.
Defects.
Defects. Shots fired. Anyway, yeah, glad to have you, KC. Let us just chime in if you have any questions or anything, or you just feel you want to say something. Ziggy Spaz is here with us, our celeb glober. So feel free to chime in, Zig, if you want to pop off some questions.
Just real quick, Bison Tony, I'm not sure if you're checking the side chat or the voice text chat, but I posted quite a few links if you wanted to snag those if you don't already have those in your arsenal of information. So there's quite a few links I tagged you to.
Yeah, thanks, man. I'm gonna just throw them into the list.
Cool. It's good to read up on that stuff for when the argument comes up.
Well, another thing that I do is I actually archive these links because there's a whole other element to these links not really having a long lifespan on the internet. It's called link rot. Like these links, they typically have a very short lifespan. So
Yeah.
you're also relying on whoever's running that website to keep it alive. And so the moment I find links like this, I just go and archive them. Like I said, it's a lot of work, but
it's worth
this stuff is all temporary.
Yeah, if you could somehow save it, hard, and then that way, if it was to be deleted, you still have the information for sure.
Yeah, you can use archive.is for a basic like a screenshot, like it'll just automatically take a screenshot and archive it, and you'll get the link for it.
Cool.
Then there's also archive.org. There's a ton of flat earth stuff on there too. Like that's better for media, videos and stuff.
Yeah. Matter of fact, Flatsy posted the 24/7 flatearth.org if you like that one too.
Yeah, the first one that I posted, I deleted it because something was wrong with that link. So I went back and found Indio's where he posted it because it's his wiki page. So
yeah, it must have had link rot. Actually, I think the first one had
real quick. I just want to
know.
mention that archive.org is a really good place for all kinds of info. Like, y'all should check it out. Like, there's old government footage and old stuff from the whole space, right? You should check it out.
Oh, yeah. Well, so even archive.org is, it's a little bit more safer than a lot of the websites that we encounter every day as far as preserving what's on there, but they're also kind of not as permanent as you'd think. So, like, if I were a copyright holder and someone had posted my content on there, I could have it removed by archive.org. So it's still not totally safe on there, but it's way better to have it on there than to just trust these websites will just stay alive.
Yeah, it's easier to access those videos than it is to go to YouTube or somewhere else when it's been pushed down by the algorithm. But I agree with you. Don't rely on that website. It could be gone tomorrow. Download everything that you can.
And for those that are listening and maybe not know this little trick to get around the suppression and censorship of YouTube, whenever you look up something and you hit enter, the first thing you should do is go to filters and then just change it to upload date and then go back and it'll do the thing, and you will 9 times out of 10 find that video to be the very first one that you were actually looking for. But you have to do it by upload date, not relevance, because when you keep it at relevance, which is the default, it throws all the propaganda at you, all the misinformation and disinformation at you. So just a little tip, if you don't know that already, change it to upload date and you will see the videos that they're hiding from you, that the algorithm keeps from you.
That was actually one of the things that caused me to inquire about flat Earth, because during the when was that, 2016, during the Trump campaign, it was like during that same time, right, that it was trending on Google. And and that's when the YouTube censorship started. Like, a lot of people don't realize that the YouTube censorship really started with flat Earth. Like, there was a whole Senate hearing for it. Like, they were specifically, Senate was like, how are we going to censor flat Earth? And that's where they came up with this. They started shadow banning and then putting up those Wikipedia disclaimers, which they used for COVID too. But yeah, a lot of it's interesting because that's what got me to look into it, because I was like, wow, you go and search for flat Earth, and you get all these videos of Kyrie Irving holding the globe as a humiliation ritual because he said that he believed in flat Earth. So it's all this like really manipulated information. Black Science Man making fun of it and stuff. It's all just. And you have who's that other guy that was like, he makes his whole living like debunking flat Earth. Forget the guy's name. He's like a NASA shill. Trying to remember.
There's like probably a lot of them, honestly.
Well, he's one of the main guys. Like, if you look up flat Earth debate on YouTube, like the default.
Dave. There's like
Not
Professor Dave, Simon
Professor
Dan.
Dave, yeah, that guy. Yeah, Professor Dave. He's like a NASA shill.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Literally on NASA's payroll.
Oh, for real? Damn.
Yeah, a lot of those guys, they used to do different type of content. They realized no one's really looking at it. They're not getting the clicks and views. No one's, super chatting them in the, in their live streams. But a lot of them realize when you talk about flat Earth, it draws money. So then they turn around and call.
Well, it's easy results because the algorithm favor it.
Yeah, and they call the flat earthers grifters when they are literally the ones that are only sticking to flat earth because they're making money off of it, as opposed to like their video game they used to post or their camera description and technology. Like, they just totally switched it up and became a grifter off of flat earth. while accusing all the flat earthers to be grifters. It's such a hypocrisy with these guys.
Yeah, it's projection. Yeah, they have all these affiliate links. Like they're fully monetized, and they're talking about being grifters, and it's like you can't even find flat Earth content on YouTube. Like it would be the most retarded grift to do flat Earth and be like, I'm going to make millions of dollars doing like making flat Earth content. Literally makes no sense. It's like probably the worst thing to try to monetize.
Yeah, because and then it's the ones that are against flat Earth are the ones getting all the money and all the like views, and like YouTube's pushing people towards their videos when you type in flat Earth.
Yeah, Professor Dave has got more views on just his anti-flat Earth videos than Rob Skiba has for his entire channel with thousands of videos.
It's crazy.
Gee, I wonder who's being suppressed here.
I don't think he gets paid by NASA, though. What makes you think that?
And same thing with Dave McKeegan. His channel was pretty average, nothing special. Most of his videos only got less than 5,000 views. All of a sudden he starts doing anti-flat Earth videos, and all of a sudden he's getting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views.
Yeah.
And now he's even getting sponsors.
Yeah, he has sponsors. He even does like commercials in between his videos. Like he does like a whole little like he's an actual show. Like, bro, I mean, how much more of a grift can you call it?
Yeah, we should contact his advertisers and say, his sponsors, and go, oh yeah, we're not buying your product because you're supporting a liar.
Can someone explain what grift means for those in the back?
Well, a grifter is specifically so grifter. The word gets thrown out pretty often these days to mean basically a content creator whose opinion I disagree with, and they're making money. And it actually is more. There's a more specific meaning to it. It's someone who is doing that. They're a content creator who they're monetizing an opinion that they don't even necessarily agree with. So they're like,
oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying, by definition, it's a small scale swindling. So like,
it's con artist.
Yeah, like a con artist. Yeah, like they're talking about a subject that they know that they're just making money off of people because people are looking into the subject, but they don't necessarily like care about it. They don't know about it even.
They know just enough to make money off it. Like they're swindlers. Like they know more about business and running a business than the consumers of their content do. And it's just enough, and they know just enough information to convince them and trick them.
Thanks for that. Appreciate that.
Scammer.
Yeah, that word does get tossed around a lot, doesn't it? They make money and I don't like it.
Yeah, that's literally it. It's like, oh, this guy makes money off of something that I hate, so he's a grifter.
Okay. What do you think is the strongest argument for flat Earth, Matthew?
I guess I would say that we don't see any curvature and we don't feel any motion.
Yeah, those are two powerful aspects of it, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say those are the strongest arguments for most people. I mean, that's what convinces a lot of people.
Observable reality. Yeah.
Right.
He said the strongest argument is that we don't see curvature.
Yeah, you go to the ocean and it looks flat. The ocean looks flat.
I don't know. I don't think that's really a valid argument. Kind of how we talked earlier about the thing that's not in contention being the gradient, right? So for a globe earther, you guys also go out and experience the same thing, but you have reasons, right? It's like the earth is too big to see the curvature. For you, the experience is the same. Even if you're on a big globe, you still experience this sort of locally flat earth, right?
Yeah, I guess which it depends on what you mean by strongest. Strongest, like for on a visceral level, what people think and feel, or kind of like in terms of like logical argumentation. Probably it's going to be
Okay.
different for different people. I don't know.
Got you. Well, I guess my question was more about the actual, like an actual argument, but I do agree with you when you say that the experience of the Earth for everyone appears to be this flat Earth. So I guess,
Right.
yeah.
As far as logical arguments, I would say if you have a strong distrust of the government and everything the government says seems to be a lie, that would be, for some people, that's a very persuasive argument. Like, oh, the government says it's a globe and NASA and moon walks and all that type of stuff. So I think there's a significant portion of people who'd be convinced by that.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard people say they use that as like their, um, their pickup line or whatever, their starting point. So, not usually what
It
I tend to do, but I've heard a lot of people do it.
it does seem to be a easy step from, if you will. Like if you already have a distrust because you looked into other things, you found out they're lying here, they're lying there, you found out the media was lying about this or hiding this and covering this, then someone says, "Oh, hey, did you know that there's this?" And you're like, "Oh, really?" Yeah, you have a better ear to it, if you will. Like you're willing to listen to it because you're like, okay, I know they're lying over about this, that, and that. So what are you pitching? And then when someone says it, you're like, oh, okay, I'm gonna look into that. And then because you have that open mind and out of distrust, like Matthew's talking about, like it makes it easier to accept and receive like what's being said. Now I don't know if that's a harmful thing or a good thing, but it's just it's easier to get it and receive it because I think a lot of the obstacles a lot of people have is that let's say your walls aren't broken down because you don't have a reason to distrust them because you never learned that they are lying to us in a lot of different things about a lot of different things. So then if you're having to break through that wall first, I think that just takes more work than for the person to come up to the situation with walls already kind of broken down, having learned that they lied already. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, totally. Because for some people, it's like, oh, the Gulf of Tonkin and the Vietnam War, Agent Orange, and then what about JFK, and then what about 9/11, and wait a minute, maybe the moon landing, maybe ISS, and they start looking at all these different things and kind of uh, the logical end of that is maybe they're lying about the shape of the Earth and the Earth is flat.
Right. Yeah, I agree to that. It's not a far leap from it because I think it's really close and it's easier when you already have it's kind of like when you're already looking at everyone suspicious, like it's easy to spot the guy that's suspicious, right? Because you already have that mindset, like, okay, one of you guys are shady, and I'm gonna find out who. As opposed to just like, oh, everyone's cool here and everyone's great, and like you don't like, then you end up, oh, damn, that guy ended up being shady because you weren't looking at them in the beginning like that. So I think that's why it's such an easy transition, if you will.
Yeah.
I can see it. I can definitely see it. I think the water is a good argument. I mean, because you can pin people down pretty easily. I think, Matthew, your position is that all bodies of water are curved. It's just it's on such a small scale that you can't really notice it, even in something like a sink or a pool or whatever.
Right.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but see, if
Technically,
you
yeah.
ask, I've asked many people this, and some people will say that, well, only the oceans are curved, or the lakes in the ocean. They'll put it at an arbitrary line where it begins to curve, and then it wasn't curving before that. So personally, I love that argument because, I mean, we were talking to,
Yeah.
I
Where
don't
do you put
know.
the line?
Well, where do I put the line? Or
No, I mean you're right. They don't have a good argument because where is the line? Oceans curve, but lakes don't. Okay, fine. Which size of the lake or which size of swimming pool or whatever?
exactly.
Right. And then you get them to then get into this really weird cope to where they're like, well, the backyard pool's curving at 0.000001. It's like, come on, bro, really?
It's Matthew's stance.
Yeah, exactly. It's all dependent on how the distance.
Right. It's just a mathematical equation at that point.
Right.
We talked to a gentleman earlier, and he said the water was concave. I think he was mistaken. He was just speaking fast. I don't know.
He just
But
didn't know. I think he didn't know the difference of concave and convex, and he just misspoke.
Well, there are concavers, but not many.
No, he was a glober, so he meant convex, but when I think because you said concave, maybe he doesn't know the difference, or at the moment, I think, but you can tell he got it wrong because he even corrected himself. He's like, no, I meant, like, he corrected himself.
So, they have to say the water is convex, but that's never observed. I don't think that's even, people, how people will say, well, physics, bro, physics. Well, that was some season one stuff and we're in season 9 now. I just use it on them. Season 9, physics, water. The physics of water never make it into a hill like that. Some sort of sagitta or mound or curve for things to go over like boats. Water doesn't do that, period. So that I think that's probably one of the better arguments is because either they draw an arbitrary line where they'll say it is flat, but then sometimes it isn't, or they'll say it's always curved, but then that's never really observed, and then you can get the opposite effect. I don't tend to bring this out very often, but you know how they bring up the water droplet, right? Well, that's just that's not a body of water. So you can even show the opposite. Maybe you have a container, maybe like a beaker, 2 inches in diameter or smaller, and you've got a concave meniscus. And so if we're going to argue for smaller examples like drops and beakers, well, you've got two different effects there. So when we talk about bodies of water, it can only really be curved or not. And I don't think anyone's going to argue for concave oceans. So we can rule that out. And then when they say convex, well, where, how? And then we can just go measure that.
Yeah, I think for the most part, the only time you actually will ever see water convexing or concaving but it has to deal with like the pressure and conditions, but only being in a little test tube. Never on a grand scale. Never in a big. Nowhere outside of a classroom will you ever see that. Only on when the pressure of it is making it do that. But in the classroom, if you get a really small either a beaker or a test tube, and you pour liquid in it, it can form that meniscus to where it's bulges that way or concaves that way. But that's only in a lab, because it's having to do with this container though. So if you go then to the real world where you have an ocean or a lake, grand scale, no walls on the side, but a surface that it comes up to, then you won't have that same effect. The only reason why it produces that is because there's walls that go up higher than the water itself, and it's that air is literally creating a pressure inside the tube itself, which makes it do that. But you'll never find that like in nature.
So nature is on our side, I think.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. We have explanations for all that, so I think our explanations are at least consistent.
But you guys are comfortable with stories. We
Right.
don't. Explanations really hold no value over here. And that's the thing too. I'm glad that we don't take the bait with this whole just explain things, because even if we were to take it on faith that you guys really just want an explanation, the fact of the matter is you don't. If we offer you an explanation, you'll say things like, well, that's not good enough. That
Right. We
doesn't
want
explain.
good explanations.
Well, to you, that's comforting. It's what you want to hear are comforting things. And flat earth is not comforting to you. So it doesn't matter what we explain. You're not comforted by the idea. Oh, I just don't like it. That doesn't explain it for me. That doesn't make sense to me. That's not really an argument. And it doesn't really verify anything in reality, just you feeling comfortable with an explanation. So that's why we don't really hold much stock in those. We hold much more value in things like measurements or demonstrations, etc.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's more than just comfort. It's the fact that truth typically does provide good explanations, and falsehoods don't.
Because when we start up getting into like when I was a kid, there was this idea that you could have like a tea party, or like girls would have a tea party and they just make up their own rules, and this is what I'm in charge here, da da da. And that's what it feels like when Glover's like, well, this is how you have to explain it. Oh, well, that explanation doesn't work, and da da da. You're making up your own rules. So that's why we're not playing your game. It's not your tea party. Um, if you go and measure the earth, that's you can't make up your own rules outside. Outside does what it does. So that's why we deal in reality and not, well, let me just explain things. I don't think that's very valuable.
Well, yeah, I would agree, especially for fictional things like, oh, let's build this Dungeons and Dragons universe, or let's describe all the rules about how things work in Lord of the Rings. These fictional worlds need to be internally consistent to be believable. But I would say the difference between that and reality, truth, is that it will match observations in the real world. So we're looking for explanations and stories that match and even predict things in the real world.
But the problem with that too is like I think the Tea Party gets extended out because the rules will change on the fly. For example, when I first got involved in flat Earth versus globe Earth, the argument really at the time was the horizon. Flat Earthers were saying that, or sorry, the globe Earthers were saying that the boats go over the curve. The horizon is the curve of the Earth. The flat Earthers said, well, there's variables for why that's not true. You have a a optical phenomenon called the horizon, which changes with different factors like weather or your observer height, etc. And so um, now we've gotten an update to the rules where they're saying, well, okay, the boat does go over the curve, it is physical, but refraction and all this stuff. So you'll it just you guys tend to make up your own rules on the fly. So that's why we don't play your explanations game.
Yeah,
You'll
new
just
evidence
change the
helps us
explanation
update.
on.
You get a more accurate story.
I don't think that's how that works. It's like a video game. When I was a little bit younger, they had video games. You'd buy the game, and it came with maybe like Call of Duty. It came with like 8 maps, and then like a couple months in, you could download new maps. You could download new content, and that's what the Globe Earth is a lot. It's a lot like that, where there was a set game, and now they just keep downloading new content into it. Oh, well, there's refraction now. Oh, well, there's this now. Oh, well, there's this now.
Is
And
that
so
not how truth works? You like get closer and closer to the truth with time?
I don't think the globe is truth. I think they're just trying to make it work. They're trying to, you know what I mean? Try to patch holes, just like I don't know much about coding and stuff, but patches are basically they're trying to fix bugs. And that's what
Right.
I see it as. It's not just getting closer to truth, it's patching up holes and bugs and problems, and so
Exactly.
explanations aren't. We're not. They're never going to
Piling
be good enough.
explanations on top of each other, right?
Yeah.
And an
Well,
explanation isn't evidence, right? Because like otherwise the courtroom, right, could say, Your Honor, we're going to call our next witness as a random off the street, who has absolutely no idea about any of the details. We're going to quickly brief him, and then he's going to give his explanation, Your Honor, as evidence.
well, yeah, you'd expect things to get simpler and simpler, not more and more complicated. So yeah, if you're piling patches on top of patches to kind of cobble together some Rube Goldberg explanation, I would say, well, you're probably getting farther from the truth. And I would say that's what they did with the Ptolemaic system of cycles and epicycles and epicycles and all these complicated movements of the planetary bodies in the sky. And then along comes Kepler and Galileo and all those dudes, and they're like, wait a minute, we could just simplify it. It's just all of these things are moving in a simple ellipse around the sun. And that simplified all of those things. And so I think that's closer to the truth than all of these cycles and epicycles. Because it's simpler.
I don't know. I mean, it's funny because you'll talk to people and they'll be on different downloads. You go to ask if you knocked on your neighbor's door and started talking to them about the globe. They have like the original game, and then we go and talk to like Matthew Learns or some of the anti-flat earthers, and they have like a totally different download. So, but the problem is the neighbors would, if I tell them I'm a flat earther, they'll be like, "You're stupid for these reasons," which would be different reasons than maybe Matthew Learns would say. Matthew Learns would say we're both wrong.
I mean, it's I agree. Funny is when they hear each other, sometimes they sometimes disagree with each other, even though they should support each other, you know. But for some reason, their information does not bypass their logical process in terms of agreement, which is funny.
Well, yeah, a general population doesn't have like a detailed knowledge about anything. I mean, if you ask half the people in the U.S. when the Civil War was, they probably get the decade wrong. But you know, as people learn history more, they're like, okay, it's the 1860s, or you know, all kinds of. You know, ask them simple questions about chemistry, and if they haven't taken chemistry class, they would just get things wrong. So I'm not super surprised that you take a random person out of Walmart and ask them questions about anything, that they would get things wrong.
It's a pretty good rebuttal, I'll give you that. But I would say that it's not that the globe is like perfect and accurate and really close to the truth and explaining things. It's giving out mixed signals. That's why everyone's on different pages and stuff like that. Even some of you guys, when it comes to the water being curved, and I've had folks agree with you and disagree with you on, not that they're just some random Joe Blow off the street. They were here in our Discord forums, etc. So
on everything.
In general, we have a fairly consistent story, though.
On the math, on the
Yeah,
size,
but
on the refraction, they don't agree on anything.
Any explanation is as valid as any other.
Yeah,
well,
but when it comes to practice,
standing out alone by itself, any explanation is as valid as any other.
Yeah, but we can judge them based on certain criteria, right?
No, we can't. No, if it's an explanation, then that's all it is. That's all it qualifies as. It's not supported by evidence.
If it matches like other things we know to be true, then it's more likely.
You're trying to pass off an explanation as evidence. No, the explanation requires evidence. Yeah, you are.
Let me give you an example. If I say, here's my explanation that unicorns cause the moon to rotate because they push it, they pull it with their magic unicorns force. And I'm like, that's not a very good explanation because it doesn't match anything else we know. We've never seen unicorns, and we don't have any other thing that requires unicorns. So I'd call that
as valid as saying that matter in the sky is reaching out with invisible arms and tugging on the water.
At least it's internally consistent, whereas the unicorn thing isn't.
And so can the unicorn thing be. All the same values that you would like to attribute to it.
So you're saying we have no criteria by which we can judge explanations? You just have to say it's all crap?
Just an explanation. Then it will, could be supported by evidence or not, right? explanation alone is not evidence in it and of itself.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think it always has to be connected to observation. Like, hey, does this explanation explain the observations well or not?
Well, even if it does, can we replicate it? And usually you guys can't.
Yeah, I mean, large scale things like water sticking to a ball, it's hard to replicate in the gravity well of Earth.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's true.
I don't know. I'm thinking of like betting right now. When you set your bet, you can't change it later on after you've realized that your fighter is losing or the team is losing. You can't go and change what you bet. You know what I'm saying? You guys, that's why I don't agree when you say like, well, I'll be the judge of if that explanation is good enough. Why would I fall into that? Why would I give you an explanation when it's based on your judgment of it? You see,
Yeah, so
you're already locked into a claim like your bet. You're already locked in. You can't change it later on.
yeah, there are various different degrees of things we say. We're fairly certain that the surface of the Earth is spherical and that the sun is 90 plus million miles away. But if you start asking questions about how relativity work or dark matter and like all these fringe things, I'm less sure about those things. I'm willing to give up those.
I don't think we're really pressing people when we're arguing flat Earth globe Earth. We're not getting into dark matter. I don't think that comes up. I want someone to. I'm
Some
away from
people
my
do.
computer. If someone can someone look in the search bar and search dark matter and screenshot how many times it's been mentioned here? It's probably not as common as what the things we try to get down to. Like, is the surface curving? When you say it's spherical, well, we can test that right at the surface. So
Oh,
I don't
2100
think it's that fringe. 2100 results. Okay, damn, not bad.
I mean, here's
Well,
another
now
problem.
someone do curvature just for like, but in curvature do the same thing. And what's the number? I'm curious, just as a contrast.
Yeah, I mean, just for example, when they talk about different sizes, or explanation by the moon or the stars in general represent the shape of the Earth, like just comprehend it logically. They say that the moon is 230,000 miles away from us.
Right.
But at the size that we see him at, usually sometimes closer, sometimes magnified, and sometimes usually the same size always, right? But if you take a scope and the details we can observe on this thing, basically this light, it shouldn't be possible if it really is that amount of miles away.
Yeah, but the details depend on angular size, not on distance. So what you see, your apparent view, is based on the apparent angular size. So it doesn't matter how far close it is; it's how big it is in your view. And then, of course, telescopes help to look at things closer.
Yeah, but if it's really 200,000, 30 miles, 100,000 miles away, then and the Earth is supposedly how big? 306.
About 4,000 miles in radius, 8,000 miles in diameter.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. How many thousand? They say there are 100 miles or something above Earth, and already can comprehend the whole Earth. Like, this is ridiculous. By 100 miles, and then they say we can see something that is supposedly 200 times much more away from us, and it seems like it is even closer than it's supposed to be. What they say, it doesn't make sense,
I don't think any of those violate any of the 3D geometry proposed. So, yeah, I don't think if you're 100 miles high, you can see the whole Earth, obviously. But I don't see a problem with seeing the moon. It's only half a degree in angular size, so it's pretty small, but you can see it.
Yeah, I don't know. For me personally, it doesn't make sense. So
fair enough. I will just say, for me personally, it does make sense. It matches what I would expect.
So the moon going across the sky matches what you expect.
Right. It doesn't change size because it doesn't change distance. It follows the law of perspective. Everybody and the whole
Being
Earth
tugged on
sees
by
it
the
about the
sun,
same.
or is it being tugged on by the sun or being tugged on by Earth?
Oh, I was just talking about the optical view of the size of it. Like everybody sees it the same size no matter where you are on Earth. We could
No,
argue
that's
about
not
what
true.
makes things move. Really?
Yeah.
It's within 2%. I mean, maybe there's slight differences, but it's within 2% for everybody on
So
Earth.
it does change.
Yeah, because some people are slightly closer, but it's not like twice as big
Some
somewhere.
people are. How can you be slightly closer?
Because if the moon is directly overhead, you're slightly closer to the moon than if it's rising or setting.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, there
Is
are
that 2%
photos out there that
closer?
people have made apparently 5 times the size of the moon that we actually see when they are in Antarctica. What's that about? Right? Or in different seasons we
Dang.
have 2 times the size
Yeah.
of the regular moon. We see even
250,000 miles away, and it's changing 5 times the size. What
Yeah,
the
I don't
fang?
believe that. I don't think this moon has ever appeared that large. The moon is about half a degree in apparent angular size. Now it does change up to, I don't know, 5, 6, 8% throughout the month, but within a specific night, the most difference anybody would see is about 2%, depending on if it's right above you or if it's way over there on the horizon.
Wasn't one of your arguments that it shouldn't change, or no, it should change on a flat Earth or something like that? You're just saying
Well,
it should change.
it depends on what somebody on the flat Earth is saying. Some people on flat Earth say that the moon is approaching towards you as it's rising, and then it goes overhead, and then it's receding away from you. But I don't find that to be believable because the moon doesn't change and get bigger and bigger as it gets closer to you.
Just not enough. You're saying it does change, just not enough,
Right.
right?
Yeah. So I
See,
would say it
that's what I'm
changes
saying.
less than 2%.
This goes right back to what I was saying earlier, where it's like it's your rules. It's not good enough for you. You know what I mean? Your argument's like, well, this should happen. Well, it does, just not good enough for me. That's part of my issue with some of this stuff. But and also, I just want to add, like, when you say this is what I would expect as a globe earther. Well, you have to understand that our position is that the reality that we see is what we expect as well. But often, a globe earther's presentation involves trying to hand us a position that they've created. Well, on a flat earth, this, that, and the other should happen. But when we go outside, that doesn't happen. Therefore, it's flat. It's like, well, we're the flat earthers who go outside and say that the outside is the flat earth. So this flat earth that you've created that should happen, what is that? You know what I'm saying? Like when you say the globe, this matches my globe expectations, well, reality matches our globe expectations too. Or sorry, our expectations as flat earthers. So I think that's a big misunderstanding for a lot of our
Well,
globe
Somebody's
I
brothers.
gonna
posted an
grab that and
example.
cut it.
Yeah, I posted an example. It seems like if the moon is directly over one city, but 30 degrees above the horizon in another city, it seems like it should appear quite a bit smaller if
You
it's
see,
twice as far away.
why should that happen?
Because if the Earth is flat, then a 30, 60, 90 triangle dictates that.
You see what I'm saying, guys? This is what I'm talking about. Wait, like,
wait, this doesn't
that's
make sense
crazy.
because how can 2 different people take the same angle even though they are in different cities?
No, they're different angles. That's what I'm saying.
I see only 2 angles, one a 90-degree and a 30-degree.
Yeah, 2 different angles. The 90 in Guatemala City, they look straight up and see the moon, and then in Montevideo, they look at 30 degrees above the horizon and see the moon at the same time. And so, curiously, the moon is about the same size from both cities, even though The yellow line is twice as big as the blue line.
How far are they away? Can you?
It doesn't matter how far, it matters the ratio of how far. So x and 2x.
Well, I would technically argue that Guatemala city would see the moon smaller, and Montevideo is would see it basically on the horizon, just slightly above the
30,
horizon.
yeah, 30 degrees above the horizon. So enough above the horizon so that there's not any refraction effects or whatever.
Wait, what?
If things are too close to the horizon, then you can't accurately measure their angle of elevation. That's why using celestial navigation, they try to avoid less than 20.
No. I thought I misunderstood.
Are there any flat Earth arguments that involve cartoons like this? And that question could be for the chat as well.
You got to keep in mind, you could just as logically or illogically, if you will, say the same thing that he's saying, just say it about the flat Earth. When I see the moon and when I think about the observations we have of the moon and different parts of the Earth, that's what I would expect to see on a flat Earth. I feel like a jackass even uttering those words.
I mean, I just bring it up just so that they can realize that they're trying to pawn a flat Earth on you. They're trying to sell you some sloppy flat Earth idea.
It's not a sloppy idea. It's just the natural consequences of having a flat. It's a natural consequence of having a flat Earth.
No, because you're literally completely ignoring the fact that there's a whole panel of flat earthers. You're in the flat Earth server created by flat earthers whose position involves the Earth outside as is. As is. No, but what you're doing is you're saying, well, you shouldn't believe the Earth is as it is. You should believe in this flat Earth because I say so, type of thing. That's basically what you're doing. A flat Earth has these consequences, and you should believe them. It's
Right,
like,
I'm
no, we
pointing
don't
out
believe
that-
your consequences. We just go with the Earth outside as it is.
Yeah, I'm pointing
Simple.
out the natural geometric trigonometric consequences of saying the Earth is flat with a simple 30, 60, 90 triangle, which everybody learned like in basic geometry, right?
I don't think you really move this way, even in terms of the globe Earth.
Well, then what's wrong with
when we try to pin you down to these geometric limitations, you weasel away. Oh, well, there's other reasons. There's variables, refraction, etc. Right?
Well, I mean, there are slight effects from that.
There's other things to consider. So why does a flat Earth have to work the way you say? You're not even a flat earther.
Well, I'm open to other explanations.
And we don't do explanations. This is not the only thing we must go with. Your idea. Well, what else could it be? You need to explain, or it's true. It's like no.
Oh yeah. So it's
wait. He says he's open to explanations. I want to ask you something, Matthew.
Sure.
Are you open to the idea of that knowledge you're looking for, that particular piece of knowledge? Are you open to the idea of that not being achievable?
Of not finding an explanation?
No. I mean, like, there are certain things in this world that may be true, but knowing them is unachievable. And this may be one of those things. And so I'm asking you, are you open to that idea?
Yeah. I think there are some unknowable things.
So yeah, I mean, it sounds like the answer to the question you're posing or whatever, it's just an unknowable answer, at least so far. No one can demonstrate it anyway, one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a simple question, but if you're saying it's unknowable, I guess that's a decent answer.
It's the only answer you guys got. You can explain, but you can't know.
Yeah, and that's a good point, Demok, is like they can explain the same things that we're already aware of. We were raised on the same bedtime stories as they were. So we can explain it too. But it's like that's not knowledge, and it's also not an argument, I would say.
we can also explain reaction and action of attributes of stuff, and then they also deny that. So even when we give them a physical attribute of balls not holding water while they spin, they deny it. So how can you insanely deny reality, but then act like you're even a part of like trying to figure anything out logistically with reality if you're denying the very fucking thing you're supposed to be trying to figure out? Reality. Isn't that crazy? Globe
Yep.
105.
I think a big part of that is they really just want to deny flat earthers. But we see that in many different ways. How many times have one of you told a globe tard that 2 + 2 is 4 in one shape, in one form or another, and they told you that you were wrong? It's happened to me. We this has happened on live stream. We'll tell someone Johnny has 2 forks, Sally has 2 forks. Combined, how many forks do Johnny and Sally have? And they'll find a way to tell you you're wrong. You see what I'm saying? Like, I think they just want you to be wrong, flat earthers to be wrong.
Right. They
Doesn't matter.
well they need to act like they know something. And without that idea that they without the understanding, they got to comprehend it's just imaginary shit. They don't know anything. They don't know shit. They don't know spectroscopy. They don't know what the stars are. They don't know the distances. They have no fucking clue of any of it. But yet they pull their blankie out, their NASA blankie, their Google blankie, and their professor blankie, and they snuggle in. You know, they sleep tight. You know. Oh, we know. We know. You know, catchphrase Jones.
I was going to say you got to get them with this phrase: if a surface is not curving, it's, and you let them finish it, and if they can't, you kind of got them right there.
Damn, that's an old school line right there. That's a classic. You know what's so funny about that is they used to, bro, they would barely want to say the word. All you had to twist their arm to get them to say it. Be like, if it's not curving, what is it? They'd be like, they wouldn't say the word. But
If
now I
it's
think
not
we've had.
falsifiable, what is it? If it's not falsifiable, what is it?
Cap. But I think we've got to a point now where they'll somewhat admit that, yeah, okay, well, it's locally flat, or yeah, it seems flat, but blah, blah, blah. So they've kind of caught on that the Earth is actually kind of looking flat outside there. I
Well,
find that to be
well,
really funny.
yeah, but shouldn't they look for the exception to that to prove their point? The only way they're going to prove their point is the exception to the flatness. So if you've got some roundness and some water somewhere, that's what they need while it's at rest,
That's what
not
I would need to
moving
see.
at rest water. Yeah, yeah. I mean that they need to see not horizontal, not flat, everything, not perfectly fucking level shit. They need to see unlevel, unflat, off, tilted. That's what they need to see. These goofy motherfuckers got themselves convinced stuff shouldn't be tilting on a ball. This is what I mean. How can what are you supposed to tell them when they got kids thinking that when you put these needles all over the ball that they're not tilting away from the original one that stuck it the only vertical one they can count is vertical. Every other one will not be vertical. So like it's just weird to me, man. And they got kids believing this shit.
Well, what I find is even more extreme is when you say, well, if we're seeing all this flat, then we need to see some curve. They'll say, oh, no, well, if it was flat, then there'd be no horizon. You see what I'm saying? Like, that type of shit is so frustrating,
No,
but
no, no, no,
it's
no.
more
If
common
the
than you
Earth is
think.
flat, if the Earth is flat and it goes on further horizontally than what you fucking see, there is no horizon on a flat Earth. The dirt and water still keep going that way. What these goofy fuckers don't fail to understand is that 3959 from any point is the edge of their ball. Supposedly, that's where you're not supposed to have a fucking horizon anywhere on a ball. On a ball, you're not supposed to have a horizon at that distance. You're not like, and if you say, hey, somebody's 3959 away from me, then you're supposed to be looking forward and not see no dirt and water in front of you. That's what the globe is looking for to prove itself. No fucking flat Earth in front of it, horizontally. Not looking down, horizontally in front of you. Like what we look. That's how we look when we look forward. We don't look in a fucking arc pattern, we look forward. So if we can look forward 100 miles, where the fuck can we get in a helicopter and zoom 100 or 1,000 miles in our good but zoom and not see no Earth in front of us? Where is that? Surely you could take a telescope in your helicopter, couldn't you? Where can we not see no Earth in front of us to prove we're on a ball? That's what I'm looking for. Proof of a globe is no globe in front of you. It's underneath you, behind you.
Just don't let them try to tell you what your position is. They're confident enough to say that your position is dumb. They've created a position for you to believe that we don't.
My position's reality. Theirs is dumb. That their position is imagine with me, if you will, what you don't believe. Ark, 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 chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. That's all
Pretty
they got.
much. I think that
Yeah,
was a
and I
good
say,
breakdown,
well,
actually.
right, and I could say, hey, guess what? I can go get a fucking helicopter or a drone and set it at the end of any dirt hill and show you the dirt's not in front of it anymore at a certain point when I keep going forward. Now, when does the globe follow that attribute? When does the globe become itself and not flat Earth? Physically and for real in front of you as a human. That's what I wonder.
On the TV, when you turn the TV on.
Where are their junk ass telescopes and observatories and lenses and zooms when they're trying to see and prove a globe that's not in front of them anymore? When they're trying to say, well, fucking zoom out a little bit past that, wherever you're at. Apparently, you're not close enough yet. You can't get to this fucking magic spot. It doesn't exist, apparently. Because if you could stop right there. Because you have to go forward and down where there's no dirt and water in front of you to get around a fucking ball. So somewhere there has to be that point for you to go down or look forward and not see the earth in front of you before you go down. So like there has to be this point. And everyone can prove that by getting any kind of ball they want of any size and putting a fucking drone on it and just hovering it at the edge. And you can have your friends watch while you got the cameras on the drone. You got a bottom camera, a forward camera, and a camera tilted at 45, 3 little cameras on the drone. And then you'll see what views they're going to see. The drone, the bottom camera will see a portion of the earth and a portion of the ground. The forward camera won't see the earth no more, and the diagonal camera won't see the earth no more. That's where you're looking for the moon, the sun, and shit like that to be going down. That's where we want to see the moon and sun go down. While we're at the spot where you're saying the fucking moon or the sun is going down past. We want to hover right there in reality. We want to sit right there and then look forward and see the moon in front of us, but no earth. I mean, I don't understand how we got caught up in this goofy shit telling us the stuff that fucking the globe's looking for is what the flat earth needs to prove itself. How fucking stupid and backwards is that? The globe has the edge we're looking for, not the fucking flat earth. Flat earth doesn't have no edge. They can stick that up their ass. So I don't know why they're worried about looking for an edge. There ain't one. Tell them flat earth keeps expanding on forever and ever and expands at
No,
the
it
edge.
doesn't.
I wouldn't say
It
that,
grows.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. There's a barrier. There's no edge, but there's a barrier, and it's somewhere. Not infinite.
We don't
I think
know
the
that
best
yet,
thing
though,
you
because
Yes,
said
I
nobody's
do
there.
been
know
there.
that. I know that for an
You
absolute
know
fact.
that?
Yeah,
Well, you'd have to
because you're
show us.
breathing.
Yeah, I know
Because
that
I'm
too.
breathing?
Yep.
I
Because
don't
I'm
think.
breathing, there's an edge to dirt?
No.
Okay.
Listen to my fucking words. I said
Where the fuck is the edge, you
Shut
dumb
the
bitch?
fuck up. My God, shut the fuck up. I didn't say there was an edge. I said there was a barrier. You said, oh, you know there's a barrier. Yeah, I know because you're fucking breathing. You get that part?
No,
Now.
where's it at? And what is it, fat?
I don't know where it is. All I
Here,
know
I
is
give you the barrier. There it is.
Oh my
This is terrible, Demok, bro. I mean, you're better than this, dude. If
Yeah,
you've never
so is
seen a
your
cow in your entire
non-existent barrier. You
I don't need
that's
to have to show
crazy.
you. Listen to what I'm telling you. I know there's a barrier. Just like when somebody slaps filet mignon down on my plate.
There you go.
I know for an absolute fact that a cow exists.
Yeah, but how many spots did it have?
How many spots did it have? Where's the cow? What's the length of its tail?
And if
get
you
it?
You're
can't tell me
slapping a
there's no
barrier
cow.
claim on the table, bitch. You ain't got no barrier.
Bitch.
Bro, what the?
You'll just stay on mute, you fucking retard.
Open container earther?
The fucking idiot.
That's wild, bro. I mean, he was never mind. We're not even gonna talk about it. That's too crazy. Oh, we have Owlishness in the panel. Owlishness, it's been a long time. How are you?
Hello.
Yep, we got you loud and clear. We hear you breathing.
I said hello.
Yep, we got you. 10-4.
I said hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's-
So, go ahead.
How'd the sex change
did say
operation
hello.
go?
It was great.
It's been a long time coming. Have you been
Yeah.
finally accepted into the alphabet community?
Yeah, I finally became Elemento, which is my favorite letter of the alphabet.
Figure out what the horizon is yet.
Yeah, it's where you can get angular velocity.
You can get angular velocity. That's a good one.
I found it there.
You found
Finally
it there.
found it. Yeah. I've been looking for a long time. I finally found
What-
it.
What's the units of measure for angular velocity, by the way?
I forgot my measuring stick.
Yeah, I thought so. Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're real deep.
Pause.
I forgot it when I was there.
You forgot
So
it.
excited to finally. So excited to finally make it that I was like.
So, Alishness, let's get down to some brass tacks. Are you still a Globetard?
Breast tax?
Yeah, we can do that after. Just stay focused. So, are you still Globetarded or?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
You don't know. What do you know?
Yeah. Well, I went outside and it was cloudy, so I couldn't see the sky.
Okay. Was the Earth moving?
I don't know. I can't see the sky.
How you need to?
He didn't ask you if you could see the sky. He asked you if the Earth was still moving.
I didn't bring my what is it
You didn't
called?
just wet your finger
The
and put it in the
angular
sky.
velocity-o-meter.
I didn't bring it. I didn't bring it with me.
It's still at the equator, right?
Yeah, I left it at the equator.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was thinking the equator. You're still at the horizon.
Horizon, yeah. Well, I mean, the equator could be the horizon. Who knows?
It could be the horizon. Okay, if I go out and I'm looking at Lake Erie, and I see a horizon. Is that the equator?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured.
Pretty sure.
How much does it weigh?
How much does what weigh? The equator
Yeah,
or the horizon?
they're both together.
I don't know how many spots does it have.
15.5 kilowatts.
Spots. What's its amperage?
35.5 psi.
Okay. A lot of metrics for getting here. A lot of metrics.
Well, we're men. We like to measure things.
Facts.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
How
I
do you know
know.
that? Wait, how do you know that?
How do I know that you like to measure things?
Yeah.
I mean,
Have you measured?
do you not have a tape measure like within reaching distance of you right now?
Is that what you do?
No, I do not. Nope.
I don't believe
So
you that you do not have a tape measure within 10 square feet of you.
Nope. Don't have one.
Within
Nope.
a 10-foot radius.
It's out in the kitchen.
The kitchen.
You're in the kitchen?
I said it is out in the kitchen.
Oh. Yeah, but you're close to the kitchen, are you not?
Negative.
I mean, you're
Okay.
in the kitchen, so.
Me?
Oh, you're not in the kitchen?
I can't find the kitchen. I haven't been there in
You know where the
forever. I don't even
kitchen's
know where it
at.
is.
Get back in there.
Come on, you're live streaming from the
I
kitchen
can't
right
find
now.
it. I've been looking. Can you provide a map or wait, I can't read maps.
Facts.
Is that a globe map?
What am I gonna do?
Yeah, which map?
It's
Is it a
flat,
flat
it turns
map?
out.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's flat, it turns out. I haven't been able to find my kitchen in years. Where is it? They keep telling me to go there to make a sandwich, but
Well, if the
keep ending
globe
up in
is,
the basement somehow.
if you're on a globe that's spinning and your refrigerator is running and your house is moving, maybe that's why you can't find the kitchen.
The refrigerator is running. Does it make a sound?
But you might want to go catch it.
Wait. Yeah. We mixed up like 5 of them there. We had if the refrigerator is running, you have to go catch it. If the tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound?
No.
Which obviously it does.
No, it does not. And there is no fucking tree.
Well, if it's a forest, then there has to be a tree.
No.
Or else it's not a forest.
Nope. Nope. That's incorrect.
Why?
Well, that forest would have to be observed first. That means the information would have to be known that there is a forest. If no one's if no one's been, and more freaky, if no one's there at the time, that doesn't ipso facto mean that it has to be rendered.
If it's called a forest, then obviously somebody has a precursor knowledge of the topography of that specific area. So therefore they would have to know what was there in order to deem it a forest, right? Because otherwise
that's true. Yeah, thank you. That's true, but you didn't listen to my last point. I mean, what you said is true. If there's somebody that has knowledge of it, then there must be a forest, right? If somebody has knowledge of that information, then yes, it does. But that little twist on things, if that person, let's say it's many persons, aren't there, it doesn't necessarily have to be rendered when anyone's not there.
No, it doesn't. However, we know that everything creates sound based on waves, because sound is just a wave, right?
No, we're not talking about sound fucking waves.
Waves.
You're down there fiddling with fucking dice, and I'm up on the upper ground with chess pieces.
How high up?
Pretty fucking high.
Okay.
But that's okay.
So you're up there with
we don't have to get into
chess pieces.
We don't have to get into that because that's a little bit advanced.
I'm here for it.
Little deeper train of thought.
No, you said you were deep or high, not deep. So.
Yeah, we don't have to go there. Let's keep it on the deck.
She never answered whether she was still a globetrot. I think she's tap dancing. Can you
Yeah, I
take
think
the
she is
tap
too.
dancing shoes off?
I felt that. That's why I stopped. Ask her again.
Stand on business, Albusness. Are you a globe earther?
I don't know. Probably.
That's cap.
What?
Stand on it.
Stand on what? The Earth?
Oh my lord. Come on, girl. Stop playing games. Are you or are you not a globe earther? I need a yes or a no.
You know, I've talked to people from Space Force, and they know the Earth is
Holy
round.
shit. Go on.
Have you ever talked to people from Space Force?
No.
She said round. After all this time, she said round.
Space Force.
Yeah. Have you ever
Bro.
talked to people from Space Force?
This is why women shouldn't vote.
Well, wait till we get to Space Force. We gotta stay on the round bit. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive because you can have a round penny, LP, CD. They're round and flat. Now you may move on to the next one.
Yeah, but that would indicate that there's some sort of topography to be measured. So you're
Topography
banking on the fact that there's measurable
doesn't matter.
topography and a sort of
What are they measuring the
map, which you
topography from?
who? You? Because you said that there's a
What are they measuring topography? Topography.
I
Topography.
don't measure
from?
topography.
Yes, you do. You measure the height of mountains and the depths of depressions. Yes, you do.
Huh. Let me tell you about the depth of my depression.
Pause.
It's deep as fuck, dude.
We already know that, but back to the subject. So, topography, you measure that in relation to what?
Well, topography is just an element of the Earth, essentially, or an element of the physical plane in which you exist, right? So, topography itself can have a height, however,
Yeah. Can.
doesn't necessarily.
No, does have a height and
It
a
does,
depth.
yeah. It does have a height. However, it does not necessarily need to be demonstrable of the
Be demonstrable of the supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
it doesn't have to be demonstrable of the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, that's my point. So, topography, yeah, if you get a topographical map, that's really good, Adam Unsalted. That is really cool, by the way. That's it looks like a topographical map that's alive.
I think that's what people see when they do acid, actually.
That's a new twist on things. Yeah, so back to the point. I mean, yes, you could have topography. Topography on what?
What do you mean topography on what? It's just like the ground.
Okay, the ground. So, like I said, topography can be measured, and it always is measured. So what is topography measured from? Let's say the height of a mountain. Where's that measured from?
Sea level.
Sea level.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. That sounds that's yeah. Say that again.
Oh, sea level, yeah.
There you go. Gotcha, bitch. There you go.
Why is the Atlantic Ocean higher than the Pacific?
Higher.
Yeah, did you know that? That's why the Panama Canal has that's why the Panama Canal has locks.
You might be retarded.
I'm not. No, I'm not. Like, I'm actually being serious. I was reading about the Panama Canal like this one day. I was going into like a deep dive, and the height of the Pacific Ocean is like I can't remember if it's higher or lower than the Atlantic.
Higher or lower than it would be higher or lower than sea level. That wouldn't make any damn sense. There is no higher and lower. Or
No,
up
it's
and
because
down.
of the
There is
due to
no
the
higher or
salinity.
lower. I'm sorry, did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? There is no higher or lower or up and down on a globetard. There's only in and out.
Stupid. The surface of the Pacific Ocean stands about 40 centimeters higher than the Atlantic Ocean.
40 centimeters.
Yeah, it's taller, dude. It's taller. There's
Listen,
a
chick,
literal
you're a
mountain.
retard. Seriously.
There's shapes.
Can I see
It's
that?
taller,
Can I
dude.
see them measure that? I'm gonna have to see that.
I think it's due to the salinity of the water. It has nothing to do with actual like height. It's not like there's like a straight edge.
It's the same
It-
ocean, you idiot.
Yeah, it's not the it's not the same ocean. They literally have different measurements of saltiness,
I thought that
salinity.
you were gonna say they're different names. I thought you were gonna say that. I
No,
really did.
no.
Let me ask you this. Wait, is the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, is that the same body of water?
Are they the same body of water? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it works.
Yes.
I'm not an oceanographer.
Yes,
I am
it
just
is.
telling you why I was specifically reading one
You
day about the
dumbass.
Panama Canal. Okay, hold on. I was specifically reading about the Panama Canal. I was like, why does the Panama Canal have locks? And I was reading it, and it said specifically that the Panama Canal has locks due to differences in the height between the Pacific and the Atlantic Ocean. I
40
thought it was
centimeters.
bullshit too.
So do they have 40-centimeter locks?
Yes, they have even higher than that. There's even more than that. Higher
Are
and
you guys
lower.
recording all this? Because this is good
Yes.
stuff.
Yes, we're recording it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
I hope
because
you're
the
recording it.
Panama Canal uses freshwater lakes that are high up to run the canal.
Mhm.
Did you know that?
They use all sorts of things. Locks, high water, 40 centimeters of water, Pacific Oceans, Atlantic Oceans, they use it all.
40 centimeters.
40 centimeters. What?
Yeah. What the fuck? Yeah. Look, okay, this is just a fun fact. That don't ask
Is
me
that
why I
like
was
just
reading
over
about.
a foot high?
I don't know. Do I look like a European? Do you? To know what 40 centimeters is? Silence is deafening.
I'm sorry, I was talking. You just have to do
Oh.
dimensional analysis on it. So you have to figure out how many centimeters in a foot. Now, there's 2.54 centimeters in an inch. So how many centimeters are in a foot?
I don't know. My expertise is networking.
What's 9 plus 10?
21.
You stupid.
30 centimeters per foot, yo. 30 centimeters per foot.
Okay.
This is
Make
even
it-
funnier than last night.
Make it stop. Please.
Somebody say this.
burns.
Do you want to know about the Panama Canal or no?
How many
I'm just saying.
centimeters? How many
Here we
centimeters
go.
in the color yellow?
Okay, what are you going to tell us about the Panama Canal? I don't already know. Have you ever been through the Panama Canal?
No.
Ah, I have.
Oh, how'd it go?
Swimmingly.
It went from one lock to another until we got to Lake Gatun and then sailed all the way to the Atlantic and the Caribbean.
Is it Caribbean or Caribbean?
So you
Well, it
mean
depends on where you're from, I guess.
Depends on
So,
it depends on
Sonny-
whether you're from the Bronx or Queens.
Sonny, you
Yeah,
mean they
they
went
say-
from the ocean, then into a lock, then onto a lake, and then back to a lock, and then into the ocean?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there's a lake at the very end. Yeah, Lake Gatun. And they say Caribbean in the Caribbean.
Do they? I guess that's right then. I mean, they would know. They live there.
I
right?
say Caribbean because I'm cultured.
I mean, I don't
I
really
say
care which one it is.
Carabine, because I like coffee.
Like caramel versus caramel.
Those are two different words.
Caramel versus caramel?
Maybe one is a candy and the other's a color.
No.
It sounds like different words to me. One, you're omitting an entire vowel. Right?
It depends. It's a regional thing.
Yeah, you're missing that. You're missing the second A.
Okay, well, then where do the Brits get aluminium from? Aluminium from?
Their ass.
Aluminium? What the hell was that?
Aluminium. Where is get Jedi in here. Have them pronounce it.
Loggy, come say aluminium.
It's definitely not aluminium.
Aluminium. They say aluminium.
What did you say?
It's definitely not Jedi. It's Jetty.
Y'all talking about that
you're just
tinfoil?
pronouncing
Oh my
that wrong.
goodness.
Yeah, it's Jetty, for
Okay.
God's sake.
You said aminilium.
Jetty, sorry. Aluminium.
Aminilium.
Aluminium.
They
Don't ask me
changed
about the
it
Aussies.
4 or 5 times. This is where the different sayings come in.
Who's saying this?
Y'all talking about y'all's fancy
Voices in
metals,
your
huh,
mind.
guys?
What do you mean Brits don't know how to speak English properly? They literally invented the language. Called England for a reason.
Don't worry, it's a woman, ignore.
They got it from the Germans anyway.
Germanic languages, most English in general is just a bastardization of a lot of languages. Specifically Latin, French, Spanish, which all French, Spanish, and Italian are all derived from Latin. So English is a bastardization of all 3 of those languages, plus Latin, plus German, and then some other words that we stole from various other places.
If you look at aluminum on a periodic chart in the majority of the world, it'll be spelled aluminium. It'll have that extra I in it. So we're kind of
really?
the ones spelling it wrong. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
And they all came through Paleo-Indo-European.
What about the Europeans?
It's called PIE. Go look into it with languages.
You from middle of England?
No.
He's looking for your address specifically.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, I'd like to know your address, specifically the southwest of England.
Trying to dox me, bro.
Why are people calling me a woman and telling me to shut up? I can't even
Because you're a
prove I'm a
woman, you
woman.
should shut up.
Who said that? Please stop. I'm so offended.
Misogyny.
Misogyny.
Who the fuck is misogyny? I'll eat them up.
Repeal the
Good.
19th Amendment.
Please, this is why they shouldn't vote.
Exactly.
How did they
Come on,
lose the
people.
right to vote? How did they get the right to vote if they
Jews.
couldn't vote in the first
Simps.
place?
Jews fucking did it to ruin America.
Simps.
Because the right to vote was originally only given to landowners, and women couldn't own land.
Good.
So It was only actually until the 60s, I believe, that women could actually own their own properties without the consent of a
For the
man.
love of God,
Can't even
please
own
go
an
back to
argument.
that. We need to go back to that.
We
Whatever
need to go
that
back to
was.
that. But I'd like to see a historical reason as to why women shouldn't
Because you're
have
women.
their own.
You've never
Why?
built a society once in your lives. You've never built a civilization, you build nothing. You also don't defend it in wars, so...
Yeah, but who gave birth to all of those people?
That's not, you needed
Yeah,
a
if
man
all
for
the
that.
men left the United States and somebody invaded, you guys would all just be with those guys because you'd have no choice.
Ooh.
I mean,
Yeah, y'all not
technically,
loyal at all, bro.
women can actually reproduce on their own.
That's cap.
You're a crazy fucker.
I don't fuck crazy. Crazy's not a man, but if crazy was a woman and a woman wanted
Crazy
to have a
fuck her.
baby with it, then
She got that part
probably.
right.
Probably.
What? They can what? The
Oh my gosh, who made
Hey,
this
listen.
great? I'll never.
One of our DEI mods is asking you, what the fuck are you talking about?
DEI mods.
That's what she calls herself in the other server.
I love that.
What am I talking about?
You're just attention seeking right now. At least don't make it so obvious.
Oh my god, I'm attention seeking? Am I doing that?
Rolling my eyes.
Yeah, me too.
So, can you just like make an argument for the globe, please?
Has anyone been able to actually give an explanation? Okay, are we done with the soundboard? Can I ask
For
a
what?
question?
Go ahead. An explanation for what?
I'm going to give her
Has
the answer
anybody-
before she asks the question. Here's the explanation. A guy saw a green tree and then decided that whatever you're going to say is the reason.
That was an explanation.
Does that have to do with celestial navigation?
Yeah, well, he explained it.
Yeah.
Okay. So, has anybody been able to give me a reason as to why on altitude correction and dip correction tables for celestial navigation, there's a difference between October to March and April to September?
What's the argument?
Flat baseline.
Have what?
Because they use a flat baseline.
Okay, I just posted the image. At
Okay. Did you highlight it?
36.
Yeah.
What do you
So
mean
does
highlight it?
that? So does that?
It's literally the whole chart. It's literally the whole chart. Look at
So
it.
does that? So does that mean the globe Earth is breathing in and out?
I'm asking for an explanation. I'm not asking for
Well, I can tell you
your
one thing.
interpretation
We've
of what I
matched those
said.
numbers up to the globe and they don't match. Match a
Which
flat
part?
plane. Dip
part?
correction matches a flat plane, not a globe.
Okay, what about October through March? That's specifically what I'm asking
Still
for.
flat. It's still flat. It
September.
doesn't turn into a globe then either.
Why is there a difference? Why do they have to
May as well
make
give
a
up on your
difference?
dip corrections and debunk.
Okay, but why is there a difference?
Ask the guy who made the manual.
Okay, let me dig him up and ask him a question. So anyway, now that we're here tap dancing around the question, is anybody to answer the
facts.
question?
You don't have a, you didn't make an argument. What's the argument?
I just said, oh my gosh, here, let me.
You asked a question.
I did ask a question.
Explain to me how this would work. That's not an argument directing the globe.
Owlishness. Why on a globe does that happen?
Because the Earth is rotating. Okay.
Okay, instead of dancing around the answer, just give us the answer.
Because when the Earth is rotating, you see different celestial bodies at different altitudes because the Earth is pointing in a completely different direction, therefore showing you a different part of space.
Okay, that's a claim. What's the argument?
The argument is that they made these charts specifically based upon what you see when you look, you're measuring using a sextant. You have these specific measurements that they are giving in your chart. But there's a difference between October to March through April through September.
Okay, so what do you say your sextant to zero with?
Horizon, right?
Boom, checkmate.
Checkmate. Yep.
How
exactly.
that's a checkmate? No, but I'm asking you, why would there be a difference in the time of year? What would make the difference?
Why don't you tell us?
Because the Earth isn't a ball.
I just
that's
told
why.
you my
I
claim.
told you why.
I just told you
It's
my
not a ball.
claim.
That's why.
Why
Doesn't
would
match the
on
globe.
what makes the difference? Where's the
I'm still waiting for an argument.
deviation?
When is
Oh
the
my
last
goodness.
time you
I've
went
made
and
my
used a
argument.
sextant?
Not really.
So this
why don't
isn't
you-
something that I
why-
invented on my
Why
own.
don't
So
you
why are
post?
you looking at these fucking charts?
Why don't you post the difference?
Because
the
you
two
guys like love talking about sextants, so I decided to go look up charts for measuring with a sextant, and this is what I discovered.
Okay, why
look,
don't you post? Why don't you post the two differences? The two different readings.
I posted that already. Who am I adding? Posted at 36 past the hour.
I'm sorry, I was in the wrong one. My bad.
It's just talking about the sun, how the sun changes its path throughout the year.
Why?
Different sun cycles, right? It's got nothing to do with the actual dip.
Yeah, but
It
why?
doesn't change when the actual the dip correction doesn't change according to months.
No, it doesn't. But why?
Yeah.
You always
Venus
come in here and
changes.
do this shit, no matter what is said. Then you say, "Why? Why? Why?"
I'm asking. So
just
Venus has
does.
a difference. Mars has a difference. Yeah, Venus and Mars. Well, they're the most visible.
So the
planets,
column at
so-
the end, I mean the last column, that's got nothing to do with the.
No, correct. That doesn't. If I said dip
Right.
correction, I meant specifically the measurement of stars and planets.
You did say
and the
dip
sun.
correction.
Yeah, you
No,
said
yeah,
dip
I know, I
correction.
did. I'm saying I did. I know. Silly goose.
So the stars and the planets, they're all going to move depending on the.
Visiting the well.
These, well, the sun is going to be in different positions due to the seasons, right?
Why would it?
That's going to change.
Why?
Why? Why?
I'm asking.
Well, you got summer in one place, and there's winter in another place at the same time, right? And it switches over. Yeah? So the sun's moving around. It's moving has different paths.
Why? What keeps it
So
consistent?
that will be representative of that, I guess. The mood, how the sun varies and how the stars vary. But the actual dip doesn't vary. It's the same correction depending on the height of the boat.
What keeps it consistent?
Stop asking why.
The dip is only the elevation above sea level of your
I understand,
observing.
but why
Yeah.
is there a difference in the? I'm not sure what these numbers quite mean. I'm
Who was
guessing
it
this
that
has
was
to
just
do with
talking?
the measurement.
He just explained it to you.
I know. I said, what keeps it consistent?
What do you mean consistent? It's different for different seasons. It's different for different seasons because your optical difference in the position of the sun.
Okay, there's other planets listed, right? But what keeps that consistent under the flat Earth model?
What?
So what keeps it consistent?
You have to be more specific. Okay, what part are you talking about that is consistent? Which part in particular?
So If you were to give a consistent model as to how the sun is
We
moving,
don't do that.
if you were to give an explanation as to
We don't do
why
that here.
you don't do that here. Okay.
No, we don't give models. We don't care about explanations.
Don't. Okay.
Nope.
I just like I
Because
want to know
you know what's gonna happen if I give you an explanation, you're just gonna go, why? But I don't like it. Right? It's not doesn't do anything.
Yes.
Explanations are trash.
Just gonna ask why, so it's almost pointless.
why
talking
is
to
it wrong to ask why? I don't understand. What
I
is
didn't say it
the
was wrong. That's
issue?
why it's just offering you an explanation is not the solution to this problem. You still
And
you
I
have to make
Trying
an
to
argument for the Earth
understand.
being a globe. Go ahead, Mike.
Malish, I think I can let me point something out, right? I think the issue here with all the whys and what's this and the explanation for that is the quote, to use your term, inconsistency in the argumentation. So if someone were to ask the same question, right, towards the analog of all this, but from the Glober side, right, you're all we're going to get are equally as impractical or improbable or unlikely, fantastical sort of explanations, quote unquote, to that answer that people are not going to be satisfied with because no one's ever been there really to validate any of the stuff being claimed. So when someone comes in here and asks the same thing, and we get to a point where it's like, oh well, we just don't know beyond this, the said point, people are unhappy with it. So there's like a double standard at play, and a lot of people are tired of it. You follow? It's like, why is the sun orbiting the galaxy? Oh, the fuck do we know, right? Oh well, like you know what I mean. There's a brick wall there on both sides because we can't know everything, but some people are not happy with that, and they just have to know. At some point, it's just like, oh well, it's like that because, you know. Anyway, go ahead.
You have a response to that owlishness, or you just were off in la la land?
It's not that I was off in La La Land. Your explanation was literally just cuz. So
Kind of
is
proves
that
my point
not
there, doesn't it? Doesn't that prove my
how
point?
does it
Well, I
what
just won't.
which
I said you wouldn't like our explanation, no matter what explanation we give. It looks like
yeah,
I
well
was right.
your explanation was just cuz. I mean,
I don't like
not
it.
that my explanation is more substantial than yours. It's just that my explanation at least has more substance. A little bit more
Listen,
substance.
I asked you why those numbers change on a globe, and you said they just do.
No, I didn't.
Well, let's take it a step further, right? Owl,
Yeah.
why does the Earth rotate around the sun? Oh, because. Why does the sun rotate around a galaxy? Oh, because. Oh, Big Bang this, Big Bang that, whatever. Oh, well, why did the Big Bang happen? Oh, just because. You see the problem? At some point, people are gonna hit that end of the road because we don't know. We can come up with ideas as to why and then fluff up the explanation to try and make it sound like we really know what we're talking about or someone really knows what they're talking about because they're using all sorts of words and sophistry and shit like that to actually sound eloquent, right? And sound like they've done the right study and all this shit and they really absolutely know for sure what they're talking about, but they really oftentimes don't. So it's almost like an exercise to try and get comfortable with the idea of not knowing what's not feasible, right? And and check for yourself because that's something that a lot of people don't actually bother doing.
I mean, what do you expect me to check for myself in terms of this? I mean, I can verify these measurements, but myself, but personally, I don't have the capability to determine why this is correct. But
Okay.
it has been proven to be correct due to the fact that people have used these measurements to success. So, therefore,
Okay, what are those proofs?
the measurements have been proven to be true for use with a sextant. That's why the charts exist.
Okay, so what's the conclusion derived from said measurements, and which ones?
So if you refer to the chart that I posted, these are the measurements that are given using a sextant, which, as you so eloquently described, uses the horizon as a baseline. Correct? But they use the sun,
checkmate.
stars, the sun, stars, planets, etc., in order to make these measurements. And
Okay, so what's the actual? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and it changes for time of year.
Okay, so your conclusion from that is we must be on a ball because there are changes, and there's no other possible quote unquote explanation for it or reasons for it.
I just want to know what the alternative. I just want to know what the explanation could be, right?
Okay.
So,
well, one good approach to this is to determine what it cannot be, right? Process of elimination, right? I don't know if you're familiar with that or whatnot, but it's a very helpful tool. So let's start from the beginning, right? What are we actually doing in this process? We're taking measurements of angles, right? And what is an angle, basically? What
is an angle?
No, yeah, that's the question. What is an angle? Or maybe if I rephrase it, what shape does an angle form?
A triangle.
Okay.
Well, I don't know.
And what are the requirements of a triangle? What are the requirements of a triangle?
It's technically not a triangle because an angle could be any shape. It doesn't have a third side to designate it as a triangle. It doesn't necessarily have to have a third angle. And that's
It's
what the
not a
difference
full
is between
triangle. It's not. You're right. It's not a full triangle. Triangle.
So it could be
Closest
obtuse or
geometric shape.
acute.
Right? Okay, that's yeah, okay, those are attribute or properties or attributes of this, right? But the point being, what the closest geometric shape to this thing, right? If you complete it, would be a triangle, right? So we can go with that. So what are properties of a triangle?
180 degrees.
That's the angle sum property. Yep. No more than 180 degrees.
180 degrees. We got
three-sided polygon.
We got polygons. We got
And what attributes?
polyheres.
Oh, thank you, Chewy. There you go. So 3 straight lines.
Sorry about that. I just got back. I was excited.
You're good. Right, but that's it. So the straight lines and the angles forming 180 degrees are prerequisites for this thing to actually be a real valid shape as we describe it, right?
A squared plus b squared equals c squared.
Good stuff. Okay. So given that, right, what happens if you have one of the sides that are not straight?
It wouldn't be a triangle.
Ding,
right.
ding, ding, ding.
Boom. You would not be you would not be taking angle measurements because it's not actually straight using straight lines. Right? So by virtue of that, it means if we are taking if we are taking angle measurements with straight lines and stuff, it has to be forming a triangle. Therefore, one of the sides cannot be curved. And if it's not curved, it can't be on a ball because balls are curved. Right?
Okay, but this has nothing to do with whether or not it's a triangle. I'm not measuring a triangle here. I am measuring why, if I'm measuring this in November, is it different than when I'm measuring it in June?
And that's fine, right? Like we said before, if
I'm
they're
still measuring the
whatever,
angle.
fine. So whatever reasons for that being the case, assuming it is true, what we just did is go through a process to eliminate some or one or many of the things that it supposedly could be, thus narrowing down our set of possible explanations for it or reasons, right? So what we just did is eliminated, n possibilities, all of which included one of the sides actually being curved. So any reasons given that include one of the sides being curved cannot be valid. Is that you follow?
Well, this specifically had nothing to do with the side being curved. This would specifically have to do with the Earth rotating.
But the Earth rotating implies, at least presumably, that it's a ball, right?
Not really. Not really.
Earth's not rotating.
I mean, something that rotates does not necessarily have to be circular.
You have to demonstrate that the Earth is rotating first before you can go on from this. So demonstrate it. What's your evidence for the Earth rotating?
I mean, I've said it in the past with gyrotheodolites, but you guys didn't like that.
What?
So. Gyrotheodolites.
The what?
What? Take it away, Kiri.
Yeah, so whatever that is not, that's a secondary means. That's not a direct measurement of motion of Earth.
Gyros,
we got inertial reference frame, moon, and star rotation, right? That kills it. I can show you in less than 15 seconds that it's all over. You know that, right?
What, the inertial reference frame? The fact that you have to readjust every 15 degrees? Or
no,
is it like...
inertial reference frame, moon, and star rotation. You want me to
this is gyrotheodolite. This is measuring
we
the
don't
spin
need to
of the
go
Earth
to
from
fucking
below the Earth.
gyrotheodolite, for fuck's sake. My God.
I don't need...
You don't know what a fucking
that's...
gyrotheodolite is, for God's sake.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Let me end this real quick. I'll end it, like I said, in 15 seconds. It's much easier this way.
Yep.
Oh, Platter's way ahead of me, but he only got a picture. He doesn't have the video, does he?
It's like a short GIF.
Yeah, but
I can post the
GIF's all
video.
fucked up.
I think I have it.
Oh, this... Okay, but gyrotheodolites do not depend upon being
fuck
able
a
to see the sun with
gyrotheodolite.
stars.
What the fuck did I tell you? Fuck that gyrotheodolite. It's coming to you. Why don't you load, for fuck's sake? So at 56 minutes after the hour, hit play and say goodbye to your heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. It's all over right there.
Headshot.
Yeah, it's a headshot. This is all over.
I've seen this before.
So why do you still say the Earth's rotating then?
So
you're a retard.
Dumbass. Yes, but also there's a 15-degree drift.
Fuck the 15 degrees. The Earth's not rotating as demonstrated in this video.
Okay, that's fine, but like...
Yeah, the Earth's not rotating. So the 15 degrees is the sky rotating, not the Earth.
This can be actually observed when...
No, we already observed that the Earth's not rotating. I just showed you.
Underground,
you can't whistle past the graveyard. You're not allowed to do that shit here.
I can't what?
You can't whistle past the graveyard past the proof at 56 minutes after the hour. You have to debunk that.
What does that mean? Whistle past the graveyard?
You start whistling. Yeah, you already been teabagged. You're already dead, but you keep on whistling by it.
I thought you weren't supposed to breathe when you go past graveyards.
Just pay attention. What is your response to the video?
Hours, your Huckleberry. It's all
my response to the video was the 15-degree drift, even when not observing.
No, that's not a response to the video. If you would have said the color yellow is paralyzed, that would have had just as much relevance.
Color
Dude,
yellow is
you almost
what?
made me spit.
That's good.
Oh my god. Well, I'm stealing that. I'm sorry.
I'm
Oh,
stealing that.
okay.
So answer the
You're
video. What's the
tempted
response to the
to stay
video?
cheerful in a dire situation. I gave a response. You just didn't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't
Exactly.
give a response, not a coherent one. Your ball tard's dead and your rotating globe tard's dead with it, right? With this itty bitty video. It's all over.
Have you come up with like a new funky spinning ball
Don't need
tard?
anything new when the old works just fine.
Facts.
I know, but like it would be so fun if you had like a fucking.
Be fun if you came up with an argument.
I did.
You didn't. You said
So
something about
I
digging
came
into the
up.
ground, going underground.
I said that the 15-degree drift can be
Oh, God.
measurable under the ground because specifically a gyrotheodolite is.
Shut the fuck up.
more-
I tell you, you're going on mute. You say gyrotheodolite one more time. I'm going to kick you out this fucking server.
What the
Yeah,
fuck
the
even
ground
is
is
that?
because the ground is not moving, by the way. And if I may, you're mistaken on your little chart there. And let me just point this out to you. That chart is for altitude correction. Are the sun, the moon, and the stars in different places in the sky in different seasons? Duh. That's why you have a different altitude correction. Hello. Thank you very much.
Doesn't have to go there. 56 minutes after the hour is her Huckleberry.
Yep.
She
Yep.
has to debunk that first before she goes into her gyrotheodolite digging
Yeah.
underground horse shit.
Yeah, but she was thinking that the altitude correction is some kind of like a end all or whatever. But yeah, you're right.
56 minutes
All I
after the
asked
hour,
was
love.
why.
56 minutes after the hour, love. That's where your Huckleberry.
Yep, and it's over right there.
It is.
The ball tard is not spinning. Clearly, right there, it
Wait.
shows it.
Boom, checkmate.
Can you actually describe what's happening in the video? Because I don't actually know. I mean, I can see that
You said you've seen it.
I have seen it, but I don't remember quite the context of it. Can you describe the context again?
The context is there's a hovering drone.
Okay,
And
that's what
its
it is.
camera's pointed towards the moon. And if you see in this video, it's kind of hard to see all the stars. I can see it when I pull it up on my computer. But there's about 25 stars along with it, along with the moon, showing no parallax, but that's besides the point. But as soon as the moon and stars start, the instant they start to move, the heliocentric ball tard spinning space monkey religion dies. Why? Well, because it's the Earth that's rotating is allegedly causing the apparent rotation or apparent movement of the sun, moon, and stars. But we take that out of the equation because we have a hovering drone in the inertial reference frame. So, say goodnight, Irene. It's that easy. It's that easy to debunk the entire heliocentric ball tard spinning space monkey religion. All of it is inside this 18-second video. The whole fucking thing. Isn't it cool?
So like the whole
Yeah.
Earth
Yep.
together wouldn't spin together, like all
The
of
Earth
it, like
together
the
wouldn't
air.
spin together. That's fucking incoherent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm known for.
It's all over right here,
Incoherence.
love. Let's just stay. I'm gonna fucking drop anchor right here all night.
All right, that's fine.
Did you say you're known for incoherency? Did I hear that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, shit. Well, you're doing a good job of it.
I mean, I thought that was my reputation. That's why I have the cute little clown guy next to me. Yeah, pretender clown. So
Facts.
So it was my understanding as like a round earther, right? At the
Round.
entirety
I
of
thought we went over this before. Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive.
Sorry,
You could
a
have round and
globetard.
flat LP, a round and flat penny, a round flat CD. We got to do this 5 more times. You dumbass.
Okay, globetard. I'm sorry. My dad calls me a libtard. Is that the same thing?
Wow, we knew it.
Does
I
he
knew it.
call you a libtard?
Your dad's probably
Libtard.
based too. That's
Does.
hilarious.
They kind of
Based.
go hand in hand, though, don't they?
Well,
Like,
farming
my
the
dad calls
arts.
me that, like, to my face. Like, he
He
calls me a
sounds based.
libtard to my
A
face.
libtard.
He's probably
That's
right.
pretty
So
cool.
your dad is based.
Your dad sounds
is
based.
yeah, your dad sounds ace.
I'll
Send him an
send
invite.
you. Okay, well, send me your address, and I'll literally send you the sticker that I designed for him.
What?
Send
It's
you my
called
address.
Goodness gracious.
Told you.
So I designed. He has his own company.
I knew that was coming.
He has his own company. He has his own brand, actually.
That's
that I designed stickers for him.
Great,
It's called Refined
Can you
Redneck.
tell
That's
us
awesome. The
the
heliocentric
brand? I
ball
want
charge
to
spinning
buy.
space micro religion's dead though. Right here at 56 minutes at the hour. Remember that?
No, I'm a woman. I don't have a memory or
I
whatever.
want to support
You
his
got a
ad.
memory like an elephant
Oh, yeah. They have good memories. What do you mean?
and a butt
Get
like one
the
too,
Adderall.
right?
You have a butt like an elephant?
That is where the ass goes, the mind follows.
Did you say you have the memory of a mouse and the ass of an elephant? What?
I didn't say that.
Oh, my bad.
So, what
I
about
thought
this
he
video?
said.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. I just wanted to get back to that video at 56 minutes after the hour right here.
What video?
Yeah, this one, 56 minutes after the hour. It's the inertial reference frame, moon, and star rotation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what an inertial reference frame is?
Yes.
Uh-oh, caught you. Better start Googling that shit quick. So, 5 seconds. What
do you
is an
mean?
inertial reference frame? Go.
Okay, so a drone is sitting at a single
No,
reference
that's
frame,
not an
and it's
inertial reference
watching
frame.
the
What
Earth
is an inertial reference frame? I didn't ask you about what a drone is. What is an inertial reference frame? 5 seconds.
drone is the inertial reference frame.
5 seconds. 1,
It's
2,
2, 3,
3.
4, 5. So an inertial reference frame is a frame from which you're observing a single point. You're at a single point. You're observing the world around you. You have a
Nope.
single
That's not
inertia.
an-
Inertia.
Nope. That's not an inertial reference frame. Nope.
Okay, I didn't Google it, so I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, you're making shit up. Yeah, you're done.
No, because I understand the concept of an inertial reference frame.
No,
Because
you
that's
don't.
exactly what the video is
No, you don't.
demonstrating. Why do you not think I don't understand when I literally watch
Because
the
you
video?
didn't say what an inertial reference frame was.
It's literally a reference frame, so it like says what it is in the
No, it
title, in the
doesn't.
name
It's
of
not
the
what.
word.
There's a key word that needs to be in the definition, and you didn't say it.
Non-moving.
That's an example of
Unmoving.
one, but that's still not it.
Solid state, standing, still.
Solid state. You're just throwing shit out.
I'm using synonyms. State, standing, still, immobile.
Wrong, because nope, that's incorrect. You want to know
Unmoving.
what it is for the next time?
Yeah. Solid.
It's a reference frame that is not accelerating.
Oh, accelerating.
Yeah, that's the key word. That's what I was looking for. Non-acceleration. So
But I thought like
it could
stable.
be no. So shut the fuck up. So you can have one with constant velocity. If a frame of reference has a constant velocity, that can be an inertial reference frame. It can also be one that has no motion, like you said, because the constant velocity is 0, like your IQ.
How do you measure constant velocity?
Constant velocity. You can measure a constant velocity, yes.
How do you measure constant velocity?
Yeah, constant velocity. Yeah, that's an actual thing.
How do you measure constant velocity?
with a velocimeter, for fuck's sake? It's
do you
related to
measure
a velociraptor.
I was gonna say
A speedometer.
How do you? Okay, but what is your proof of a velociraptor?
A what?
It's fun playing.
So
Have you seen the video at 56 minutes after the hour?
I've never even been to this server before. I don't even know who you
That's
people
a
are.
damn lie.
Stop the cap.
Why are you lying, bro?
Why do you lie?
Boy,
You
that's
really
way
a
up there.
liar.
I'm gonna have to
really
fucking
a
post that
liar.
video again.
And you don't stop lying.
So I understand your initial. I understand your video with the inertial reference frame, but however, I wonder like
You're
how
wondering.
we know. Yeah. So I understand that it's a drone, but there's no. What did you say it was? A velocimeter? Is that what you said?
The drone is sitting still.
How do you know there's no velocimeter, velocicelerator?
Velocity. Well, because it's hovering.
How do you know it's hovering? How
That's
do we
the
know it's
definition of
hovering?
because it says hover on.
On where? I don't see where it says hover.
It's on the control on the drone.
I understand it says on the control of the
Do you
drone.
know the definition of hover?
I understand the definition of hover. However,
What's the
how
definition
can
of
we
hover?
prove that it's hovering?
What's the
If I say
definition?
my car is going 20 miles an hour and it's actually going
What's the
200
definition
miles
of
an
hover?
hour, I understand the definition of hover.
No,
However,
you
it
don't.
just
You haven't
says it's
stated it yet.
hovering.
You haven't stated it yet. What is the definition of hover?
To levitate in a single position.
To float in the air without moving in any direction.
Yeah, levitate, exactly. Wingardium Leviosa.
I didn't
That's
say
from Harry
levitate,
Potter.
but okay.
Shit.
It means it's
So-
in one. It's in one position.
So it has no
Right,
velocity.
I understand.
It
If
has
the
no
speedometer on my
velocity.
car
It
is
has no
broken and it
velocity, and
says
it's not. It has no velocity, and it's not accelerating. It's hovering.
I understand. So
Okay.
if the accelerometer on my car is broken and it says I'm going 20 miles an hour, but I'm actually going 200 miles an hour,
Huh?
if the accelerator on my car is broken and the
It's
speedometer is
hovering.
saying that I'm going right. So you're saying that it's staying
What
in a
are the-
single position. How do I know that it's hovering? How can you prove that it's hovering?
Because it's got a
I
position
would-
indicator on the controls, yo.
Where do I see it on the screen that it says that?
You
Where's
don't
the
need to see it
controls? Why?
because it's a hovering drone.
I don't see any.
Yeah, I don't need
It's
to
a
give
hovering
you
drone.
the fucking serial number of the drone. You're fucked.
Why didn't you just post
You're
the
fucked.
fact that it was
You're
in
fucked.
hover? I
You're
don't
fucked.
think the hover
Yeah, you're fucked.
drone has fucked me
Yeah,
at all.
you're fucked.
Yeah, we'll do that later. Pause.
Can't because it's still fucking hovering. I guess I don't know.
Maybe
It's no
it
proof
could,
that it's
though.
hovering.
You're fucked.
Where is it?
You're fucked. Where is it?
So the street
Well, because,
lights are
like-
not moving. Your street lights need to be moving at your 15 degrees per hour.
There's a lot of lights.
While
There's a lot of lights moving. I
Yeah,
see a
none of
lot of
them are-
not
lights moving.
street lights.
Yeah, none of
Yes,
the
cars
Earth,
moving.
Lights. How do you know which ones are streetlights?
none of the
And which
Earth
ones
part is
are-
moving. The Earth, that's the ground that the drone
How do you know
has
which part is
underneath
the
it.
ground?
None of
How do
the
you know which
Earth.
part is the ground?
The Earth is not in
What do you
motion
mean?
below it.
Are they labeled? I don't see
Are
anybody
they
putting up their
labeled?
indicator.
Oh shit!
I don't see
Yeah,
anybody
they're-
indicating in this video where who are lights and who are ground lights and who are cars.
Who are
I don't see
lights?
anybody
Good question.
who are lights. Yeah. I don't see any.
Your light. What about you?
I see a lot of lights, but I don't see any indicators as to who is moving lights, who is ground lights, who is move lights. There's a lot of different lights happening
What the
here.
hell kind of conversation is this?
Already
She's
Do you
retarded.
still read? Do you still read picture books?
Don't read a picture book.
It's a retarded conversation.
Don't read a picture book. You just look
Well,
at it.
you're asking for label for lights, street lights.
Hey, there are words in picture.
Yeah, I am.
Hey, there are
You don't
words in
read
picture books.
hieroglyphics then? What do you do with them? You stare at them?
You can read
Yes.
picture books. There's words in picture books. Come on now.
What sort of words are in picture books?
You don't like Dr. Seuss?
Don't take the bait.
That's not a picture book. That's a
Yeah, it shows you images
That's
of,
poetry.
you see Spot run. You see the dog look like he's
Oh
running. Come on now.
shit, that's Miggy. I knew that voice. What's
yeah,
up, bro?
it is Miggy.
Yeah.
Or what is he called these days?
Miggy?
These days.
No, Alpha Veritas. That's it. No, because he's not called Miggy anymore. He's called Alpha Veritas.
Yeah, where you been?
But that's that. She crossed your name off on the file, Alpha, and now she just put your. That's why she couldn't remember. She's asked for locations, where somebody's at, somebody else something, and now making sure everybody knows that you're that other person.
That other one.
And
No, you're not
let's
another
not
person. You're not a different person just because you change your name. Like,
and let's not forget she also said that she's never been in this room before. Yet
Hey,
somehow she knows Miggy.
MIK, you spelled
That's
you
true.
spelled Elderol or Adderall wrong. Elderol. You spelled Adderall wrong.
Oh fuck, maybe I need some.
yeah, I take Adderall.
Yeah, take more.
Yeah,
Okay,
we sort of figured that. We sort of figured that.
You gotta flood. You gotta flood that central line.
Central line and Adderall. That shit's copyrighted, man. I don't even know if they do that shit, man. I just said it. It sounded cool.
Yeah, we're planning. We were talking. The guys were talking about earlier. We want to start up with the like a Twitter space. Well, X now. It's formerly known as Twitter.
Mickey, I got an update for you.
What did you hear?
Progress. It's already in progress, my man. I think someone talked to me. Someone DM me about getting a private account or a premium account. And
Yeah,
they're already
so you guys are gonna need to brush your hair and comb your teeth.
yeah, exactly. Get your hair cut.
Platter.
Get your beard trimmed.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt this conversation. Platter, you fucking crack me up. At 14 minutes after the hour, he labeled it 4.
Oh no, he didn't. Wait a second.
Yeah, he did.
I gotta see
Look at
this.
this. Earth. You should have spelled it ERF and Moondog.
I gotta see this. Where is this?
At 14 minutes after the hour, he labeled it 4.
Yeah, you see that? You see that owlishness? You see that? You see the part that says Earth? That's not moving. The moon is, though. And the drone is sitting stationary, hovering, yo. So your Earth is not spinning.
Hey, Platter, do me a favor. Put ERF, ERF, and Moondog on the next one, man. Send that shit to me.
Or even better, spell it URF. Earth.
I'm sorry, Creation Bear. I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead. You can continue the conversation. I just fucking lost it when I seen it.
You're good.
Yeah, we're just thinking about migrating over to Twitter Spaces. The panel is only going to be about 12 speakers, so it's going to be the prominent speakers and then a few others, and then of course the ones who want to come up and speak, like some of the Globers that are going to be popping in. So we're going to kind of spread the love over the social media. But 24/7 as a brand will be doing that.
Hey, Veritas, I had an idea to go with that too. If there ends up being more speakers than, we can accommodate, we could schedule things. Like have it like this day, this person is convenient for them to speak. This other day would be more convenient for somebody else. Have a schedule would be awesome.
I was saying that the most, and it's kind of harsh, but because we have only 12 speakers, the most prominent speakers in 24/7, the OGs.
Yeah.
Because we're going to be facing a wave of like numbskulls that are going to be coming in, so we have to at least have a panel that can handle
Do I have to
Close
get a
up the
fucking
conversation.
X account?
Probably.
I don't
And
know if I could do
only
that.
only for this purpose, because we're gonna have the 24/7 is gonna curate like a platform, and we're gonna just keep because we already smashed the politics server, so we I mean,
Yeah, I know.
you know, and I think Twitter is just a whole new area for them to because right now currently the FE community that if you want to call it that is that's holding down the fort. They're a bunch of intellectual weenies, so they actually need some sustenance over there.
Oh shit! Really?
Oh yeah.
Yep, this is the vision that I have too. I think Twitter is a good move. There's a lot of great minds, and they shouldn't be locked only on Discord. I think the world should be able to see the minds like the Jedis, the Miggies, the QEs, the Indios, etc. AI. Those should be out on these other platforms, in my opinion. So whether that's through here or we go over there, some of us just hold down the fort and do spaces. I think it's definitely a good move.
Yeah, it's going to be a promotional kind of like an event that should happen either Fridays or the weekends, but definitely held down to the place where people are going to be coming in every now and again. I mean, it'd be nice to host them often, but I think having them as events would probably be even better.
I have a quick question on that. Would there be no way to even like integrate the two platforms? Like people on Discord could hear the spaces speak, and then vice versa.
Well, you have
you know,
we can broadcast it. I know this for sure. You can broadcast it through like YouTube and probably Rumble, but if we have an audience that wants to participate, they'd have to be in the room in Twitter Spaces.
Okay, so like you couldn't add like a Discord bot in the space and then have people in, let's say, this call all kind of chime in as one speaker.
You can, but you can't cross over and like have somebody speaking from this platform to that one because of lag. You got lag in between. So that lag is going to cause issues for the speaker that wants to ask a question and then the speaker on X trying to answer the question. There's lag time.
Interesting. I wasn't familiar with that lag there.
Yeah, there's a kind of like the lag they had from when the guy made a phone call from the moon to the Earth. It was like it took a while to get the transmission. Well, it's the same way with the
Why
internet.
is that?
What?
Why did it take a while?
Shut up, listeners. We're talking about some
First of all, that's just me. I'm throwing a jab at that. It was just being sarcastic. But on the other hand, lag is real.
So what? But why did it take a while? First of all, how did they get to the moon?
Yeah, I'm just
Oh,
kidding.
you're just all over the place, you nutball.
Bruh. Just kidding. All right, so yeah, that's the reason why you can't do that. So you'd have to, because X has unlimited amount of like listeners, and if they wanted to get onto the panel, they would have to raise their hand, and you could see their little hand being raised, and then you would just bring them up.
There's no limit on listeners.
Yeah, it could be whatever.
Yeah, it's unlimited. Yeah, on the listener side, do it 12 speakers total. So like it would have to be like one of those 12 if we were going to try to have like this panel feed into there. I mean, I wasn't aware of the lag type of thing, but you'd have to unmute people, right? There's one person in charge of the mute button, or do all the speakers, can they just unmute when they want to?
No, you'd have to raise your hand. Only the ones who were on the panel could speak freely. The ones who wanted to come up, they would have to be on the panel. And then, of course, I think there's even moderation on there where you can mute someone. And
there'll be a bit of latency.
At first, I thought at first I thought like maybe the lag might not be a big issue but then I thought like, oh shit, well, if we're talking to people who don't know how to shut up and not interrupt each other, midway or whatever.
Yeah, moderation is going to be something difficult because you're going to try to do a lot of changes logistically, and it's easier just to have them on one platform. Like, let's not to think about this. Let's keep it streamlined and simple. Like, let's not overcomplicate it. I think thinking too big is like on how to like get multi-platforms integrated, all that stuff. That's great. I mean, that's good for the idea of like broadcasting, but not for the idea of like actually handling conversations back and forth. You'd have to be more streamlined, like have everybody that wants to participate either have an X account or join us on the inside of that group, the group call, and then we can manage them within there. And then, like I said, there's one prominent speaker, which he's the host, and then he can have like 2 co-hosts, I believe. It's 1 host, 2 co-hosts, and the rest are listeners. So those are like the VIPs. The host and the 2 co-hosts are VIPs. They don't usually get moved. Then you have the rest of the panel, which can be swapped out if they wanted to.
I'm definitely down for it. I'm definitely down to give it a try. I've been trying to tell people to drop their Twitter handles in the chat and stuff like that so we can start linking up. But the next move is someone's already messaged me about making a premium X account to then create the community, like a 247 community channel or whatever, so that we can all kind of funnel into there and start commenting and replying to tweets and all that.
If you want to get all your ducks in a row and make sure that you're not just like all over the place, you got to make sure it's an organized move. So in other words, you can't have every Tom, Dick, and Harry that says they're part of 24/7 getting up there and representing. You have to have the ones who have been doing this for a while and know their arguments and can handle. Because what you're doing is you're opening up to a new platform, and that new platform doesn't know 24/7, so they have to get adjusted to it. And then later on, if you wanted to switch out the speakers, then you could, but you have to give it some time to kind of let it set in, so people can have an idea of what 24/7 is. So,
gotcha.
And that could be delegated amongst us. Like we could all, decide, because we all know who we are, right? Like, let's be real. Like,
maybe you got to put like 24/7 in your name.
No, I mean it's just to be representing, the group as we've been hanging out. It's like the arguments are there. So hopefully that's something that I've actually been thinking about doing, that because broadcast what we're doing, I think, is really important. Like we're doing it only to a small group at the time right now, but I think it could be bigger. And I think Nathan is he recognized that as he was like spreading out to like just, I think, the Omegle chats and just different other things. Because
it ain't Omigo, it's Omi TV.
Oh,
and I recommend DMOC as the 24/7 representative.
Jesus, dude.
Shut the fuck up. It's not happening.
Wow, dude. That would be
no.
You said some shit in your time, man. Fuck me.
Yeah, but we gotta we gotta get something going. We could, I don't know, we could name it the event something, like every Friday or something, every Friday night.
Well, I wanted you to remember my name.
Yeah, that's a good way to do it.
Yeah,
Elect
why
DMOC.
I've been doing this for years, man. I wanted you to remember, because I ain't gonna be.
I mean, the thing is, if we don't. Sorry, I was just gonna say. The thing is, if we don't elect DMOC, then we might get hit on Twitter for not being diverse enough. It's Twitter. Now they do all this shit.
Hey, you gotta, when we're in there though, we gotta move through the ballers like a hot knife through butter, man. We can't, none of this like stringing them along to kind of keep the party going. This is gonna be like smash and grab, kind of thing. So they're either gonna come quick with it, and it's kind of like shock and awe, basically. When we arrive, it's gonna be like, what are these guys about? Let me bring this globe arguments to them. And then once they hear that they're gonna get obliterated, then they're gonna realize who we are and what we do.
So what essentially Mickey's saying is, we're gonna take the numpty canvas of the Baltards and paint our Rembrandt.
Oh yeah. X is a new playground, and I mean I've been looking at what they're doing there, so I think we have a good solid amount of people to kind of logistically put, if we were worried about time frames, when we're going to be hosting these spaces. So I don't think that's a problem. I just think that how we organize it between us would be the next step. Like who we're going to elect. Because I definitely want to be there. I want to see the color just run out of their face whenever we're talking. Like, you know what I mean? Like when they don't have any more arguments and they're just like sitting there trying to figure out, coming up with new ways and like, yeah, just like we did back in the old days, man. Started from the ground up.
Have you seen the looks on the faces of the OMI TV with Nathan when he leads out with gas pressure? Have you seen that?
It is hilarious, dude.
Yeah,
See,
that's
I
what
think,
you want.
Yeah, I think X hasn't reaped the whirlwind. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's time.
Perhaps.
Unleash the fury.
So, this is something we've been kicking around, but what was it? CB was talking about today. So, I've been thinking about it actually. But like I said, if we're gonna do it, let's not just overcomplicate it. Try to get too many things going. Just get the platform, get the people that we're gonna have speaking. Pick a day, move on that day. Like it's not too hard. Just make it happen, do it, and then once you start becoming a presence, then you can start moving outward and say, hey, let's do this and that with the broadcasting.
Isn't this a pure text chat platform?
No,
nuh-uh.
It's not.
Audio.
It's audio. Really?
they have spaces. They're called Twitter Spaces or X Spaces, and tons of. I mean, dude, Trump talked to Elon. They did a space together. It was a crazy amount of people in there.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I'm not on X. So Creation
cool.
Bear, make sure you get me the admin for X. Put it
Okay.
in boomer. Put it in boomer language and shit, and send that shit to me.
Gotcha, Kiwi.
Yeah, there's three main important people in the call. At any given time, there's one host and two co-hosts. And the rest are just like the panel of speakers, which are like 12, I think, at maximum. There's no more than 12.
Do I need any special equipment?
I don't think so.
Nope, whatever you got, you're good.
just
If
an
you do
account.
this on here, you can do the same thing on there.
Hey, he says username, password. Shut the fuck up.
Shit don't get more simple than that, huh?
Boomer detected.
Oh, shit.
Oh, dang.
But yeah, I think the reason why that platform would be good is because of how many people and who is on there. You know what I mean? I think Amish said that Elon Musk retweeted something that he put out. So you never know, man. And all those streams, when we're done, when we hit, finish, it stays on. It stays on there, and anyone can go back and rewatch it, and then we can put those clips on Rumble, Twitter, YouTube, or whatever. So
it's the
Did
quality
Elon
of
Musk
conversation.
tweet out the second law of thermodynamics by chance?
you can tweet it out.
Is Elon Musk a flat earther?
Shut up, we're busy. Miggy, what were we gonna say?
Shut up, we're busy.
Yeah,
No, I'm just like
quality
curious.
is really good. The quality is really good. If that's what you were gonna say.
No, I wasn't. But owlishness just ran over me, so I guess I'll just wait. All right. So the quality of conversations that happen on X are like very low standard. So you're talking about if it's flat Earth, that has nothing, like they're not doing anything close to what we've been doing. So this should kind of give you the confidence to be like, oh man, this is gonna be. We're just gonna, if we are a presence there, we'll be taking the energy away from those guys. Oh, it should be anyway. They don't know. It's just like they're just floundering around trying to talk about things. They don't have the group of people that we have that we're been sharpening our arguments for a reason.
Okay.
Just saying.
You're talking about the other flat earthers on X.
Yes.
I get you. I get it now.
It is just. I mean, some of them are okay when you listen to them because they've been hearing like the quality arguments by other guys, but they mix in a lot of things that they think is conversation for flat Earth, like just total non sequiturs, and they're filling up the space with junk, and so they,
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
You know what I mean?
Yes, man, for sure.
Like they could talk about gas pressure without containment, and the next moment they're talking about ice walls. You know what's beyond them. It's shit like that. It's like,
yeah.
You know what?
We got to go on there and actually straighten out what people are ruining, right?
Yeah.
Fuck up. So I think I had a Twitter account a long time ago. What's up with that? What happened? I don't remember shit about it.
you should still have it, Kiwi.
Yeah,
Should.
but I don't remember anything about it. I mean, I don't think I have any information on it. And I think I joined it many years ago.
You're probably already banned because Elon looked you up and was like, nope.
No,
I'm not banned. So what would happen in that case?
I think you just log in with that, and then you know what? I'll be honest with you. If we really wanted to right now, we could do a test run. Somebody that has an account can have Twitter Space. I believe there's a criteria that needs to be met first for somebody to host a Twitter Space. After you meet the criteria, you can become a host. I forgot what the criteria is, but it's something that you need to meet, and then once afterwards, everybody who has an account on X can join.
That's fucking lovely. That didn't answer my question.
Is the criteria to pay for the premium?
Shut the fuck up.
I think if you use your phone QE, it'll ask you for your phone number because you need that to be confirmed anyway.
Yeah,
and
but
it'll
my
send you a
phone
text
number.
message.
Listen,
and
listen. Years ago, so my phone number has changed because I've moved a number of fucking times. Do you get me?
Just start a new account then.
Make a new account.
Okay.
Or update the old one. I mean, I don't know. I think
Won't
it's updated.
be able to access it if he hasn't got access to the old number. So just start a new one.
Yeah, you have to start a new one.
Okay. Hey, Creation Bear, get on that shit.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was trying to fix my headphones. What did you say?
I said get on that shit. Boomer, new account, Boomer, X.
Help him out. Can you help a brother out? Will you pour in his hand for a dime? How about a nickel?
I bet you could still log into that old account unless you've already tried.
Fuck up. You weren't even listening.
I heard you say you got a new number or something like that, but you should still be able to log in without that number.
I don't know anything, username, any fucking thing.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I got you.
New account.
Yeah, you got how many emails you got, man?
He's
forgot. About $6,000.
You got 6,000 emails? No, like email addresses.
I got a main one that I've had since the beginning. So
it's that one. Can just use that. That's probably what it's tied to.
What it's tied to? Good.
Did you catch that? Sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that.
I mean, at the very least, you could probably try that. You could probably try using that old email to try and reset your password. They'll say, "Oh, you don't know your password, so we'll send you a code," and all that. Worst case. Otherwise, yeah, just start a new. You know.
We'll see it, but let's see what he brings up when he sends me.
Is that like a tide died?
I was.
There was a question right now. Can people join? Can people join from Discord? Kind of like how Oakley joins Discord through Google. And yeah, so if you're listening, if we're broadcasting it and you're listening on YouTube or any other forum, we'll probably talk about a link that you can click on or something, and you can just join that way. But the name itself will be up if you have an X account. So all you got to do is search for the name when we're broadcasting on Spaces, and then just join the space. It's like really easy to do. You just got to look for the actual name of the space and search for it. Like I was going to mention, you could actually, if somebody wanted to right now, if they could host a space, we could do a test run and we can all join it. But you can't speak if you're using your computer. It only works for I think it's only native to a phone.
Really? Are you sure?
I think I'm more than positive you can't speak if you are on PC. You'd have to be using your phone. That's the only way you could be a speaker. Guys might want to check that out. I think it's not friendly to a computer. I think it's only friendly to phones.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. There's no web integration. It's iOS or Android only.
Yeah, thanks, Rem.
I had a question. Do you think that it's Does it have like a two-factor authentication for? Is that why?
Yeah, no. It's not. It's not integrated with any of the operating systems. Just iOS and Android. So for now, that's how it's being utilized. So if you need a phone, and yeah, you can't use your
That's,
good.
that's gonna fuck a lot of people up. I didn't realize that. I thought you could.
Yeah. So that's what
Because you can listen. You can listen on your computer.
Fucking 2024, dude.
I
Wait, are
know.
you telling me you can't talk? Because
Yes.
no, it
You
works on
can
my
talk.
computer.
You can talk, but you can't be talking like on your good mic on your PC. You have to go to the phone and talk on Spaces if you want to talk. That's the only way
So
Spaces is done.
will it let you? Because I've definitely joined a space on my computer. Indio was in there.
Yes, you can join, but you can't speak.
Speak.
You can
Okay.
join. You could join. You could listen, but you can't speak.
All right. All
To
right.
be a speaker, you need to be a speaker on your phone.
Okay. Okay. Damn, that's crazy.
And that means the host role needs to be on the phone too.
Yep.
Wow, that's gonna fuck some people up, low key.
But the ones that ain't got no money, you're broke.
You're broke.
I got a friggin' phone.
You're fucking poor.
Yeah, but low key, being on the phone, I'm sure some people like are sitting down on their computer right now.
Yeah,
You know
but
what
I
mean?
got a phone. I could speak into this some bitch.
All right.
There you go.
He's excited. All right, Kiwi's excited. All right. I like it. I like the idea. And you know what's so cool? Anyone can join. Like they don't have to have a Discord link or anything like that. It'll be open and people can just join it. Like Elon Musk could pop in, freaking anyone could pop in.
Is it good and bad? It's good and bad.
Hey, smooth criminal. You fucking New Orleans Saints idiot. I don't have a flip phone.
Doesn't work on a flip phone.
No, you got one of those ones with the giant buttons they advertise during the afternoon for the old
Oh, you
people.
didn't.
I want a fucking Motorola, Holmes.
Motorola.
Yeah, it's a smartphone, you dumbass cracker.
I mean,
Yep.
Flatsy's still on a pager, so
Once you have a pager.
A pager.
The hell? Yeah, so once you got all that, then I'm telling everybody right now, check your Twitter /Spaces, or excuse me, Twitter.
How do you get the app?
X.
How do you get the app?
Oh, it's not an app. It's
Yeah,
through
you gotta
it's through
download.
it's through X.
Should we start text blasting Earth is flat to just text message people by the millions?
Yeah, if they're following you.
I just followed you into the break.
Oh, just like you get those text messages during the day from advertisers if you sign up for shit.
Did you want to try a test run? Does anybody have host capabilities? I think I might have host capabilities on one of my accounts. I don't know yet. I have to check.
Make sure you put directions in there, Crazy Bear. How you get to that X space on the damn phone, dude.
Okay, I got you. Well, they're doing that Flat Earth Fridays, so someone could go and listen over there or whatever. But yeah, I don't have a premium account to start. Do you have to have a premium account to start the space?
Nuh-uh.
Looks
I
like
don't-
I have to reinstall
I don't
Twitter
think so.
now.
Oh, really?
I think it's
Okay.
a different type of criteria. Don't quote me on this, but I think it's 1,000 followers or 500 followers, something like that.
Oh,
I think. I don't know. It's just somebody needs to look it up. The criteria might have changed.
interesting.
Oh, my X account can do a space, and I don't have 1,000 followers.
Yeah,
there's no restrictions on follower count to start a space.
Creator
It's just like
subscriptions.
you create a post and you just say start a space.
Creator
Yeah,
subscriptions are $5 a month. People who create.
Yeah, but I guess RemDub's got the idea there. You just create a post, I think, right, RemDubs, and just start.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, I put in the chat, I don't know, 5 or so minutes ago, the document on using spaces.
All right. Well, someone fire it up. Let's test it out.
Yep. Go for it. If somebody does start it up, let me know. I'll join.
Don't forget tomorrow, Ballbusters at 2 p.m. U.S. Central, 8 p.m. UK. We're going to be going over Boy Zero Sky Grifter and Professor Rob Parks' fucking retard.
Dare I ask what I've been saying this time?
Dare you ask what?
What they've been saying amongst themselves this time.
Oh, I can't remember. We went over this like 4 weeks ago, and we're just getting back to it, so I can't remember. It's bound to be some stupid shit. Oh, we Jedi mind trick. Do you guys ever watch that Creaky Crackhead? You know Creaky, who's got the shotgun blast through his ears and shit? You guys
I've
know him?
only seen him through Nathan's show. I saw
Yeah,
the.
that's him right there, Northern Rebellion. This dumb fuck. Well, this dumb fuck, he must have been listening to Nathan's shows, and way back in the day, about 2016, if you guys remember Timmy Osmond. Well, Timmy Osmond was back there, and he confused the word mute and moot. And ever since that time, I caught on to it. I told one of my buddies, Cathexis, he's no longer in the community, but anyway, we used to run shows together. I said, do you know Timmy doesn't know the difference between moot and mute? And he started laughing his ass off, and I said, don't say anything to him. Just let him keep going. So it became an inside joke for years and years and years. That's why we say, use the mute button, right? Have you ever heard us say that? We were doing it for years. Anyway.
I didn't know it was Tim.
This fucking Creaky idiot must have been listening to the videos and didn't catch on that it was an inside joke. And he thinks mute means mute. We caught that dumbass cracker today. It's going to come out on a show on Nathan's show, man. We caught him.
Oh, haven't I been muted yet? Oh.
What's that?
That cracker.
That dumbass cracker, man. Fucking crackhead cracker Creaky. That's his new name, by the way. But
Cricky
carry on.
crackhead. Cricky crackhead cracker.
By the way, can someone of the mods enforce name image of people? Yes, no.
We're busy.
Alpha, I started a space and I sent you a link if you want to try to hop on it.
All right, Remdubs, is that your name on Space?
Yep.
Okay.
Type it in the chat so I can see it. Okay, Rem Dubs, Radwen2 just followed you.
All right, where's everyone at?
Right here, boss.
The fuck Alpha comes in here and ruins the whole conversation with this X bullshit.
Did you get your shit working yet?
I haven't even gone there, man. I'm doing something else.
Just went there. I don't know who I'm following. Rem Dubs is the only one so far, and Elon Musk. Radwen, small, two small letter L's is my name.
I didn't get my briefing from Creation Bear yet. I'll just have you know, as a boomer, I just dropped DirecTV after 22 years. Most of you people haven't been live that long. Friggin' signed up for, I'm on Roku. I'm streaming, baby.
You got Roku now, huh?
Well, I'm not as old as you, but as I have definitely 15 years roundabout also not watching TV, so
I watch TV. I need the fucking weather, and I like movies and shit, and I like football. So I don't give a fuck about your TV paranoia. So I'm on Roku, you know, Tubi. You know that one?
No.
When did you get rid of the TiVo?
The what?
TiVo. Back in the
TiVo?
day, you set it to record, and it would record a show, and it would save the recording, and you can go back and watch it later. Had the little TV guy.
you mean the recorder?
Yeah.
No,
VHS
that's
recorder.
DVR shit, man. I used to do that shit on DirecTV, man. I didn't do TiVo.
You got
I mean,
TiVo.
basically, back in the days, everyone was pirating anything that was on air, you know? Setting the blah, blah, blah.
Fucking idiots concerned with TV. Oh, I don't watch TV. I'm a flat earther. You're a fucking retard.
Globers say the same shit when I tell them you watch too much TV. Oh, I don't watch TV. Right.
I watch TV. I got a fucking big flat screen in here, man. I fucking watch football and watch the weather and shit. The new shit. I knew the news was bullshit before most of you were born, for fuck's sake. But 90% of you, I knew it was bullshit when you were still jacking off to the fucking Sears catalog in your mother's basement.
Only half the people in here knows who the Sears catalog is.
Somebody's snickering down there.
Bragging about superstition. I mean, it doesn't matter when someone comes to the truth, you know? It's all about coming to it, regardless.
Shit. Fucking mud flood flat earther horse shit. I wasn't even flat earther back then. I knew all that was horse shit. By age,
I mean, following the guts. I know.
Reached the age of reason about 5 years old and all that fucking horse shit. Damn. I don't watch TV. Fuck off. Conspiratard, flat tards.
You can watch DirecTV now by streaming on your Roku.
I could, but I pulled that shit. Well, we just recently changed the roof. We said, when they were changing the roof, we said, pull that shit down, man. We're going to cancel this shit. Now I got Roku and YouTube TV. How about that shit? I can watch Cooking Channel Live, cooking steak tacos and fucking meatloaf. That's what I said. YouTube TV, shit. We don't got any Globers in here. Everyone's trying to get on X because of Alpha and Creation Bear.
No, we're done.
You need a new mic.
Yeah. You sound like you use a voice changer or something when you're especially talking. Hey, you sound like the devil, like.
Where's Miggy at? Did he go clean up some leaves or some shit? Where is he? He's still here.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just messing with the account that I logged in with.
Uh-oh.
It needed some cleanup.
Mic check.
1, 2.
I think that the Twitter thing was fucking up my stream here. Yeah, it works, and I was able to do it from my computer as well as a speaker, so that's good.
Uh-oh.
You able to speak on there? Okay.
Yeah, I joined on my MacBook.
Holy shit! The first thing that came up is a rocket landing. 2 of them.
Ping some Globers.
Landing out in the ocean.
Shout out to Rem Dubs for setting that up. Good stuff. See, that's what I like. See, some of y'all be listening, but y'all do stuff in the background. I like that.
You better get the fucking sending instructions and shit.
Okay, I got you. What was Rem Dubs's freaking account though? I think I lost it already. Hold on. I don't think I followed him. Hey, Rem Dubs, can you drop a link to your thing so I can send him a link to that thing?
Link to your thing so you can send a link to the thing?
Yeah, same username, just 2 B's.
Rem. Okay.
Yep. I'm signing off. Later, guys.
All right. It said 20 people listened to the Twitter thingy. I wonder how many, if anyone came from outside of Discord.
Where's all my followers at?
On the internet.
Okay.
So I can't see who's following me.
You should be able to.
I'm gonna have to pay for this fucking thing, aren't I?
Why? Why would you need to do that?
I don't want the ads, and I want to be able to use the other features then. Okay, so where's the flat Earth crap? Just search it.
But you're gonna have to kind of, apparently you've got to curate your feed by following different people and whatnot.
Flat Earth Friday crew.
They're live right now, actually. $126 listeners and a couple speakers. We'll drop a link to that. If anyone has a speaker, we could listen to some of that potentially.
Yeah, jump in so we can troll.
So we can troll.
I hit join. What am I doing wrong?
Trying to do way too much stuff right now. Why does it ask me the username I used before? I don't remember. I don't know. Do I look like technical fucking support? I guess I am.
Why you shouldn't be using Walmart throwaway phones to be signing up for Twitter, and then you get rid of that phone and you got to start all over. Got to remember shit. I almost bought a throwaway phone today so I could turn Facebook on because kids are begging me to go back on it, but I don't want to use my old account because that one has had 5,000 followers on it. Then I created a second to do the same thing. Whatever the limit was, 5,000 was the limit, yeah. And I was just spamming all kinds of Flat Earth stuff and pre-2019, if you know what I mean, stuff. And then I closed my accounts and got out.
Thanks. What's your favorite color? All right.
Paralyzed rainbows.
Paralyzed yellow. Creation Bear, make sure you hook me up. Thanks for ruining the conversation there, Meggie. Fuck.
Yeah. I'm glad I could help.
Yeah, I knew you would. I'm out of here, man. So catch you
All
on
right,
the flip
Kiwi.
side. Show up for Glowbusters.
Have a good one,
I'm
sir.
sorry. Ballbusters. Shut the fuck up. Ballbuster tomorrow, not Globe Dumpsters.
Yes, sir. W Ballbusters, WQE.
You ain't gonna be there. Shut the fuck up.
I gotta stop making promises and just show up, man.
Yeah.
Listen, yeah, I was there the other day.
Yeah.
Last one.
All right. Later
All
on,
right, man.
guys.
Peace out. That's Quantum Eraser,
Yeah,
ladies
peace.
and gentlemen.
Bye.
W-Mans.
Okay, so now I can receive messages from everyone.
We need a sneaky. Okay, if we're gonna make a bot, then maybe we need like a sneaky listening bot for the spaces that we can put in here. I don't know. Mickey's right. We probably shouldn't do too much. But even like this Flat Earth Fridays, it'd be cool to listen to some of that. Someone's welcome
So,
to. Yeah.
Well, I just missed the QE show. I think I'm almost grateful.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Shots fired. Boom. Well, we had a pretty good time last night, though, so I can't complain. I don't know if you were here, but
I was. Yeah, I was.
yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah, you were trying to calm that dude down or whatever.
I think I did a little bit, don't you? I think I.
Yeah, you did. You did. You were the good cop for
Yeah.
QE's bad cop.
Yeah. And QE was even okay with it last night. So
Yeah. Yeah. He knows the old guard pretty well. So I think it worked
Yeah.
out nicely.
yeah.
Yeah, Flat Earth Fridays. They're over there on Twitter with like 130 people.
Over
I
there,
have
where?
no clue what they're talking about, but I'll drop a link in the chat.
Is it
Twitter.
Facebook? Oh, Twitter.
Yeah, they have these things called spaces, X spaces, Twitter spaces.
Oh.
And since Twitter's such a big platform with a lot of people on it, like some of the most interesting characters end up joining up on the same damn call. Even Discord is kind of limiting. You have to have an account and you got to get a link and stuff. It's not a public thing. You can just roll in. Anyone can just roll in. So like I've seen spaces with freaking Andrew Tate, Alex Jones, like all these people are together on one call. You're like, wait, what the hell? Like, what is Alex Jones doing? Like, talking to this dude, talking to this dude. So, Elon Musk and Donald Trump did a Twitter space recently, and it was crazy. It was huge. So, you never know who might just roll into one of our spaces one day. So,
I might have
it'd be
to try
cool.
rolling into one of those Twitter spaces and one of those, if I can get in with some of those kind of people. Hell, I'm not shy. I'll let them have it.
Speaking of which, like on the whole, like you never know who's listening, bro.
Yeah.
I happened to open up my my YouTube feed, and I got so right now we're live in an event called the Flat Ever podcast. This is based on the Whatever podcast. Some of you might be already familiar with. But anyway, so I opened up my YouTube feed since I follow Whatever. It said something. There was a video that said, what are your concerns with whatever podcast or whatever, join and debate, something like that, right? And it was an Andrew Wilson, it was his account on YouTube, and he was doing a Twitter space. And guess whose voice I'm sitting there listening to? Indio. I opened up freaking YouTube, and Indio was
Wow.
talking live with Andrew Wilson on Twitter. So I opened Twitter up and I'd go and listen there and stuff like that. But you never know who's on there. You never know who's listening, bro. What are the coincidences that Indio is talking of all people?
Well, that
Who's Andrew
does make a
Wilson?
little bit of sense to me, though, because Indio can kind of hold his own with a conversation with probably just about anybody. He's pretty knowledgeable. You know what I mean? So I think it pretty much depends on whether or not you could butt into a conversation, regardless of who it is, and hold your own. I mean, as long as you can do that, I think you'd be okay.
Should I play the clip? I did record it. I don't want to put Indio's business on blast because it wasn't like here, but it wasn't that bad. But it was awesome. Andrew Wilson is the man. Okay. All right.
Yeah, let's hear
Let me just get the clip real quick. A second.
I mean, I don't know, but I almost feel like, like you, me. I mean, there's a lot of people in here that can kind of hold their own with a conversation, pretty much any conversation that takes place here. And so I think you could probably do the same in a spot like that too. So
Indio has a lot of respect for Andrew. Makes sense that he'd seek out a conversation with him. Yeah, dude. Andrew Wilson is the man. Well, I'll maybe talk a little bit about him in a second. This is the clip from India.
I agree with what Rachel said about the current state of affairs of America as far as like it's the way people think is so like irrational, and it's not just the women, it's men too, because you've debated men, like you had those two guys on, and they were just as irrational as the women. So it isn't. I think because there's mostly women, people think, hey, it's the women. But my criticism, I guess, would be, I'm not trying to sound mean. Just I think you could do a lot of people don't know. You're not like telling them why they're wrong, right? They're so used to thinking with like a fallacious mindset that you really have to explain to them why they're wrong. And I think the audience as well, they think the same way. I think even the people that watch, they might think that they're on some higher pedestal than the people on the show. But I don't even think they probably understand the arguments while they're watching it.
You think?
So what I'm saying,
You think so?
Got to kind of dumb it down. We have people comment. I've watched a lot of your debates, and
Mm-hmm.
it's the men too. It's not just the women. It's you. You should have to agree. It's the men too. It's not just the women. People don't even know how to critically think anymore.
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, one of these times I'd like to get just an entire panel of red pill men and just go after that, right? That would be a lot of fun. I think that might even demonstrate your point here pretty well. But anyway, yeah, I think that's a legitimate criticism. I appreciate that. I'll drop you out of the call. You have a good night or good day.
Right,
sorry.
Awesome.
Okay, we're gonna go to Clea.
So if you play that back, is it that we can't hear him at all, or did you turn it up?
It was at 100%.
I heard him.
I heard him.
I couldn't hear. It sounded like Indio, and I couldn't hear what he was asking and who he
It
was
was
talking
Indio.
to.
It was Indio.
You might have had the
Talking
bot
to.
turned down a little bit, is all. Maybe. I don't know. Because sometimes I turn it down too, or mute it. But yeah, yeah, it was Indio talking to Andrew Wilson. Shout out to Andrew Wilson, man. He does some good work out there. I know a lot of people. I've kind of I've introduced Fresh and Fit to a lot of people here. I just in the simple terms, the Whatever podcast and Andrew Wilson co-host over there a lot. It's like the white version of Fresh and Fit. So like it's a little bit easier to digest for some people, maybe. But either way, Andrew Wilson he's like got a Christian background. His wife is also engages in the debates and stuff like that. It's a channel called The Crucible. He does a lot of good work. I mean, there's a reason why Indio said I watch a lot of your debates. I see why. Dude's got his head screwed on pretty well, I think. So shout out to Andrew Wilson. Definitely check out his channel, The Crucible, or just check him out on the Whatever podcast sometime. He does good work over there too. So. But yeah, I mean, stuff like that's a good example where you can have awesome collabs on Twitter, right? Do you think you'll see Andrew Wilson on Discord? Probably not. Do we have Indio here? Of course. But like, they can both be on Twitter, and many more
Those guys have
people.
Discord accounts.
They do, actually. You're right, but it's like they don't have access to the server unless someone gets them a link and forces them to come over here and stuff.
Well, you'd have to get into their server when their show is going and try to see if you can
set it up.
See if you can message Brian first. Yeah,
Brian. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what Brian.
The way I would do it.
But I do know that the producer of Fresh and Fit, he's a flat earther. So I don't know. It's it's fun. It's a fun world we live in sometimes. But yeah, I don't know what Brian's stance is on flat Earth. I don't know what he thinks about that. Not that it matters really at the end of the day.
Blue Angels are sitting. Tonight they weren't sitting back there when I drove by, so they must be sitting at Cleveland Hopkins Airport. But got Labor Day weekend here at Lake Erie, Lakefront Airport. That's where you're going to have the Cleveland National Air Show.
Yeah, they were here in Utah at Hill Air Force Base about a month ago.
They'll be here. They were here. Well, when I drove by going east. They were sitting on the runway, two of them, and as I was passing, all of a sudden they must have kicked up and for going to take off. Then about 7 minutes later, when I got to the house I was going to, I could hear them. They were just shaking the neighborhood, and that was miles away. So they were practicing over Lake Erie.
Yeah, where I live is Hill Air Force Base, and I'm right in the landing way and the takeoff runway. It's like about 3 miles south of my house, literally where the runway starts. And so when they come into land, they're right overhead, and those F-35s are so freaking loud. Oh my God, they're almost as bad as the old F-4s. And so yeah, they rumble the shit out of the neighborhoods. So do the Blue Angels. But I think the F-35s are even a little louder. Bad. It's horrible. To be honest with you, when you live and you have to put up with it on almost a daily basis, it is really annoying.
Have you tried shooting them down?
Oh, do not do that. Do
Yeah,
not.
I would have. I'm sure you'd have a bad day.
Can you at least shine lasers at them?
Nope,
Yeah,
bad idea.
bad idea too. I'm sure they're low enough. If I had a good laser, I could hit it. I could hit them no problem. I could actually hit.
I've got a nice laser you can try. You would be able to. You would be able to hit him with it.
I'll tell you what. Come on over. You can spend the day at my house, and you can shoot as many of them as you want. I'll watch.
I've had my laser pointing straight up before. Yeah, I've had my laser pointing straight up before, and it was about 15 minutes, and I could hear a helicopter, and I had to turn it off, and then helicopter went away. I turned it on again, and a fucking helicopter. I could hear it. I could hear it. Pumping
on its way.
Yeah, so boom, turn it back off. And I turned it off and grabbed both times. I had turned it off before I saw the helicopter, right? And pulled all my crap in the garage. So even if you flew over and you thought you had a spot on it, there was nothing in the driveway both times. And they flew over my house. They were looking for that laser.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't have been a good experience for you had you kept using that laser with the helicopter spotting your location. That probably would not have been good, I'm sure.
Yeah, their systems would pick up the laser. They would have their GPS telling them where they were when that came in, the angle towards where the laser was on the sensors, and then they could triangulate where you were.
Well,
They could come to
why?
you if they wanted to.
My question is why? Why do they take it that seriously?
Try.
Because I'll tell you.
I don't answer questions.
I'll tell you why. Why they say the reason is because those lasers interfere with their landing instruments and their instruments when they take off. There in some way they have laser controls or controls that bring them in, like on autopilot or auto land or just the approach. It affects their instruments and it can cause them to actually crash. So they say. I don't know if it's true, but that's the big fuss. Is that
I don't live in a
actually
I don't live in
issues.
a flight path, but I do live about from my house now. I think I'm about 15 miles from Cleveland Hopkins Airport, but I'm not in their pathway. I mean, barely planes that fly over my house. I can only see little trails, so I'm just out of a flight path.
Well, they fly over my head.
Rare occasions, I will be in the flight path, but that's because there's some wacky storm somewhere. They got to swing around, go over us, and then land. But that's probably once every 6 months, if that.
Yeah, I'm right in the landing pathway, and they're literally sometimes only 500 feet above me. Literally 500 feet.
Yeah, bastards.
Yeah, and they are so freaking loud when they're that
So
close.
you should be able to shoot paintball guns at them at least.
Yeah, I don't. They're probably not quite that low, but 500 feet straight up. I don't think a paintball would reach it, but .22 would, or any kind of a rifle would you could definitely bounce them off their fuselage.
Catch yourself a plane.
Yeah. No thanks.
Yeah, I'm in the takeoff path of Niagara Falls, New York airport, and sometimes they have cargo aircraft departing at nighttime. And yeah, those 727s are very noisy.
You know, the F-35s are next level.
The fighters have different types of sensors on them. They can tell if somebody's like trying to use a laser to guide something to them. They can check for heat from rockets coming towards them. They can even pick up small arms fire and triangulate the direction from small arms fire.
Right.
And then when you got the landing strip, they have sensors that put out a signal on the runways to help the pilots try to line up the aircraft to the runway. If they're too high, too low, or too far left or right to the strip.
Well, on the other end of the landing strip, on the south end, which is about 3 more miles, it's a huge landing strip, very long. They've landed. They could land the space shuttle there. They claimed if they wanted to, as an emergency or whatever. But on the other end of the landing strip, there's a road that just is shortly there afterwards, and then there's some fields and a small berm that drops down over and kind of a slow grade going down after the runway. They own that property over there, and there's signs posted all along the road and inside in the trees, and it says, "This is no trespassing. This is military, blah, blah, blah ground." And if you walk out in there, they will be there within 5 minutes. They got some kind of sensors out in those fields. And yeah, they know you're there almost instantly. And there's people arriving in vehicles wanting to know what the flip you're doing, because you had to walk by at least 2 or 3 signs to get in there that say, "Stay the fuck out of here. This is flight path, military flight path area," or whatever it says, something about being in the flight path, and it's completely off limits, no trespassing whatsoever. And if you go in there, I guarantee you're gonna be visited very shortly.
Yeah.
We made it onto the runway at Cleveland Hopkins Airport. We parked. So NASA is also connected to that airport. It's just one big giant plot of land with a big fence that goes all the way around. Well, we went on some opposite side where there's just like a road. It almost looks like a military base when you get to the end of the street because it's the NASA entrance. But then you can go down some side streets and actually pull into some woods and park. And then once you park, get up to the fence. Well, we had went under the fence. Somebody pulled it up. We were able to go under the fence. We got out to the edge of the runway, and by the time we got out to the edge of the runway, the cars were heading towards us. It was that fast.
You beat feet the other direction, I take it.
Yeah, we made sure we were on the landing runway, the active one. So, and it was cars coming, 2 of them coming right down the one side, and I said, those cars, there was like 6 of us, 2 carloads of people. I took off going somewhere, and we had to go back to get my car. I actually went through the woods and went to somebody's house that we knew, and then had to get a ride back. But yep, there's something in the woods right around there, because I was at NASA. They want to know if you're hanging around over there. I don't think they give as much shit about the airport, and this was 1985, maybe.
Yeah, those sensors have been there for a very long time. I can remember when I was in high school. I can remember seeing those signs, and friends of mine telling stories about this friend or that friend or somebody had gone in there and they got visited and got damn near arrested for being in there and that was a long time ago.
They didn't stop looking for us. It's not like we turned around, hit the fence, and then they turned around.
Right.
We hit the fence and started just hauling ass. And there were people, you could see the flashlights. We had nothing with us. We were just, if you ran into a tree, you're on your own. So luckily we were out there long enough to get our eyes adjusted. You could see where you were going, and we all kind of knew where we were at anyway. It's not like it was some unexplored place, but sure thing. We just, where the cars were parked, that wouldn't have been unusual because it was kind of like the end of somebody else's street and people would park, you know what I mean? Going through the woods and where we came up at, because we probably went down maybe almost a quarter of a mile before we popped out to get into the fence, so we wouldn't have known.
So,
But
is that a military air base or just a public
it's
airport?
NASA.
Oh, NASA. Okay.
NASA is on with Cleveland Hopkins Airport, same tarmac. They share the same runways. So the Blue Angels park over there by NASA.
I see.
So yeah, they land all the military aircraft there for the air shows that they can't land on the little tiny runway that's on Lake Erie, and they do the big ones that can't land, or they could probably land, but they can't take off, or they can take off if conditions are right. So if they're not, they won't land. They'll just do the super low flybys and go land back at the airport.
Yeah, Hill is a very long, straight landing strip or takeoff strip or whatever you want to call it. And I don't know how long it is actually, but it's quite long. And there's even ICBM intercontinental ballistic missiles up there on the north end of the airstrip. There's silos up there, missile silos. There's I mean, it's a full-on military base. There's the public doesn't use that airport, the one I'm talking about. It's a full-blown Hill Air Force Base. And they usually have usually have high-end contracts. Like when we had the F-16s, when they first came out, they had the maintenance on the F-16s, and there was just 50 F-16s parked on the landing strip all the time for like 3 or 4 or 5 years. They were always just tons of them parked on there because they were bringing new ones in and shipping them out, doing maintenance on them and whatever. And then I think they have some sort of a maintenance on the F-35 right now because there's so many of them that fly by every day. I mean, it's bad. Yeah, you don't get anywhere near an Hill Air Force Base and military. Not this one. Don't get anywhere near the fences. Not even if you get on the other side, I think you'd be lucky to even accomplish getting inside on the airbase. The place I was talking about is off the airbase, on the other side of a road in a field that's, when they take off in their jets, it's, the area below them after they take off for like a quarter mile or whatever. That's the area that they had those sensors and stuff in. They owned the property, but it wasn't fenced off.
You mean you own the property?
No, no, they did.
No, I do.
Well, okay, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
This way to look at it, the taxpayers.
Oh. Yeah, so really, it's not private property. It's
there's a lot of no trespassing signs up.
It's
I'll tell you that.
It's non-authorized personnel. So that's the
yeah.
It's the
That could have been even what it said. That even could have been what it says. It's been so long since I've been over there and seen those signs, but I remember actually standing very close to one. And as soon as I read it, I was like, we better get the hell out of here.
I remember I wanted to go back to get the signs that I saw on those fences, but I never did. I wonder if I'm sure they're still there. That area couldn't have been changed at all because couldn't develop back there. In fact, they're knocking down the IX Center, which used to be the tank plant where they used to make tanks or something like that. The tank engines. Knocking that down, which is also on the same block of property with NASA and the airport, and putting in the new Cleveland Browns dome stadium.
Hill Air Force Base is like one of the most highly targeted Air Force bases for nuclear warheads from like Russia and all these other countries. They say that Hill Air Force Base is highly targeted. They consider to be one of the ones they'd want to hit first. And that's not very comforting to think that if they're going to send those type of weaponry, I don't believe in nukes, but I still think they're pretty big bombs, whatever they are. They cause a lot of problems. Shockwave is pretty amazing from those, whatever they are.
Now you guys make me want to shoot my laser in the air again.
Well, come on over. Do it here. See what happens.
I'm going to do it here and test out my hypothesis.
Okay.
Turn on laser, helicopters come. If it happens again, I'm going to be recording this time. Last time I was just setting up shit just to see. So I was watching one of those, the same channel where Ancient Astronauts or whatever they're called, or whatever. That might be the History Channel, or it was the Discovery Channel. Anyway, that one scientist that goes out and to that mountain looking for the UFOs and that whatever it's called. They shine the laser straight up, and their laser stopped too. Stops at a point. Mine does too. It just shines up and just stops at a point. Can't see where the point is though because I drove away down the street, and the point was still straight above my head.
There's another airport out here that's there's a place called Dugway Proving Grounds. It's a military base, and it's called Dugway Proving Grounds for some reason. I did my firefighter training out there for a week. We stayed actually out on the base out there in one of their dorms and did some firefighter training. But it's got an airport that's out in the desert that's west of the proving grounds where the dormitories are and the buildings and whatever else goes on out there. And it's a big, long Air Force base out there that there's no jets on the runway, but you can see there's these areas that's just off the side of the runway. You can tell that they're just tarps that are on the ground or some sort of a door that slides out of the way. So it's probably slides out of the way and something pops up out of the ground and then goes out and tacks over onto the runway and takes off. And then after they land, they'll park on that and then it goes down inside the ground. That's what I think happens because you can't see any aircraft out there anytime. And then you'll see every now and then you'll see advertisements in the newspaper for, rocket scientists and this and that. Can come put your application in. They're looking for rocket scientists and whatever. That's just one example, but you'll see them in the newspaper here every now and then for Dugway Proving Grounds. And I don't know if you remember, one time we had this, supposedly was some kind of a meteorite. It came in here in Utah and it streaked through the sky, lit up the sky. It was on the news. It was all this crazy shit. And it just so happened that it landed or hit on that runway I'm talking about out by Dugway Proving Grounds. So nobody could go out and investigate where it hit because there were people that seen it and there were people that got in their cars and went going out there to see what the fuck it was that hit the ground. And nobody could get anywhere near it because it basically went to that airport is where it went. They say it hit the ground out there somewhere. It was right next to the airport, like this big long landing strip out there. That's like this secretive place.
Sounds like they were test firing meteors.
Yeah, I don't know what it was, but it lit up the sky. I do know that much. On the news and all this shit, and nobody knew what it was.
My internet's about to go because this just started raining, and I can hear everybody getting robot-y, so I got to get out of here. See you later.
That's too bad. Have a good night. You can look at that Air Force Base on Google Earth if you go out and then find a place called Dugway Proving Grounds and then go west of the Proving Ground area. You can go and see that airport I'm talking about. It's really long. It's really huge and it's like brand new. But there's no fucking aircraft out there. None. It's weird. There's these big warehouses right next to the landing strip, but it looks like to me, like I said, that pull up into this area off the side of the landing strip, and then there's these covers over the area. I think they must pull it back, pull the aircraft onto that, and then elevates, like an elevator down into the ground, and then the cover goes back over the top of it. They use it. I know they use it. But there's never any aircraft out there that you can see. So I don't know what they fly out there, but it must be somewhat top secret, or I don't know. The shit they don't talk about it at all. Other than that one time when whatever that was landed out there, that hit the news, and then it was like, well, it just so happened that it landed out by the Dugway Proving Grounds Airport, and nobody has access to that, so just stay away from that area, please. It's on the news. Don't everybody. Don't go try and investigate the meteorite. It's landed on military property. Oh, and it was a meteorite. Okay. All right. I don't know what the hell it was. There was a lot of people saying shit like, what the hell was that thing? Come on. So happens to land at that top secret little ant landing strip out in the desert. Lit up the skies like high noon for about 15 seconds as it went by. At night. I mean, it literally lit up the ground. Whatever it was. I didn't see it, but everything I'm telling you is about what it said on the news about it.
Did any of you guys hear that new guy that came in last night and QE was tearing him a new asshole? I was wondering if the new guy was going to come back, or if he did. Everyone was like, "Nah, come on, come back."
because I don't care about them. I literally said I don't care about the fucking Islamic square Earth, and I definitely don't care about the Hebrew whatever that Earth was.
I'm just saying, God revealed to all these different civilizations this amazing thing. And by the way, in the Old Testament, it does talk about in the book, in Genesis, in the creation story, he talks about him putting these things in the firmament, and then we learn that the sun and moon, at least, I give it to you, he didn't say the stars, but they're on a circuit and they go around. And then I think the book of Enoch is what talks about the stars moving, but maybe because it's not in the canonized, butchered, scripture put together for their agenda. Maybe because it's not in there, you don't believe in the book of Enoch. But he definitely talks about the stars moving.
Apoc, I love you. We've had this conversation at least twice now. I do not believe in the heliocentric model.
No, okay. I know, but we're talking about stars moving. The stars are moving above us. That's all I'm saying. They are. Just letting you know.
all I know is that the Bible states that the moon moves. The Bible states that the sun moves at God's will, but the Bible does not state whether or not the stars move. So I don't have an opinion on the stars.
Let me ask something. Don't you think it's really interesting, right? Let me ask something. Don't you think it's really interesting? Like they left out the Book of Enoch as well as like a bunch of other books. Ergo the Apocryphas. Like that's why my name's that's why I call myself that, because I read them and I love them and studied them as well along with the scriptures. Isn't it interesting though that they would take out a piece of the scriptures that they used to have, right? Enoch was the great grandfather and he wrote something that you would think that they would have kept that, but because it goes against the heliocentric model they were pushing. I know you don't believe in that. I get that. I appreciate that, by the way. But I'm just saying, isn't it funny? They left out that book because that book destroys heliocentrism, and it talks about things that wouldn't even exist. The sun and the moon are the same size and the same distance away from the earth, according to Enoch. And I think I'd listen to Enoch before I listen to any scientist of today. Because Enoch was
the Council of Nicaea. The people that attended the Council of Nicaea were divinely inspired.
That's so retarded.
Wait, which part?
I'd rather listen to Enoch than anybody today.
You thank you.
Absolutely.
We finally have a brother fucking out here who understands the truth of the Lord. Holy crap. But yes, the people at the Council of Nicaea were divinely inspired into filtering out what was truly God's word.
So Enoch's not God's word? Dude, Enoch...
What a load of shit, dude.
God loved Enoch, bro.
That's the dumbest thing you've said so far. Seriously, Epic, what he just said then is the dumbest thing he's said so far.
I'd agree. Dude,
Bullshit.
God loved Enoch, bro. You don't think that he... I can see the enemy saying, oh, take that out because we're going to push this satanic heliocentric model on people. And then they take out the book of Enoch because Enoch talks about the sun and the moon being the same size and the same distance. So how does that comport with the heliocentric model? It doesn't.
I'm not saying that God did not love Enoch. I'm saying that the book that Enoch wrote may not have been God's truth. It may have been corrupted by the flawed empiricism or the flawed value.
All of it may have been.
The Council of Nicaea was divinely inspired to...
With that logic, it all could have been disrupted, bro.
That's so true. It absolutely could have been. Had there not been a council of divinely inspired people to sift through what is truth.
Who said they were divinely inspired? Themselves?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Dude, you're talking about the people that push the globe when they're translating, bro, when it didn't mean globe. Chug is not der, bro. How many times I have to tell you? And if they're pushing that in the 1500s, bro, they're pushing this fake model, bro.
That doesn't even
imagine.
Why would
just
God
imagine if God's chosen people like rewrote the Bible? Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Why would God divinely inspire the Council of Nicaea if he didn't want it to happen? Doesn't even make any sense. It's like nonsense.
No. Need a bunch of stuck-up, dogmatic, and arrogant pricks telling you that they're wholly inspired and all that. and telling you what books you should and shouldn't accept and read and not read, right? Read it for yourself and use your own discernment. And then if you have a spiritual belief, pray to your God and ask him for guidance directly. You don't need a bunch of fucking idiots around a table discussing shit between each other, thinking they're all intellectually and wholly inspired and shit.
Well, of course. That's why God allowed the Book of
No,
Enoch and other books
dude.
to survive.
No, hold on, bro. Listen. The whole point, though, when they did this, they were, dude. There was so many scriptures, bro. They were just trying to like make it easier for their religion. So they did, they did pick what they thought. Like, okay, we'll put this. Well, we brought it down to 66 books, right? But the point is that all those other books, it doesn't discredit them. It's just that they were trying to like consolidate it because it was too much to put. Like, you know how much it would take, how long it would take to copy every single, like in the old days, not like today. We have a printing press, right? It's easy now. But back then, to make a Bible, bro, 66 books, or would you rather have like or 90 something books, bro? No, it's it's very relevant, bro, because read into it, look into it, and it literally talks about how they were trying to make it easier because they couldn't transfer that many make that many copies quick enough.
I get it.
Look into it, bro.
Man.
Look into it.
We got it, bro. That's a lot of books, man. Imagine writing that out by hand. Oh my goodness.
No, I mean I get it, but
Take it
like
forever.
they literally do
But,
that for the Torah.
Yeah,
And
the information
other
in books is pretty interesting, solid.
89 books, bro.
Now, it talks about Earth a lot in there, especially
true.
like you said in Enoch. Right? That guy's all over the Earth, man. That dude's crushing it. Love it, man. Thank you, Enoch. Good on you.
Peace be upon him.
Hey, still no evidence that the Earth is a globe, huh?
Sorry, I'm looking so hard, man.
Nice.
We got
If
books.
the Earth is not
We got
flat,
books.
then the
I don't like
Bible is
Enoch
a
that much,
lie,
but
then,
man,
right?
it's really good for
Okay,
flat Earth.
now
It's
that
got some
now
really
that
good
Alpha's
flat Earth
here and
evidence.
we've gone literally full circle,
And
I am actually gonna leave. I'm not running from you, Alpha. It's just
I know.
like
So
Enoch's
Yeah, you
even
can
got
hear
some
me.
gospel
all
stuff
over
in it
again.
about Jesus, so it's pretty good. It's
Yeah, hold on.
it's not a bad book, but it's, I mean, I don't like it too much, but it's definitely shows the Earth's flat. And there's lots of,
Exactly.
I mean, it's not just about the Bible though. It's about what we do is we look at measurements. I read the Bible all my life and I didn't even notice that the Earth was flat. It didn't even click. It was
No.
from
Right.
seeing the evidence, was from seeing like the measurements then. And I don't think it like, I mean, you're not going to, go to hell because you believe the Earth's a globe. But what I'm saying
Well,
is, I don't
let's
believe that at all.
not.
But
Yeah,
at the same time,
let's not say that. Let's not say that.
no, I don't believe that at
Because
all.
here's
Definitely not.
but here you don't believe what that doesn't exclude the fact that what it says there about creation is not. We can't say that
No, what I'm
God's
saying
word
is
is
it's
not
not
talking
like
about.
you're going to go to hell, but
Trinity. Yeah, hold on, dude. Because here's the thing that you're not doing. You're not allowing the scripture to interpret itself. You're putting in what your opinions are, and you're not allowing people to get whatever the scripture says. So, if it's true that God's creation is what it is, then it's a lie that it's what other people think that it could be. So you can't say what makes someone qualified to adhere to God's principles. It's not up to you. It's up to the scripture and the person reading it.
Amen.
So you can't
Right on.
can't say yes or no. That's all
That's
I'm
true.
saying, man. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
that's 100% true. Thanks, Alpha. Even if we
well,
disagree,
let me just say one thing though. The only thing that qualifies you for God's acceptance.
Okay, dude, just hold a second, man, because the guy was talking and he just wants to say goodbye. That's all.
yeah, sorry.
Let
I
him
was
finish it.
gonna say, like, even if we disagree, I really appreciate all the time that you gave to sort of explain a lot of that stuff that went over my
Sure.
head. Appreciate you. Have a good day.
Yeah,
All
see
right.
you, man.
Cheers, brother.
All right, go ahead, Trinity.
What I was saying was, the only thing that qualifies you for salvation is Jesus crucified. If you add anything to Jesus' crucifixion, Jesus plus anything is legalism. It's nothing. It means that you actually negate the power of God.
Yeah, of
The
course.
Bible says, Paul
That's
said,
just
I
your
know
opinion
nothing
right
except
now. That's your
Jesus crucified.
interpretation.
No, that's Paul's opinion. Paul said, I know nothing except Jesus crucified. I preach nothing else, only Jesus crucified.
Yeah.
So you have to reject the whole.
Yeah, he's talking about going to the Gentiles. And the people that were listening to the message weren't the Jews, so they didn't know of the Torah. So his message was plainly about Christ crucified. So the things that the Bible speaks about is a collection of books coming from different authors. And so you have to understand that the whole of the book, right, is a collection of letters. It's not just one single scripture that was being told of. It's the interpretation of all of them. So when you're reading the 66 canonized version, then which of course it's not including the other ones, you have to understand that everything that we're listening to in those passages has to be what God's affirming if you're following that. Okay, so Paul was just talking about admonishing the word of God to people who haven't heard it. So I don't like people that come in here and say that don't worry about it, guys. You can not think of it this way or that way. That's your opinion, Trinity. It's not what the word's interpretation is. Let the person reading have the interpretation that they have based upon the whole understanding, not just on your small view of like what only somebody should think considering Paul and his gospel. That's all I'm saying, bro. Like you just.
It's a good point, Alpha.
Yeah, I just see many people go sideways with it. And
Let's get back to Earth. I'm down here. I checked it out. It looks pretty flat, man, from my point of view. Does anybody got anything otherwise?
do you guys muted Cordigo? Was he?
I think he's been doing a little drinking this evening.
He's tipsy. Yeah,
a little tipsy.
It's usually the
think,
case.
From my interpretation of that, if the Earth is not flat, then therefore the Bible is.
We're not talking about that. Yeah, did you hear FED's segue?
Gonna segue out of the. Let's check out Earth, man. We're down here. We live on it. Let's check it out. Please, man. I mean, hey, it's a holiday weekend. You guys are getting ready for some. You got a couple of days off. Ready to do some barbecuing, some swimming. What are we doing? Anybody gonna check out Earth this weekend? I'm curious.
Hey, are they still doing flat Earth meetups? FED?
Oh yeah, they're here. They're there. Absolutely.
Who's hosting them these days? You know?
I don't know, man. We have this guy Renee out here, and he's been doing them for I don't know 5-6 years. He does them every summer, every winter.
Over here in LA, Dan the Waterman, he sent me an invite, but I couldn't make it. But he does them right here in LA. I think they're going to meet up down in Santa Monica, the beach.
There you go. Yeah, they're around. I don't go to too many lately, but I've been to probably 15, 20 meetups. I don't know. It's great hanging out with, people that know the Earth is flat. It's pretty great, man. I always have a good time.
So that new guy was here since the last time I was here, and I know that he was inquiring about scripture proving that the Earth is flat. As proving that the Earth is a globe, and we started talking about empirical evidence. So I think the most important part about when people have an idea of what the Earth is or isn't, I think it should be based on something that you can test, which is what I was telling him to do. Like, it doesn't matter what somebody says or what you read or anything that you have to test the Earth to be what it is. So mathematics and all that stuff could do a good job to explain something to you. But if it's not testable, repeatable, verifiable, it's not empirical. That's just the way it is, right? Falsifiable. Can't falsify it. It's not true.
Yep.
So that's the way we always go in here. So you just can't say something is because of math or because the teacher told you or whatever. It has to be true because you can test it.
Yeah, I was testing. I was putting in a sliding glass door recently, and I was testing the squareness of the corners with a T square, and I had to know for sure that the thing was square. So I tested it, and I had to make some adjustments to get it to absolute square.
APOC's been talking about that plumb level square.
There you go.
Yeah, there's even there's equipment. There's a company that makes lasers, like for on the job sites, and they're called PLS. And as a joke, we call them plumb level square company.
But it's just funny that people can actually use these words and understand them in like the micro sense, but to get macro with it they lose their marbles. It's like, nah, if you have a bunch of those squares level, if you were to, connect them all the way, at some point there's gonna be some curvature. It's like there's no way that could happen.
Somewhere. It's got to be there, bro. It's got to be there.
At some point, those levels it's gonna bend.
It's gotta bend. It's gotta bend somewhere. I mean,
and for those wondering the name, they're called Pacific Laser Systems. They're very popular, but we call them plumb level square.
I love it. That's so funny, bro. Plumb levels.
So, by the way, Apoc's an iron worker, and he built a people mover for 2.5 miles. So he knows that the Earth is not a globe.
Right.
Verified.
Horizontally, all the way, bro. Like, and again, I tell people, even they're like, "Oh, but you have to change elevation for topography." And guess what? What do you do when you're transferring a line to be horizontal? Even if you change elevation, you establish level, you transfer it, and then you continue straight. Like, there's no curvature involved, bro. Like, how many times can I tell people?
Oh, we got. Is it Lot Bunny Enjoyer? I think he was the one that says you just dig holes.
Oh,
that's Yakubianite. The one that got
it might have been him. Yeah, might have been him.
Well, you dug holes. What was the other one? You pour cement.
I'm a cement pourer.
He's a cement pourer. You're a construction worker. He's saying in the text.
But people who say cement does not really pour concrete, because people who pour concrete really hate when people call it cement.
Yeah,
that's what he said. We had to charge him with that. Lot Bunny Enjoyer.
See, this is what's funny. I mean, if you read what he's saying not horizontally all the way. Okay, tell me what project you built, buddy. Let's start there. How about that?
Yeah, let's
go there.
Yeah.
Instead of just telling me what I didn't do when I did, like imagine it. I'm washing clothes right now, right? Imagine if he's like, you didn't wash clothes. Like, bro, I'm doing it right now, bro. Like, come on.
Let's see if he can
empirical
muster up an argument.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Yeah, so
Bunny.
You already said yourself that you wouldn't use the theodolite from one end of it to the other. So how did you verify flatness all the way?
So I definitely said that. I never would do that. Now, the way you do that is you go in increments. And when you're transferring lines, I don't know if you heard me say this, but I said it multiple times. When you transfer a benchmark, okay, it's horizontal. You're keeping it to that line. So with a theodolite, you can transfer, let's say, 453 feet above sea level here, and I see a column across the way, right? And I have to make sure that the way we establish the line on the next column, we have to make sure that we make a mark
Irrelevant.
It's irrelevant. Oh,
yeah,
man.
Take a look in the side chat. I'm already bored of what you're trying to argue.
You would get fired your first day, bro. Get your check and get out of here. Grab your tools and get the fuck off the job site, bro.
Do you know what that image that I just posted represents? I'll let your big brain figure it out.
Turn in your card. You're done.
Yeah,
come on, Mr. Theodolite.
Yeah, bro.
Take a look in that side image.
You got fired, bro. You got fired, bro. You got fired, bro.
Will they have to turn in Alibaba tools?
We are looking at horizontal baselines on triangles and squares. Yes.
Yeah. So, do you know what that's representing, though? Let's see if your brain can wrap around this one.
Referencing a baseline. Yes.
So, Reg, I understand you're kind of low IQ, but just take a second to look at it a little bit.
No, it's not low IQ. That's poisoning the whale fallacy. We're not doing none of that.
Yeah. No. It's not poisoning the whale.
Oh, yes,
I see that you're dumb, so I'm calling you out for being
ad homs, insulting people, yes.
No, this is the opposite of an ad hom.
Yes, no, it's not. It's poisoning the whale, trying to discredit what I'm saying. Yes.
No. So an ad hom is you're dumb, therefore your argument is bad.
Ad hom is insulting
what
someone.
I am saying is your argument is bad, therefore you're dumb.
Yes, I say a ad hom is insulting someone to dismiss an argument. Poisoning the whale fallacy is an ad hom, which is using an ad hom to insult someone to discredit their argument as well. You could just make your argument without discrediting them, without the poison of the whale fallacy, and without the ad hominem, and without being disrespectful. All things that I called out.
Exactly. So when I was so just real quick.
Okay, so
let me finish real quick.
So now you want to argue. So instead of you making your argument, now you want to argue about the fallacy you can make.
Well, no, I'm still waiting on you to actually interpret what I just posted in the side chat, but you still can't.
Yes, you interpret.
Yeah, here's the point,
the square, the shapes. They're all using horizontal baselines in them.
You got this, bro.
Just real quick though, Red. just real quick. Let me just say this, okay? He hand waved me explaining how we transfer a line to be. By the way, which was answering his question because he said how do you transfer it to keep it horizontal, right? So I was telling him this is what we do. This is the way we keep it horizontal, and we make sure that it's straight across from
But you're
one
not.
from one. But we are though. So this was
Not
funny,
from
bro.
one end to the very end.
Okay,
You're just doing increments.
I didn't say from one end to the end. Bro, come on,
So
bro.
then
Just
you
stop.
can't ensure
Just
that it's
stop.
straight from one end to the other.
Bro, just stop. Just stop, okay? I was telling you how we make sure, okay? So let's say we have 4 columns, okay? Just to remember, let's say it's a Monday, okay? All right, guys, we're going to put in fucking 4 columns today. Great. All right, let's get to it. The first column, it's column A, all right? We're going to establish that position, all right? Then we're going to go, okay, the next column, boom. Now we're going to do a header across to connect them, okay? Now, but we have to make sure that that beam is at 453 feet above sea level, okay? Now, we're going to shoot across, and yep, that's where we're at. So guess what? The next column, we can shoot again and know exactly where that beam's supposed to be. Because remember, we're transferring it, and it's keeping it horizontal, straight, not curving. We're not saying, hey, guys, make sure you go a 16th lower because we have to account for the 8-inch per mile square, okay, guys? We don't do that. We keep it at that same exact elevation according to it, dude. I don't even know I'm wasting my time. Reg, go ahead and handle my light work, bro. Go ahead and handle my light work, bro. This guy's an idiot, bro.
So I'll handle this for you because you just kind of showed like you're like you don't really know what's going on, but it's okay. What I just posted in the side chat is a theorem stating that a circle can be comprised of infinite straight lines.
The hell, bro?
And so whenever you're up there with your cute little theodolite and you're refusing to use it for any distance longer than like 50 feet, what you're just doing is forming infinite straight lines without knowing whether or not there's a slight angle to it or not.
Hey, Miggy,
which is why I asked you.
I can't believe I wasted my time with this guy, bro.
Which again is why I'm asking you.
I can't believe I wasted my time with this moron.
I'm just gonna do this, right? Because I know you're low IQ, right? And you don't understand, so I'll slow it down for you, right? What could be happening is just from one end to the other one, from like little increments, right? Little bitty increments. You could be making a slight change in angle, a slight change in angle, a slight change in angle, which you wouldn't interpret unless you look at point A all the way to point B at 2.5 miles. But we've used surveying tools.
This guy doesn't understand.
And
He doesn't understand what we do, bro.
Dip. No, I understand completely
bro.
what you do.
Has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
You use a theodolite.
He thinks that because he speaks with authority, as if he's a genius, he thinks he's saying
you
something.
See, I have a higher education than a construction worker, and I'm able to watch a video over the course of a day as to how this stuff works, and I'm able to fully understand it, unlike you.
Oh my god!
And so whenever I take a look at, if we have like
straight lines make a circle. I'm gonna remember that, by the way.
I want him to say it again for the mod.
So a circle can be defined as having or being comprised of infinite straight lines.
Jesus, dude. He said it.
Yep.
He said it twice.
Yeah, we got to lock that in. Where's Clipboard
at?
Straight lines. Buddy, I'm counting on you to get this clip.
Shout out to Clipboard.
That's amazing, bro.
Yeah. This is where this is where we've gotten to with flat Earth. It's so flat that it's a circle.
Again, that's not what I'm saying. But again, I know that I know you're straw man my point. But again, please take a look at the side chat. Hey, Alpha, take a look in the side chat.
Thank you.
And I understand. You're low IQ. You get it done with anything.
So funny.
Look in the side chat. What that is showing you is as more and more shapes, as more and more sides, I'm muting you. Okay, there we go. As more and more sides, well then don't let him overtalk me then. So as
he's
more and more,
dude, he's a part of the panel, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Anyways, I think what we just found out is that the level that the Globers will go to is that it's just so flat that it's a circle. Like I don't know, man. I didn't think you would say it, but it's amazing.
I'm totally in love with it. It's so flat. It's a circle.
It has to be because
it's so good, man.
How many lines did he say? Many lines.
Infinite straight lines.
Infinite straight lines.
Yes.
Hey, here's the thing, though, Miggy. He has the credentials, though, bro. He is intelligent. He knows more than me, more than a construction worker. He knows dude. I'm gonna fucking tell my buddy this, bro. Fucking general superintendent for a fucking nationwide country. I'm gonna tell him, hey, guess what, bro? Did you know that a circle is infinite flat horizontal lines, bro? Let's go.
Let's go.
That's so good, bro.
if you're gonna tell anybody now, you got to remember this argument for future reference. We have to, because this is like it's one for the
100.
books. I'm telling
It
you,
is, man. It's definitely made the book for sure.
Yeah, you're gonna have to write this one down, put it in your book somewhere, so that when we have conversations later, we can talk about infinite straight lines making a fucking circle. Like,
Well, and by the way, how big is an infinite line circle, bro? Wouldn't that make it an infinite circle? I'm so confused, bro. You're so smart.
That's
do we
hilarious.
really want to dive into that mentality? Because I think we're gonna get lost.
Hey, Apocryphon.
Yeah, he's gonna beat us by experience at that foolishness. What's up?
When you were explaining the way you level stuff, it sounded a lot like "Force the Line" by Brian Mullins.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
It sounded just like that. That was all.
That's why he wants to do that, because like if you keep building straight, transferring line, and keeping that angle, right?
You're forcing it,
You're forcing it, right? And you won't have to worry. You don't worry about the topography. You don't worry. You're just worried about that line. That's why I like that experiment, or that whatever that thing he wanted to set up, but he never did it. But that's a great fucking way to prove it. But we proved it. 2.5 miles.
The Globers would say, "Oh, it's too expensive," and I'm like, "Holy shit! You guys spend like fucking $10 billion a day, going to space. You couldn't fucking make a little thing that shows the curvature of the Earth out in the middle of the desert out here in Mojave." No,
that's all. It's what it's about, man. It's like you want to do all this razzle dazzle, rockets and all kinds of stuff, dude. It would be so. To debunk easy, everybody in this room, if you wanted to just like end it today, you would just go out and just do this one simple thing. It would be so easy. I mean, come on. If you don't tell me how easy this is, it would be a win. Like, fucking. God,
yeah,
like
10-mile stretch out in Mojave Desert. That's nothing, dude. We've got millions of square miles out here, bro. Millions.
And just you would end it like instantly.
What's up? What's going on, buddy? Hey, Jose, let me ask you something. Jose, let me ask you something.
Hey,
would you believe that a circle,
bro?
A circle is made of infinite straight lines? Look at like a straight line, infinite, and that makes a circle. Would you believe that if you put infinite straight lines? Stupid, right? Dumb fucks, right? Thank you. High five. Thank you. You know Right. Yeah, there you go. Retired iron worker. Over 40 years. Over 40 years. Retired fucking iron worker. Fuck off, you idiot.
Hey, welcome to the holiday weekend here in America. Monday's Labor Day, man. We're going to celebrate all you people that do labor, people that use theodolites and total stations and all that cool stuff. And you guys are out there busting ass, making roads and keeping shit nice and level. Appreciate it. You guys have a good weekend. I just want to shout out all you labor people. I know Miggy's working his ass off.
Dude, I'm always at work. The times that I'm getting to spend here is just like few and far between, but I will start making it a point to. We're going to be doing spaces too, so. But check this out, because I saved it as a text. You guys can save the image too if you want. But I'm going to post the image that he just put. So go ahead and save that image.
Yeah.
And then I guess you can repost it later and put it in 24/7.
Straight lines, bro. We got it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to save that.
So yeah, the Earth is flat. Of course it is. But it's just made of a bunch of flat lines that turn into a circle. Like, it makes it a giant circle.
You know what, boys? I'm going to be a flat earther for a day. And
Shit.
I mean, I know I'm a dirty glober, but I'll just be a flat earther today. Fuck it.
Here's
good choice, man. One day's better than no days.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty damn flat, isn't it? I mean, I've seen it with my own eyes. It's bloody flat.
Definitely flat.
I mean,
I'd bank on that.
Well, let's see if Bingle Bongle Belly, whatever his name is, wants to chime in.
I'm flat Earth on the weekends, boys. I'm flat Earth on the weekends.
Hey, just real quick.
Is that a good compromise?
Change your name to Flat Earth Weekend.
Hey, just real quick. Hey, just real quick, if I can, just to clear up his photo, right? That he's saying he's that I don't get. What he's not understanding, okay? There's something called horizontal, okay? The second you start in his little diagram here, if you've got infinite straight lines, like you said, right? The second you start to tilt downwards
You're
away,
fucked. You're
you're
fucked.
no longer horizontal, dumb fuck. Okay, I'm good. All right,
Mic drop. Mic drop.
Bingle Bongle, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man? Hey, we're having a convo in here about the shape of the Earth conversation, man. What say you about the shape of the Earth? Are you of the mind that the Earth is a globe? And if you are, do you have any evidence for that?
I don't know. I mean, I haven't put a lot of thought into it. I'm pretty sure it's a globe, but
pretty sure.
Yeah.
What evidence do you have, Bingle, that the Earth is a globe? You can be as practical as you want. Whatever you have in your mind, man, just give it to us. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, I don't have like a ton of. I mean, I haven't seen it as a globe. Something. I guess. I think it's interesting. What do you guys like? What do flat earthers think planets are that the Greeks observed and we observe now? Like,
well, the word planet.
Stars.
Yeah, the word. I was just gonna say that, man. It's called a wandering star. So planet is nothing more. The word is. It denotes something different in someone's mind when you say it because of the fact that, let's say nobody's heard of the argument for flat Earth. So when you say planet, that word's attached to a lot of attributes that the thing up there in the sky has. So it would be something like Jupiter, right? It's a planet. Well, Jupiter as a planet is a gaseous body, right? So that has, all types of methane gas and different types of gases that it has. But the idea that when you say planet, it's not just the word or something you see in the sky, it's attached to attributes. Would you agree with that?
I mean, yeah, especially if, I mean, nowadays, the Greeks didn't know any of that shit. They just saw stars moving.
Sure, and that's what I'm saying. That's all we can know. What the Greeks knew. But now,
we have stronger telescopes.
Stronger telescopes. Now, with those stronger telescopes, what more can we know versus the Greeks?
Like enhanced resolution of that planet, essentially. We could see what it looks like.
Right, enhanced resolution. So what more knowledge can we know versus the Greeks? Tell me the difference.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not into space science, but we sent like probes and stuff, right?
Well, right, but I'm saying obviously there's a distinction between what the Greeks knew and what we know now. And I think in your mind, you think there's a difference. And I'm just pointing out that really there isn't.
Well,
like all we know is basically what we can see. Well, sure. I mean, that's what you think. But now I'm asking you to find out what it is differently that the Greeks were saying and what you are saying now. What's different?
I mean, unless you think it's like all made up, just the planet.
No, that's not. Yeah, but I'm not even saying it's made up.
Well,
I'm asking you the difference between what the Greeks have said that they've seen and what you now know in 2024 is different.
Yeah,
what is the difference?
I was gonna say like what the planets are, what they look like, what they're made out of, essentially. Like the.
So what are planets made out of? Especially Jupiter. What is that?
Matter. I don't know. But
okay, well that's the correct answer. I don't know. See, that's what we'd say. The Greeks would say.
But I don't know a lot of shit. I mean, I'm not.
Well, that's fine. But see here, the Greeks said the same thing. Well, we don't know what that is. It just looks like a light in the sky, and we could see it.
So what do you know? Just like what's like the flat Earth cosmology? Is that like an oxymoron? I don't know.
No, you're fine. It's basically like what we think of the whole, the Earth and everything in it and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. What do you guys think planets are?
So basically, we're going to describe the Earth as being the floor of the universe, of all of existence. And the things that you see in the sky that you call planets are just wandering stars. Or,
so they're just
lights in the sky. So for us to denote that they're anything more than that, we need to have some type of research or experiments or something that we could do to verify that. We can't do any of those things with the things that we see in the sky. Is that a fair statement? Or do you think that we can do something with those things in the sky?
I mean, why? So what's like the, I mean, obviously the general idea of stars, we have like outside of flat Earth, like mainstream academia considers them to be like gaseous bodies, I don't know, different burning. So how did they get to
there's
that
attributes.
conclusion? You think it's like flawed logic how they got to that point?
No,
of what they think stars are?
it's called educated guesses, and that's what they have. You know what an educated guess is?
Yeah.
Bing?
You think they're just like hypotheses?
They're just what they think something could be outside of the realm in which we all exist in. So, you know, we all are here on the earth, you know, from our vantage point, looking at those things, we can speculate, give our best estimation as what something could be based upon the physics and the elements that we have around us. So, based upon all of these things, we could surmise that those things up there are something similar to elemental things down here, like light and energy and such. So, I would say they are attributing some of those things to the things they see in the sky. And then they give their educated guess as to what those things are. And then they put it in books, and then people get told what they are. And then here you are telling us a story about what they've said.
So why don't you just sort of like throw up your hands and be like, why don't you just say you don't know, but why assert that it's flat? Like, why do you think it's flat as opposed to saying I literally have no idea? It could be like everything could be magic, basically.
He literally ain't listened to not one word you said.
That's fine. I think he wants to get ahead of the.
Not one.
Yeah, you
Did
don't.
my thing cut out, or did I just not articulate it well?
No. I think you're answering.
Like, why are you
or you're
asserting
asking,
it's flat?
You're asking a different question. I don't think you responded to what I said previously to what the thing you were talking about, and you jumped to this question about like Earth being flat versus the planets that you were talking about.
Well, what did
you
you
just
want me...
switched? You just switched
I
topics.
just said I didn't know. I mean, I'm coming from a place of ignorance. I didn't. What did you want me to answer?
Well, so I was just articulating the point that these top scientists, the ones that you guys that think that the Earth is a globe, might lean on.
Yeah.
And then I told you it's just educated guesses. That's what these guys do.
Okay.
They're scientific communicators. They get on broad platforms and they have people that listen to what they say. They tell you, well, this is what we think it is, but we're 98% stupid about the whole entire universe and kind of stuff like that. They give you ideas to think about. And they say the way science works is that we give our best educated guesses to what we might think something is based upon all the physics and things that we know here. So that could change in the future with somebody else coming up with a better theory, right? So that is what.
I mean, I'll accept that. I won't like argue. I'll agree to that. I was just
right. And okay,
Yeah.
so now if we're gonna change topics or at least go back to the surface, then we would say there's three things. The Earth is observed as flat, it's measured as flat, and it's practically used as flat. Now, these three things are the pillars why we understand how the Earth is a flat and stationary plane. We can go over them if you like. Would you like to?
No. I'm good.
Okay.
No, I don't want to do that. It's too much work. It's too much work, Maggie.
It is a lot of work, man. It's
a lot of work. It's gonna burn me out. I'm gonna be tired.
I always ask because I'm not gonna force any information on you if you don't want to know. Like if you do want to know, I'm gonna tell you. You will know.
Yeah, we get it, man. We'll just move along.
Moving right along.
Any new customers joining the party?
Oh, we got Rick 2.0 who's going to be a flat earther for this weekend. So
we have Flat Earth Weekend. We got to change his name to Flat Earth Weekend for the weekend. Change his name.
Yeah, dude. Maybe I'll even give you a Monday if it gets to it, man. I don't know.
Feel good enough? Okay, all right. If you feel good enough.
Soon enough, you'll get all the whole week, maybe. Who knows?
We'll play it by ear. How about that?
Yeah, we'll just see how we go. It's the honeymoon phase, man.
Okay. Well, we're not, we're not pushy. Whatever. It's just like everybody, however they arrive to the place that they are with flat Earth, that's their journey. We can't put a time limit to it. Well, it takes you 1 week. Come on, bro. Like that doesn't. I don't think that's ever been the case for any of us. We don't ever put a time. Like shoot, it's not really.
Man, look.
We're not here to convince people. Like, oh, dude, really? Not again? You still don't believe? That's not us.
Hey, look, man. Like, I honestly don't have 100% concrete conclusions made up at this point. Like, I'll be honest about that. I don't, because I can't. You've actually opened my eyes to the fact that how can I be so sure if I haven't even experienced what I claim is the case, right?
Sure. Sure.
So I'm open to being exposed to the truth. If the truth is the truth, then you got to align with that, right?
That's the beginning.
So,
that's the beginning of
right,
understanding right there. It's the very beginning.
sure, of course, you got to be open to it, right? So, like, of any of the conclusions you guys, think you have, are you open to them perhaps being,
Changed.
maybe it's not true? Yeah, like maybe you don't have all the pieces to the puzzle.
Let me put it to
Yeah,
you this way, man. This is how it
sure,
is. All right. This is I'm gonna be a straight shooter with you.
right.
When we were thinking that the Earth was a globe, that was our
Mhm.
world. That was our paradigm. That's what we adhered to. Nothing
Right.
made sense like that, right? Because we didn't know.
Okay.
So when I don't know how everybody was introduced to flat Earth, but when you or anyone else gets introduced to the subject or the topic, then we go on like some type of knowledge quest as to like how do we know what we know, right? So the journey begins. Maybe that's where you're at right now, and you're questioning how is it possible that we don't just change our minds back. But the problem is we already changed our minds from where we were. So it's not a fact, it's not the thing to change our minds back. The fact is we had to have, in our estimation or position, it has to rely on evidence, verifiable empirical evidence. It has to stand on something more solid than the globe Earth provided. So the globe Earth provided only more questions. Like we weren't certain that the Earth was a globe when we were globers. None of us are. So as a glober, it was like, well, my mind could be changed and this and that, but I don't know, right? It was just like a big I don't know. So now we're in the know. We now know. So you can't say, well, now that you know, would you change back to globe Earth? Because we know it's not a globe. It's just not a globe. Does it measure as one? It's not observed as one, and it's not practically used as one. So why would we then turn
Doesn't
back
fly,
to the
is it?
thing that we came from? You know what I'm saying? We already changed our minds.
Right.
So I'm being straight with you. That's how it is. It's not
I
like
understand.
something could
Like
come up and then be like, oh well, I guess
Yeah.
we're a globe earther again. Like that's not.
some things that happen that you can observe, to me, like the flat earth or position on it, it doesn't satisfy me. Like sunrises and sunsets, moonrises, moonsets, like they chalk it up to as, oh, it goes away. That doesn't cut it for me. Like that's not enough
No,
of
but
a,
that's
like,
not all of the explanation.
right. I want to know like more. Yeah, I
Yeah,
want to know like
that might be. So
some people
it
have said
gets
that.
difficult. It gets difficult because we can only give you information in like bites and chunks. Because what happens is like when we go, it's hard to explain that you've been lied to. Because like with globe Earth, it's like, well, the Earth is curving, that's why you can't see ships disappearing from the bottom up. And so it's like a quick one sentence answer without any explanation. But when you talk about flat Earth, it involves how vision actually works, and it works as a dome of perspective with convergence and a lot of atmospheric effects that occur. So when we talk about it, we have to include a lot of things that will lose the attention span of our audience because they're not they I don't know what it is, but maybe it's the diets that people have. Like they just can't, they don't have the time to sit and listen to a thorough answer, and therefore it's like, okay, wait, you didn't tell me why flat earthers will see the Earth in this way, and we're like, dude, we told you like 500 times. You just don't. You like you stop listening after a while, and that's why you don't know because
Now,
like you tune out basically, and that's
right. I have something that maybe I've got this wrong, but as I understand it, as the way some flat earthers have sort of posed it as, is that, and you can clarify this for me, but they try to explain, ships disappearing over the horizon as a vanishing point thing, like they'll vanish out of view because they're so far away. I don't buy that because it's not the case, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff that happens. The vanishing point is the length at which optical resolution is extinguished. So excuse me, the optical resolution that you have for your vision, right? There's a limitation to what it is every day, and it changes. I'm gonna say because the atmospheric distortions that happen between you and the target distance, like whatever you're trying to see in the far distance, whether it be the horizon or a ship disappearing or whatever. Like there's a lot of stuff happening. It is not just the vanishing point. That is also a reason why we can't see forever, of course, but that's not the one. That's not the one for all answer. There's many things that are included specifically for whatever day that you're talking about. Now, I don't know what, like, I don't know what day you mentioned, but it could be a summer day, it could be a winter day, it could be a day nighttime before it rains, when it's real foggy. Like, there's a lot of stuff that comes into play here. So for me to tell you that it's this one thing, it's not. There's a lot of things happening that I'd have to include if you were to make a specific observation on a specific day with a specific temperature. Like, it's so specific that if I couldn't. Okay, just say this: there's atmospheric distortions and also mirage effects that happen on two different scales. There's superior and inferior mirages. Now, depending on which one you have, depending on the type of ambient air temperature that you have outside, it's going to depend what type of miraging effects happen, if they are happening. So there's so much to talk about that I don't think a normal mind who just wants to hear, well, why can't you just say it's curved? Wouldn't that be like Occam's razor? The simplest answer would be the one that it should be. But that's not the case here. Because of the fact that we never talk about vision and how it works, we're negating all the things that it can be specifically to that specific day that you mentioned. So it's not an easy conversation. Because I wish it was, to be honest with you. I wish we could just tell you, well, yeah, it's just one thing, that's it. But it's not. And that's the reason why people can't understand when we tell them, that it's not just the curvature that you think is obstructing the bottom of that ship. Because, Rick, if you look more into it, right, there's optical effects that you know of right now. You could tell me that, yes, mirages are true. They do happen. And so something could be distorted optically in the far distance, and it doesn't have to be curvature. It could be some atmospheric effects. And so you could say that for sure right now, right? Or at least I think you would.
I'll just quickly, sorry if you hear me paying for my fuel. I'm just at a service station. But yeah, no, I understand what you mean.
Hey, Alpha, I put something in the chat in regards to what you're telling him. Maybe he could take a look at it. It's the RC boat.
Yeah, 39 minutes after the hour. If whenever you get a chance, Rick, I don't know if you're driving or what, but Apocryphon, he has something there. It's like a small little video you want to click on. There's so much stuff happening, man. So if I was to tell you it's one thing over another, I wouldn't be able to say that like as for sure, because I have to find out what type of ambient temperatures were outside when you actually made your observation. Does this make sense, Rick? Oh, he's busy.
Sorry, I'm back.
Yeah, no, you're fine, man. I heard you talking, so
all good.
Do you need some time? Because I'm dumping all this info on you, man. It feels like.
I'm back in the car now for like a drive, so yeah, I have time.
Are you sure? I'll wait because I feel like I'm talking.
Do you mean
you weren't here?
I can listen. I can't like read things or see things.
No. I just you weren't listening, so that's why I was like.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, for the last minute I wasn't. Yeah, go for it.
All right. So there's a lot of atmospheric effects that occur that are not being taken into account, and that's the reason why we have these tough conversations of trying to get people to think about things that include things with our vision. We have things like convergence happening, always. Convergence, vanishing point, atmospheric effects. You can just name it, man. We're dealing with a whole bunch of things, and it's always very specific, Rick. Very specific.
Yes.
So we don't know if you went out on a cold day in evening times when, the refractive effect doesn't happen so immensely. So this is the thing. This is what I'm saying, man. The reason why it's so tough to have this conversation is because I need to figure out when you made your observation and what was the temperature, what was your observer height, what was the distance. Like, there's so much we need to talk about, and that's why.
Yes.
And that's why
there's a lot of variables.
Yes,
yeah.
And do you know this, Rick? Like, just being honest, would you be able to say for sure? There's a lot of things to consider, right? We can't.
Of course.
It's not a conversation of a one and done. Like, oh, it's just curvature. That's all. Like, you just can't say that.
That's it. Well, even I don't know if you heard me, but I was like driving up the mountain a few days last week, and even like the other day, to try and get a nice photo of the horizon from up there. It's like 500 meters of elevation, this mountain, right? It looks out, I think the visibility is probably about 40 kilometers. I don't know. I'd have to look it up again. But anyway, it's a really nice far view. And every time I went up there, it was different, like visibility quality. Like the air quality was different each day, and it was tricky. Like I think those beautiful clear days, I think you need cold weather for that.
Yes.
But
see,
yeah,
I think it starts
yeah.
making sense more when you start understanding temperature, how it affects vision off into the distance. Once you start realizing what you're dealing with, then you can adjust for those things. You can say, okay, I know that today I could see a little farther because of the ambient temperature. Mind you, there might be some type of distortions that take place, but I need to take into account what type. So like you're more prepared. Versus when you were a glober, you just be walking outside and say Earth curve, therefore no boat. Like it sounds like redundant.
Sure. Well, that's why I go up the mountain. Like I'm going the step further and actually applying tests. Like I'm doing it for my own benefit, like for my own understanding too. Like
Good on you. Good on you.
You said good on you.
Thanks, mate.
But if you Rick, if you didn't take that step, you'd be stuck in like this I guess this mindset of thinking that the Earth is a globe just because you don't want to take a look. And so the thing we're asking people, it's yes, you can take for granted the information that you've been looking over the Earth for this whole time, but once you step out and actually do the work, you're gonna realize there's stuff happening that it's not Earth curve. There's effects that you didn't take into account prior. Now you see stuff happening, and it's like, wait a minute, we got some optical effects going on right here. Like there has to be, because yesterday I saw that thing in the far distance, and today I can't see it no more. Like what's up with that?
Right.
That's Rick. I'm telling you, it's mind blowing once you.
I concede that. Yeah, totally. I'm not. I don't.
And so okay,
I don't challenge you on that.
Yeah, going back to the sun, and I know that there's a lot of things where people say, "Well, the sun's just going away." That's good. That's good that you might think that, but even there,
and it does in simple terms. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, in simple terms, it does go away. I mean, obviously.
Yeah,
but what I mean is how it traverses the sky and how optically that you visually see it. There's a lot at play. So the way light travels, the different hues of color that you see as it rises in the morning versus the midday, you got different variations of optical effects that occur. Like, I've seen this before. Usually, like on sunrise, and it was like maybe a month or two ago. I was seeing a sunrise, and the sun looked like a giant orange circle. Like it was huge on the horizon. Have you ever seen the sun look that way?
Yeah, I just saw it then. It's been a clear day in Australia. It's been very hot today in Brisbane, like 30 something degrees, and yes, it was orange as hell, like very orange.
Very orange. And notice that when it
Low in the sky.
When it gets to solar noon, the color changes that occur. So it's a very different color. Now, do you ever stop to think why these things are happening? Why do you see a giant orange circle and now you see a small white circle when it's above your head? Anything like that come into your mind?
Yeah.
Okay,
and what I've been taught seems rational and seems okay. That seems like it makes sense, right? You're viewing it through dense atmosphere when it's low in the sky, and you're looking across the atmosphere. And when it's high in the sky above your head, you're looking through just that piece of atmosphere rather than through it. If that makes sense.
You're getting the exact information that we all understood. But the most important part of what you're understanding about what you just said is that now all you got to do is apply atmospheric effects to how you can see things visually. So
exactly
the next step would be, then why is it possible as it traverses the sky and it moves to like solar noon that you see it differently? And also something to think about, why you will see it at an angle differently than you did on the horizon. So on the horizon, let's say we call that 0 degrees, right? Because that would be like where the sky meets the earth and so forth. So that would be 0 degrees. But as it moves across the sky and traverses to like about 80 degrees in the sky, it's like mostly above your head, you have a very different angle of view. So the angle that it was on the horizon versus to where it's above your head is a very different angle. I mean, you do understand that, right? Like it would be a very different
totally.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So would you
You're
say
looking
that
across to it when it's low in the sky. Yes, you're looking across.
like straight on,
Whereas,
right? Like
right.
all right. So if we're saying that can apply to the sun, and what would make sense to you is that if it's curving around you, well, let's take a look at what we know an angle of view would mean. If you see something straight, it doesn't matter what it is, something that's above your head, anything that's above your head, like street lights. That's usually where I go with this. So street lights can be in front of you as you're driving your vehicle, and straight on, they're probably like at 45 degrees or something, something like that, off into the distance in front of you. As you approach those street lights, it doesn't matter. Focus on one. That street light will change its angle that you see it. So as you point to it off into the distance, as you're driving close to it, your finger will start pointing to it, and your finger will rise in a degree of angle. So the degree of angle that you had versus the one that you start having as you drive close to it changes. Now, this is important because everything that you see is concentric to your vision. Your vision has everything, the whole universe and everything visually. It's concentric to you. So you see everything.
You are the apex. Yeah.
Yeah, you're the apex. So you see everything at an angle of view, including the street light. And the street light isn't like going over the curvature of the earth. It's just the way you see off into the distance. It's an angle of view. So that essentially, if the sun is moving across the sky, that's all you see is the sun changing its angle due to the fact that as it traverses the sky, it's moving off into the distance. So yes, it could be going straight on across your head and moving in a pattern above your head, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going around a sphere. It just means that it's moving in an angle. You know what I'm saying? Just like the street light. And it can get far enough distance away from you to where it can look like it's actually dipping below. So
I do have a slight hang up with the equivalence though. Like they're not quite equivalent, the sun and a street light, but I understand the point you're trying to make.
Yeah,
I do understand what you're saying.
it's just that they're not. I know that the sun and the street light's not equivalent. But what I'm saying, but the understanding about an angle of view is still there. That means that just as a street light was at an angle of view lower than it was as you approached it when it would be 90 degrees above your head.
Sure.
It's the same.
I understand that part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if the height of the height.
Sorry, my phone.
Yeah.
My signal's gonna be a bit choppy in.
Yeah, it's choppy
for about a minute or two. But yes, if you can still hear me, that's all right.
We can wait till you.
Yeah. Okay. I'm driving through. All right. I can hear you though. It struggles to upload, but I can download. I can.
Well, it's Australian internet, man. You guys don't have very good internet over there. Not enough satellites, eh?
Yeah. That's right. Elon Musk needs to throw us a bone.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's.
I don't think he likes you guys down there. I don't think he likes you.
I feel like that's why we're always when I talked about the subject I just did with Rick, we're always bogged down by globers because to them it's just Earth curve. With every answer, Earth curve. Earth curve.
I've been trying to post things along with what you're saying in the side chat.
It's important too because APOC, like what you've demonstrated in those memes, somebody can pick up and say like, "Oh, I see what he's saying." Like, yeah, those street lights on a different angle as they're further in front of you. They're not changing their height. Obviously, they're the street light from the ground to where the top of the light is. That's exactly how each one of them is tall. Is the same height.
Exactly.
But, yeah, and it's just the way we see the world around us. Everything looks to be like it's converging to a far off point.
Yeah. Only morons will laugh at that. Oh, is he laughing? Oh, it makes sense.
I don't know. You try sometimes, but it's like at some point you just gotta let them.
No,
let them
I
have their
gave up on
glow.
that dude. I gave up on that idiot, bro. That guy, his arrogance has defeated himself.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna waste my time with the moron.
He left. He left, dude. He's gone.
He was in the chat on the side chat. We were going back and forth in the side chat.
Yeah, he gone, man.
I thought it was him laughing. That's why I said
No,
that.
that
My
was
bad.
Rick 2.0.
Oh, my bad, Rick. I thought you were the idiot, the moron.
No, different guy. The other guy was
All right.
drunk. He is drunk.
All right.
Okay, no, you're talking about Cortigo. I think that's
Yeah,
even
yeah.
another guy.
Another.
APOC
Anyway.
was talking about a lot bunny or something.
Whatever the fuck his name. Idiot. We'll just call him idiot for short.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll keep. There we go.
Saudi man just joined the chat. What's up, Saudi man?
Hey guys, I miss you so much. It's me, Over. I'm a flat
Yeah.
earth.
He's got
done.
Saudi man's got a voice changer.
I can't. That's hard to listen to, bro. Whoever you are.
If you had
Saudi
headphones in, that would have been bad.
Yeah, I do.
I had headphones. That's why it pierced the shit out of my ears.
It was bad.
Can you hear me again? Sorry, or is it still choppy?
You're good. You're good.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to get one little idea out, and it's about atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
The way I understand, like, you know how you were explaining the sun high in the sky and then like across the sky, like when it's low near the horizon. I think about like the atmosphere, like a swimming pool. If you look, let's say you have a wristwatch on, like an analog wristwatch or whatever,
Yeah.
you're pretty confident you'll read that under about 2 feet of water, yeah? Like, you're not in the water, but your hands down in the water. You can read it because there's not much water that is between your eyes and the watch face. Whereas if someone holds the watch underwater, like 15 feet away, it's going to be a little bit less clear, right? You're looking through more water, like
Yeah,
you're not going to be able to
can
make
think
it
about
out as clearly.
like a fish tank. You know, like the guy just
Yeah.
APOC just posted. He's got a guy's head off of his head in a swimming pool that you could see through the bottom of it. So it just but
refraction.
Yeah, you can think about that refractive effect, right? But the problem is for it to be the type of refraction that Snell's law indicated, there would have to be two media. Now, the fact that refractive effects can occur doesn't necessitate the idea that we're talking about something going inside of a medium and then you could see it through another. Because with Snell's law, it has to be where you see something like water and then air. So there's two media that there's a boundary between them two. So with the swimming pool, that if you use that analogy, you'd have to have two media, which is water and air. But with just the air, you don't have that. It's just only air. But we will say that the air is a medium that light attenuates through. So even still, there's still effects that occur.
Right.
And of course,
yeah, they're not totally equivalent, but yeah.
Yeah, they're not totally equivalent. This is why I'm bringing this up, because they get usually conflated
Used as
into
equivalents.
they get conflated into being the same thing, and they're just not.
They're not,
because they're very distinct, and the way the refractive effects that occur in the air are very different than how they occur in water and air. So like like when you're seeing a fish underwater, but he's not actually in that location, he's like in a different location. Like if you're trying to throw a harpoon to catch him, so you'd have to throw it like further ahead or further behind. Like it just depends on, you know what I'm saying? Like, and so that's kind of what I'm saying. We have a very different way to describe refraction being.
And you know what else is crazy is a sheet of glass. Let's think about that, right? If you look through it, it's clear, right? The thing is extremely clear. Now, if you look at the edge of the glass, it's green usually. Like it's got a hue to it. That's very dense. Like you can't see through that. But it's the same material. It's just that you're looking through such a dense amount of it. It's going to go green.
You can look at it kind of like that, but it's like I said, and what changes is the fact that the light is traveling through that denser part, and so you get
Right.
that different color.
It won't meet you at the same way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not. It's a different wavelength. The wavelength
Right.
that occurs of light.
Heavily filtered. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So,
Whereas through the glass is like it's a very thin film to filter, and there's not much of it gets filtered out, so it appears quite transparent. Yeah.
Right. So that's the way we see it when it's above our head. So, so you
And
get
like
what I
if you
mean?
think
Like
of
that.
if you think of cars in a car park, like you can see through one car pretty good, but then if you line up your vision across like 15 cars, eventually like you can't see through, and assuming there's no tinting as well, right? They're all clear like clear window car, like it gets very dense and you can't see because there's so many filters up ahead, like through it. Now, one other thing, this is a bit of a different topic, but the arrogance of the presence. Does this make sense? So right now, humanity, science, we think we have all of these answers for things. And that's because of the arrogance of the present time. Like we think we're at the bleeding edge of understanding. Like anything outside of that is sci-fi or like pseudo, like it's just guesses and stuff. But there were points in the past where it was the same deal. Like the people of the time thought they had it all figured out, and there was more to it. They just needed to wait for the technology or like for the improvement in understanding or whatever. So right now, science may have false conclusions or things that need clearing up, or we need the tools to actually understand the nature of our reality a bit more true to to actuality, if that makes sense. Like we may not just have the scope yet.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I don't think that that necessitates that people in, like, let's say, with flat Earth are just saying things because we don't have the right technology or something more that we could understand that what could be going on, because there's nothing that can prove the thing. Even, I mean, if you try to realize that something's proved that the Earth is a flat and stationary plane, like nothing's gonna come back and around and say, "Well, you guys didn't have the equipment that was fine tuned enough to know that." Like, I think that's what's really getting mixed up here.
Right. Well, what I was conceding some points about science, about they seem to make conclusions and they jump to like, oh, we can deduce that because this, then that, and then that's why we think this, and they put it out as hard fact, and it may not be the case. Like, and things do get revisited. Things go, oh, we once thought this, but now we know more, and we think differently now. And that was science. Like, it was to be respected as truth at one point, and it's been completely invalidated. So yeah, there is unreliability to science, even like what we think is hard fact, and
well,
and
we've been
I
saying
totally
this.
concede that. I concede
Flatter,
that
dude,
point.
go ahead. I think you want to say the same thing I do.
Yeah, pretty much same thing. I'm just going to agree with him that and they changed the distance to the sun. I don't know how many times. You know what I'm saying?
Like 7 or 8
Pluto,
times,
and poor old Pluto has been knocked down as not a planet, downgraded, and then upgraded again. Oh yeah, no, it is a planet. Oh wait, no,
and you
it's
know
not.
who did that
And they
downgrade?
keep changing. Who's that?
Neil deGrasse Tyson, baby.
Tyson.
Oh, I see.
I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson, bitch. That's what he said.
He's like your arch enemy.
But he's no, I think he's a Glober's arch enemy, because he's actually, we use him as a hostile witness, man. You guys hate, well, not you guys, but the Globers hate what we do.
Look, I don't care for him. Like, I don't care what he has to say, to be honest. But whatever.
Yeah, well, they try to throw him under the bus, man. Every time we bring it up, like he said, do you guys know that Neil deGrasse Tyson does not agree with you guys saying that he could see curvature from anywhere on Earth? Like, you'd have to be so far away in order for you guys to see curvature. According to him, he said it himself. Now, I think what he's doing is making it so far out of anyone's reach to even make the claim. Because if, let's just say, for example, we're saying that we have sent balloons up and we, see no curvature, and you send balloons up and you see curvature. Like, we got two things that we're fighting against. Well, he's making it to where you can't even use any type of technology. You have to be in an organization or something that can actually leave the Earth to a vantage point where nobody, like, it's hard for anybody to do. And at those vantage points, you can see the Earth as a globe and it's curved. But if you don't have that technology or access to it, then you're just like everybody else. You wouldn't know, because he says Neil deGrasse Tyson made a quote when he was speaking to a group of people on a conference. He said, Felix Baumgartner, the guy, the Red Bull space jump. He was like, I don't have a problem with it. Him saying that it's an edge of space jump, but at that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat. And that's the way he said it, with that kind of emphasis that I use. And so it's like he's making it sound like it's so far out of reach for any one of us to actually try to attempt to figure it out. So he's actually making it easier for globers to say that the Earth is a globe, because now nobody can do anything about testing to see from anything that we send balloons and all that stuff, because those heights aren't good enough to see the curve, and that stuff looks flat from 120,000 feet. So you know what I mean? So even though the globers hate him because he's saying these things, he's actually making it easier for them to. He puts it out of everyone's reach so that it can still be a globe without anyone finding out that it is. You know what I'm? Or is it?
Yeah. Fuck. Now I gotta go, but I appreciate the chat. It's been fun. It's been
keep
flat.
it flat, Rick. Keep it flat for the weekend, man.
It's been flat.
Hey, just keep it for the weekend, Rick.
Keep it for the weekend. All right.
Come on, man.
All right,
FED
fellas.
doesn't want to have
I'll
to be
keep
your
it for
enemy.
the weekend. All right, boys.
Just for the weekend. You can go back to the Earth on Tuesday. You'll be all right.
After Labor Day. See ya, man.
All right. See you, boys.
Cheers. Next.
Next up, we have a couple of Mongos from Washington. Go ahead, Mongo number one. He's going to come in here. Well, I think the Earth is a globe and you guys are crazy.
Haven't you ever done a bunch of straight lines to make a curve?
I know how to do a Texan. Well, you guys know I'm from Texas. And Texas, we already know the Earth's a globe. We send all them boys up there to the moon. They walking around playing golf and whatnot. Come on now.
They even brought a doom buggy with them.
Brought a doom buggy? You flat earthers over here talking about flat earth and whatnot, uneducated sons of bitch. No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, just ask any Glober. Ask him, man. What kind of batteries did they use on the moon landings, bro? What do you got?
We had a conversation about that one night, man, with these guys, these like globe nerds, and they were getting real technical with this.
They'll get upset, man. They'll piss them off because
it's kind of like the Harry Potter nerds, or like, you know what I mean? Like there's certain nerd types. If they love space and NASA, oh boy, they'll search the interwebs, man, for every answer about like the specific technology. And of course, even though we all know it's not the transmission technology that they had in those days, where it's like, dude, if we barely got advanced with telecommunications as of recently, what do you think they had back then?
Right.
Fucking hell, dude.
Hey, I got a tube radio.
Huh? What happened? FED just went quiet. Is anybody here? I'm all alone. Oh no. We got Mick in the chat. Epoch.
Yo, what's up?
What up, Mick?
I'm just chilling, working a bit.
Working? It's Labor Day, man. We're supposed to have Labor Day off.
Yeah.
Labor Day weekend.
In the Great White North. Different rules.
There's always work, huh?
Yeah, I just got a little project I want to touch up. I thought I was unmuted. I'm just hanging out. Listening to you guys.
Oh, FED's gone.
Yeah, something happened to my stuff too. I was talking to you, but I guess you couldn't hear me.
Yeah.
So just me, APOC, and Mick for the rest of the night?
Guess so.
So, I mean, democracy.
Yeah, well, we don't have any. We tried to scare up some Globers, man, but they're too afraid. Maybe a Kubianite come back in there and tell us his. Oh, fuck, dude. We got to remember that. All right, look, I think I can post it again.
Kubianite?
That's what he calls himself. He said, "Look at what I'm going to post in the text chat." Don't forget to keep that, man. That's an image that he. Look at that. Infinite straight lines make a circle.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm aware of this one.
I'm aware. So you heard of his argument then?
Well, I understand the math, but it's so abstract. Like,
what's the numeric value for infinite, Mick?
Well, that's the whole point. It's there is none, right? But it's like the workaround for this type of argument because it's an approximation, right? As you approach infinity, right? Could be one quadrillion, zillion, billion, right?
Yep.
Oh well, it's circular enough, right?
Yeah, because they can't let it go that the Earth is flat. They can't. It's got to be a globe, man. Somehow, some way, it could be infinitesimally small increments, but there you be. At like about 52 decimal places, we start to notice that there is no flatness. It's actually curving. It's just the place where we're at, man.
When he brought that up, I mean, all we had to do was say, "Well, is the Earth infinitely round?" That's it.
I'm gonna post it in. I'm gonna post it in our server because it's just so funny.
Yeah.
Oh man, crazy.
They're getting worse for sure.
They are getting worse.
Yeah, I'm wondering more and more how it is that you guys can persist through all this. I know I've mentioned it many times. Like I'm like I'm fucking shocked that this is you guys are still around with all this. You know, I jump in every once in a while. You know, lately it's been every couple days or every day, but sometimes I take a little break and I come back and it's the same shit, literally the same shit, and like I don't get it. You know, I don't fucking get it.
I think most
And
of
here you
the
guys
time,
are. You know,
most of the time it's because we have an audience with like the YouTube audience and the Rumble audience. So there's always people out there when the recording goes out that they're gonna listen to the words we said and maybe just kind of reflect on it. And that's kind of the hope.
Yeah. Right.
The motivation is that truth is still getting out, no matter if the people are hardened. You know, they're dug in. They don't want to change their mind.
Fair enough.
And
Fair
so,
enough.
someone out there might be like you were. When you didn't hear about it, then all of a sudden you heard a recording or something somewhere, and then you were like, "Hey, I wonder what that's all about." And they'll be in here just like you were, changing their mind.
I get that.
But now Rick was asking that, like, there's nothing that could be presented that would make our minds change again. It's like, but that's the problem. We were already deceived. We were thinking that the Earth was a globe. But that thing is, we didn't know. So how could we then say that once we do know that the Earth isn't a globe, that we'd go back to the globe? Like that doesn't sound like anything that would be real. So if they like for some reason they told you that the Earth was a globe, but it was just too big of a massive ball, you couldn't tell, like just like that lot bunny or whatever that image that I posted. Even if that was if that was the case, then to some level like we would already know that something was not the same to have, you know, horizontal surfaces, being measured, across bodies of water. There would be some deviation to some extent, and if there wasn't, then what can we do? That's all we're saying. Just bring the evidence, and there isn't any. So we're just making people actually go through the process. Walk through the process, man.
One by one.
Take them down. I mean, I just hate that we got the Duggins coming in every now and again and just like saying dumb things. Infinite lines making a circle. I guess that was his new argument. I suppose that was his new argument.
Yeah, he came in hot with it. Like he had that up his sleeve. Like he was gonna teach somebody something.
Yeah, he did. And he was trying to rival you on.
Yeah, the math checks out. Like in theory, like that's how they use it everywhere. When you're calculating like the area of a circle or whatnot. But it's
But
apply it.
it's exactly in practical applications, you don't see it happening where they're testing this out on the Earth and saying, "Aha, what we have here are infinite lines, straight lines making a circle." You don't. That's not. Who says that for the Earth being a globe? No one in academia is saying that. That's not being passed off as globe evidence, bro. Mick, you understand what I'm saying? Like, where are they teaching this information? Like, somewhere are they? Because point that shit out to me right now. I want to know who's teaching this. No, I think this is his gimmick that he just made up because he doesn't have an argument. So dude, I'm telling you, they're stooping so low. It's man.
Yeah. No, it's definitely ad hoc. I'll give him that. I'll give you that.
And here, watch. I'm gonna post this photo. Right, I finally found it. I knew I had it somewhere. Finally found it. I had it saved. When they say that, like we build, horizontal, but it goes into a curve. It's saying that we don't know how to build shit curved. So, like, watch. I'm gonna show you this photo right here. Like, this is how we build shit with curvature in mind, by the way. See, we understand it's going to go up and over a road. Yes, we keep horizontal to that, but this, I guess what you call it, railing or fencing, it's built to be curved. Like that, yes, we know how to do that shit. That is what we do. But when it's calling to be straight, we build fucking straight. Like, I don't know what they don't get, bro. I guess this is how he thinks infinite straight lines curve, but he doesn't understand that. You don't understand that railing though is built curved. Like there is a piece where you have to. If you put the wrong, okay, so like for instance, let's say they send them in pieces, right, in sections. If you were to take like, let's say they're labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you put 3 and switch it with 7, then it wouldn't fucking make sense, bro. It wouldn't line up right? Like they're built with a curve in it, and you have to follow the sequence because they're built with a curve. That's what I'm saying. If you switch them, that one's gonna be curving too much, right? It's whoa, hold on, this is wrong. You're gonna correct it.
You don't have to take that into account when you're building large structures. It's not
right.
Needed.
It's just, I don't know. These guys are weird, bro.
Oh, they might think the Earth's a globe, but they don't come in here and tell us where's the evidence for it. They're out there in YouTube land.
Yeah, no evidence. And if he's gonna call that drawing evidence, then he's failed miserably. the drawing of his infinite circle.
Yeah. Now, it's easy to just okay. If that's what you think the Earth is, go outside and test that shit. So what are you saying? You see nothing but flat Earth because it's a circle? It's a globe. That's why it looks flat. What are you saying, bro? So the infinite flat lines are measured as flat so that we know it's flat, but yet in the overall macro sense, it's a circle. That's interesting.
Yeah, but he did miss like the main part though that I said. I said when we're building something and we connect a horizontal to a horizontal, that's not going to start curving. He's saying you could take infinite straight lines and then have little, it would have to eventually be like a little bit, 0.000001 angled infinitely. But once you get that angle away from zero, then yeah, that's no longer horizontal, bro. That's no longer straight. It's now angling away from the original position. And that's kind of the point.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang out for a little bit, but I might dip because I don't know.
No worries. Yeah, there's no Globers anyways.
They be hiding, son.
Yeah, they're creeping. It's all right. They got wrecked today anyway. Doesn't matter.
Jesse Pat the Light is probably waiting for us to leave the call so he can come in here and fucking spin everybody's wheels.
And tell everybody how the other lights work.
Yeah, because that's what he does. He waits for everybody to leave. Once the coast is clear, he's like, all right, I'm gonna go in there. Like
He's like, hey guys, I took a shot from 60 miles away. You want to see it?
yeah, exactly. It's like, dude, nobody professionally does that, you moron. Like,
Jesse's a nice guy though. He reminds me of like a special guy. He's my buddy, a Glober buddy. That's just dumb.
yeah, probably. Yeah.
Uh, this railing describes what he's talking about because you can literally see the angles changing from one section to the next, which allows it to curve. But he doesn't understand that when we build straight, you won't see angles like that, and it will be straight. It won't be curved, and that's really, really important. Kind of missed that part. I have a lot of photos. I like this one. This one. An old one.
that? Smartest person left the room. All right, I'm gonna bounce. Nice chatting with y'all. Talk tomorrow. Have a good night. I'm gonna get off too. Later.
Yeah.